The Black Lizard Big Book of Black Mask Stories. Edited by Otto Penzler. Number 10. Dirty Work. Horace McCoy. Horace McCoy, 1897 to 1955, was born in Pegram, Tennessee, and went to school in Nashville, dropping out at 16 to get a job. After serving in the U.S. Army Air Corps during World War I, he became the sports editor of the Dallas Journal, a job he held from 1919 to 1930. He moved to Hollywood in 1931 to become an actor and to write motion picture screenplays. McCoy had been selling stories, mostly mysteries, to various pulps, the majority to Black Mask, between 1928 and 1932, after which he devoted himself full-time to film scripts and novels, most of which were filmed. His first book, a noir Depression-era existential novel, They Shoot Horses, Don't They?, 1935, was inspired by his job as a bouncer at the Santa Monica Pier, where dance marathons were held. It was filmed by Sidney Pollack, with Gig Young, Jane Fonda, and Michael Sarrazin, 14 years after McCoy died of a heart attack. No Pockets in a Shroud, 1937, about a corrupt American city and a crusading journalist, was published in England more than a decade before its U.S. appearance. It was filmed in France. The noir screenplay for I Should Have Stayed Home, 1938, was never produced. Kiss Tomorrow Goodbye, 1948, was filmed in 1950 with James Cagney as a near-psychotic criminal. Scalpel, 1952, was mostly a medical story filmed as Bad for Each Other, 1953, with Charlton Heston and Lisbeth Scott. Corruption City, 1959, was a novelization of The Turning Point, 1952, which starred William Holden and Edmund O'Brien. Dirty Work, the first Frost of the Texas Air Ranger story, was published in September 1929.
Dirty Work. Captain Jerry Frost walked through the rotunda of the Texas state capitol, past the oils of Crockett and Houston and Hogg, and into the deep-toned offices of the Adjutant General. "What's on your mind, General?" he said, dropping himself into a chair and stretching his long legs. "This Jamestown business." The Adjutant General drummed on the desk with his incredibly long fingers. "It's quite a mess." Plainly, he was just a little irritated. Frost grinned. "Yes, sir, it's quite a mess." But the Adjutant General didn't think it was so funny. He was quite serious. "Jerry, for the life of me, I can't understand why all police act so stupidly. This purely is a local case, but they can't handle it. They bump their heads against the wall and cry for the Rangers. I'm sometimes sorry we've got such a thing. Now the bigwigs are kicking." He held up a small packet. "Know what these are? Got any idea what they mean?" Captain Frost confessed he hadn't. "They're clippings from newspaper editorials in which the people who sit in the offices of the daily gazettes tell us how to run our great Commonwealth. The robbery is up to us. I'm sorry, of course, you had to be ordered off leave. You know what that means, don't you?" Jerry nodded. Did he know what that meant? Indeed. And since when had the Adjutant General become so obtuse? He was tempted to laugh. Did he know what that meant? Hell, of course he knew. What did trips to this office usually mean? Dirty work. That's what. Dirty work. He was not offended. He was too much of a soldier for that. It was that he just didn't have any illusions about the romance of criminal work. That was a lot of applesauce that looked good in print and nowhere else. He had spent 2 months in the Border Patrol, on some tough work, and had been promised a week's leave. He had got but 2 days of it. 2 days on the Galveston beach. And when the messenger boy found him with that fatal telegram from the Adjutant General, He was waiting on a fair young person who would be due in 10 minutes. That annoyed him no end. He had earned a rest. Why couldn't he get it? Now there was more dirty work to be done. That's all he had ever done, it seemed. God knows there'd been plenty of it in the old Lafayette Escadrille, where he won his wings, and that crazy hitch with the Kosciuszko Squadron over in Poland. Hadn't been any pink tea. And those 4 years down in the Guatemalan banana country hadn't made a dilettante out of him. Go into any Latin American country and mention Captain Jerry Frost and nobody would have the slightest idea of whom you spoke. But mention El Beneficio to any soldado, and he was all attention. In those countries where men still die for illusions and assume musical names, they tell you that El Beneficio was a bold, roistering Americano who could handle women and a machine gun like nobody's business. No, he was no stranger to dirty work. Well, the adjutant general interrupted his reveries. You can take the pick of the staff. You can do anything you want to. 40 years ago, a train robbery in Texas might have been ordinary. But this is 1929. This infernal publicity is bothering me. It's up to you and the men you name. I'd rather look around a bit first, Frost said as he rose to go. If I need anybody, I'll let you know. Good luck to you. He accepted the hope with a nod of his head and walked out. Captain Frost expected little information from the chief of police of Jamestown, and he was not disappointed. The chief pointed out that he and his men were, after all, merely humans, and that they were doing everything humans could do. That this had availed nothing was not his fault. Captain Frost could see that. Very frankly, Captain Frost said he couldn't. It beats me, he said. Here it is, the high-powered 20th century, the scientific age, and a gang of bandits sticks up a passenger train in orthodox Wild West manner and gets away clean with a fortune. Every copper in North Texas is caught flat-footed. I'd like to have the opportunity sometime to get in on top of a case instead of waiting 2 or 3 weeks. I sure would. Well, the chief observed pointedly, maybe we can arrange that just for you. It's a funny thing, but criminals never invite us to their parties. However, they might make an exception for the Rangers. Never mind the wisecracks. Didn't anybody in North Texas make any reports or anything after the robbery? Looks to me like a correspondence school sleuth could have done that. Ain't I been telling you they didn't? There wasn't nothing to report. My God, don't say that anymore to me. It makes me sore all over. Every newspaper in this town has been plastering stories all over their front pages about it. It's got me goofy. Now listen while I go over it again. Then you'll know as much as we do, or anybody else does. That train carried $300,000 in torn money that was going back to Washington. It left Jamestown going east at 8:45, and when it got to Ready, about 8 miles out, it was flagged down by a man on the track with a lantern. A moment later, the engineer and fireman looked into the muzzle of a submachine gun held by a masked robber. While this one kept the engineer and fireman covered, another went into the express car, blowed up the safe, and got the coin. They slipped in on the messenger, tied him up, but when Cummings, the brakeman, ran through the door, they dropped him with a slug of lead in the forehead. Before anybody else knew what it was all about, the train started. It stopped a little farther on, but the bandits had disappeared. It happened right beside the highway, but they had put red lights half a mile apart to stop the traffic. It's the general opinion that they are hiding out somewhere. But we've got the numbers of some of the bills, and sooner or later we'll nab the men. Nobody can beat the law. It was the sort of preachment Frost could expect from the chief. He was a man who had been in the chair for 20 years and was slightly antiquated. One of the old school, as the newspaper boys like to say. Now you know as much as we do. So that's all, huh? All? Ain't it enough? It's been plenty to keep these newspapers in copy. It ought to be enough for you. Are you worried about what they think? The chief glared. Ain't you? Not particularly. Well, I am. You're damn well right I am. We got an election coming off here next month, and unless the right guy gets in, I go back to pounding a beat. Damn if these crooks can't pick fine moments to pull big jobs. So you see how much I'm for you. Personally, I'll let you have my moral support and hope you have a lot of luck, but I don't think you will. Somebody once wrote that clever crime detection is 1/3 luck, 1/3 hard work, and 1/3 intuition. Great detectives rate luck and intuition as a standoff, which is to say, they reckon one as important as the other. Jerry Frost was not a scientist. He was not a criminologist. He was not, in the technical sense of the word, a detective at all. But he had a fair amount of luck thus far. He was perfectly willing to work hard, and he knew his intuition had stood him in good stead before. And he was going to be able to use it this time. He realized that an hour after he left the Jamestown chief of police. He saw something that clicked in his mind and would not be shaken. The very incredibility of the thing was what sold him. He had dropped into the Secret Service offices of the government in the Federal Building, for after all, it was their case. His conversation with the inspector had not been especially productive, but his eye caught a picture on the desk. It was a wrecked airplane, and he naturally was interested. "This was a sweet one," he said. "Where'd it happen?" "That," replied the inspector, "is an old one. It happened about a year ago. I was rummaging around my desk the other day and found it. Nasty spill. Yeah, Charlie Cox got killed in it. You ought to remember that. The airmail pilot. He crashed up in the Red River country. We lost a registered pouch in it." "Oh," said Frost. "I do remember now. Never got anything on that case, did you?" "Nope, never did. None of the bonds ever showed up." "Ever have any ideas about it?" "Well, not exactly. Charlie just crashed, that was all. Somebody came along and took the pouch. Anybody'd know the difference between registered mail and ordinary mail. We figured some farmer had got it, but we watched that country for a long time. None of the bonds ever showed up. Just another one of those mysteries." It was at that moment that Jerry got his idea. But then it was too ridiculous. His intuition kept trying to tell him something, but he wouldn't listen. The voice was too faint. A little later, the idea came bounding back again, and he couldn't lose it. The airmail job. What made him think it was connected with the train robbery? He wondered. Still, there had been innumerable baffling crimes solved by leads much more absurd than this. The airmail job. Well, the idea was there to stay. He couldn't get rid of it. He slept on it all night, or tried to. Writing people and artists know how that is. You can't tear those things out of you. They weigh you down like an anvil. Sometimes you can't breathe comfortably. You think of it for hours, and then very suddenly it comes, clear and clean, like big handwriting. All you have to do then is sit down and copy it. Frost was like that. In the morning it took definite form. It wasn't nebulous any longer. That airmail job hadn't been an accident. It was premeditated. Everybody thought it was just one of those things that have to be a part of any new field of endeavor when man pits his brain and brawn against nature. But Jerry was willing to bet his life it had been premeditated. Once, down south, when they were having a lot of fun with Salazar and Madero, A grizzled veteran had said, "Kid, when you get a hunch, ride it." Well, that wasn't always so easy. The odds were big. No matter if you had a strong body, the odds were big. But Jerry Frost had a hunch, and he was going to ride it. It all depended on one thing, and he went out to see about that. He wasn't the least bit surprised when he discovered the spot where the train had been held up was but a few hundred yards from Withers Field, the municipal airport. He had expected it. He telephoned the Secret Service chief and the Jamestown chief and made the same request of both. It was for them to forget they had seen him. Irrespective of the theories of the investigators and their verdicts, Jerry was convinced the mail plane had been tampered with. To do that required cold nerve and daring that not every criminal possessed. Find the man who conceived that idea, and you had the brains behind the train robbery. And he was a man who would need and who would have a sound knowledge of airplanes. That afternoon, he reported to the hangar of the Midwest Air Transport Company at Withers Field with a letter of introduction to Captain Eads. An hour before, Captain Eads had been telephoned that one Thomas Femwright, a name Jerry adopted for obvious reasons, was to be given employment as a mechanic and test pilot. He knew, of course, that there was little chance of any of the bandits being at the field now. But that flying field once had been the center of their operations. That wasn't much to work on, but it was something. It was considerably more than anybody else had decided. "Captain Eads?" Jerry asked. A man seated at the inside desk turned and looked. Before him in the door stood a man 6 feet tall and as brown as a nut. He had long arms, long legs, and good eyes. He looked every inch a flyer. There is something about a new man who comes to a flying field that compels attention. You immediately size him up and wonder how much stuff he's got, and whether he's going to be a heel or a good fellow, and whether or not he can fly. Captain Eads decided this lad would do. "Mr. Femwright, reporting for duty." "Come in, Mr. Femwright. An old Army man." "Yes, sir." "I thought so. What outfit?" "The 47th. Captain Eads lifted his eyebrows. "Oh, yeah? Pretty good gang of crate busters. The downtown office telephoned me about you. How many hours have you had?" "Oh, 6,000 or 7,000. Whew, that's plenty. Well, you've come to the right place if you're a 7,000-hour man. We need men who can assemble motors and who aren't afraid to fly those same motors. Know what I mean?" "Yes, sir." "All right. Red?" An oily individual who escaped being a dwarf by a few inches shoved his auburn head through the door. "Take Mr. Femwright around and make him acquainted. He's going to work for us." Getting acquainted with the Midwest crew was the work of but a few moments. Red was short, Jerry learned, for Fred Walker, and apart from him the only other veteran was Slimmer King. There were a couple of youngsters, but they didn't count. They hadn't passed the prop-spinning stage. Going over big was simple with Red and Slimmer. Jerry spoke their language. The kids were aloof, but after he had stunted one of the rickety Travelaires one afternoon, they warmed up and immediately made him a model. Nor had his maneuvers hurt his prestige with the old-timers. Jerry had all but knocked the knob off St. Peter's Gate. That particular day, he went crazy. What he didn't do with that old bus hadn't been invented. "Gee, you look great," Red beamed. "But I thought once or twice we ought to kissed you goodbye before you left the ground." "Stop kidding, Red. I bet you can do things with a crate I never thought of." "No," Red confessed. "I ain't much of a stunter. I can get 'em up there and get 'em down, and that lets me out. I wasn't born to kick no rudder bar. My head belongs in a motor." After that, things came easier for Jerry. The ice had been broken. He came to know something of the other fellows on the field. He was particularly attracted to the bunch in the number 6 hangar. They were commercial men. He sensed a sort of rivalry between the Midwest fellas and the bunch in number 6. There was no particular reason for it, but he did. Ostensibly, they just about had the commercial business at the field sewed up. The Midwest wasn't in competition with them, yet they growled and glared every time Jerry got close. He spoke to Red about it. "They're just a gang of $5-a-lick boys," Red said. "Don't pay 'em any attention. They haul passengers, but personally, I wouldn't let one of 'em push me in a wheelbarrow. I just don't crave their company." "There's no reason for them to be sore at me," Jerry said. "That's their way. They're sore at everybody. The farther away from those guys you stay, the better off you'll be." But he had no intention of staying away. He was curious. So the next day, under the pretext of borrowing a porcelain, he invaded their hangar. He went up to the fella who had been pointed out as Casey. Casey gave him the porcelain. He was stocky and careless in his personal appearance, even for an airplane mechanic. "Where you come from, feller?" "Oh, all over," said Jerry. "I saw you yesterday doing some fancy flying. Looked like you'd wobbled a stick before." "Yep, I've wobbled 'em before." "You a new airmail pilot?" "Nope, just a mechanic." "Well, there ain't many mechanics can fly like that." "Oh, I don't know. A guy like you was wasting his time meddling with spark plugs and pushing a gasoline truck over a flying field. You ought to get in the big money, commercial stuff." "Sounds pretty good." "It is good." Casey was positive. "Any guy what can bust clouds like you can is wasting his time drawing $200 a month. Interested?" "Maybe. Much obliged for the porcelain." That night, Captain Jerry Frost reported to the Adjutant General by telephone. He reported that he had become established, and that the outlook was promising, and that something possibly would happen soon. The Adjutant General, still annoyed, retorted that something would happen soon to the entire force. "They're still raising hell," he said bluntly. "Let me send you some help." "Now listen," said Jerry firmly. "Any outside interference will gum the whole works. You sit tight and stop worrying, and don't send anybody. Forget all about it." The Adjutant General grumblingly agreed, and then told himself he was glad Frost was on the job. If anybody could do it, Jerry could. Jerry was convinced the gang in number 6 hangar wasn't all everybody thought it was. He had been made an overture, and he expected another. To bring it about, he spent the next few days in direct defiance of all the laws of flying. He was either a plain damn fool or the sweetest pilot who ever brought a bus down on one tire. He almost tore the ships to pieces. All this time, the gang in number 6 looked on. One night, Casey and another man, of a distinct continental air, visited the transport hangar. "Meet Mr. Crouch," said Casey. "He's the boss of our outfit." Jerry shook hands with him. "I'm glad to know you," Crouch said. "I saw you the other day, and I wanted to congratulate you. I've seen a lot of flying in my time, but I don't think I ever saw the equal of that." The man spoke with a slight accent and a high voice. It was an unusual tone. Something in Jerry's memory stirred. He looked into the face closely. Gray mustache, black eyes, sharp and deep set, a small mouth and thin lips. He had seen that face somewhere before, but where? The panorama of his life passed swiftly. It produced nothing. "Thank you, sir," Jerry said. "I sometimes think I was born with my feet on a rudder bar." "You were," Crouch agreed. "And that's just the point. You are the type of man commercial flying needs."
Would you consider a change?"
"Well," said Jerry, "a fellow always needs—"
"Exactly. And you're worth twice as much to us as you are to the airmail people."
Jerry debated for a moment. He had no idea of refusing. He just didn't want to be too anxious. "I'll take it."
"Good. When can you leave?"
"When do you want me?"
"Tomorrow. We're opening a hangar at Waco. You'll be on hand in the morning?"
"Yes, sir. I don't think they'll hold me."
"Of course they won't. If necessary, tell them to go to hell."
Getting his release was simple. He merely got in touch with the Home Office, where the officials knew his mission and identity and explained the situation. They in turn notified the field. There was little comment. There seldom is. Young flying men are notorious nomads. Waco was but an hour's hop from Jamestown, and as Jerry was eager to get there, he left at once. During that hour, he rolled his memory before him, seeking to pull from its kaleidoscope the face of the man called Crouch. That high voice rang in his ears above the drone of the motor, and gradually the years fell away. Flying now as he was flying then, the slender threads of memory were picked up more easily. Once more he was in the air over Bapaume with the 47th. This was Richthofen's old stomping ground, and the Boche knew it like birds. Jerry was flying a Camel at 8,000 feet. They were climbing in close formation. He looked ahead and to the right. There was Bapaume in all its raggedness, half obscured in the mist. On his left were a couple of youngsters. They waved. They were going through the agony of their first patrol. He had gone through it 2 months before, but it hadn't wrecked him. He hadn't a lot of imagination. He was sure of himself, but he knew it must be hell on the youngsters. He thought he'd better keep an eye on the eaglets. There were clouds above, gray blanket clouds that came together in a solid roof, with only a gaping hole here and there to reveal the blue. Bad stuff. The squadron leader knew. He kept them climbing. Jerry glanced again at the youngsters. It bucked him up a bit to think about them. They were green. He squinted his eye and put up his thumb to have a look around the sun. They were up above now. He warmed his guns. The chatter reminded him that he was tired. So this was war. Well, they could have the damn war for all he cared. He was tired. He wished. And then he caught himself. A fellow couldn't do that. It wasn't decent. He was in it. No use wishing he was out. Then he saw he was straggling. Straggling was suicide. They were out in Richthofen's country. The Baron's men were devoted to stragglers. They ate 'em alive. He looked up, his intuition again. His throat closed abruptly and his knees melted. An albatross was coming down fast. His wing fabric was ruffling into lace, and the wood of his camber ribs was splintering. He pulled up sharply and pressed his trigger. Both guns vomited. He was firing wildly. The albatross slipped under him. Oh, for a fast bus! His Camel would do 100, an SE would do 135, a Spad would do 140, and an albatross would beat that. A butterfly-winged albatross. Rat-a-tat-a-tat! Rat-a-tat-a-tat! Sping! A shower of gasoline. His motor conked. He fell over in a dive. The albatross followed him down. The Spandaus were rattling. He could hear them above the bite of the motor. 100 red-hot needles hit him in the shoulder. Her damned something warm back with his lips. Something warm and wet. The dirty, lousy swine. Fine stuff. What the hell? He was done. He was falling. The Spandaus rattled fortissimo. A drum-like roar. Blackness swept, swirled over him. A high-ceilinged room. The penetrating smell of anesthetics. A face that bent over and shut out the depth of the room. An enormous face by contrast. He slowly made it out. He moved his body and winced. Bandaged, the face grinned. It spoke.
"Never,"
said a high, irritating voice.
"break Formation. How did I hit everything but your head?
The face came closer. The Pour le Mérite swung out on its ribbon.
Byfield, my name is. You're my personal prisoner.
Jerry tried to laugh. Instead, he fainted. That had been 11 years ago. The vision passed, and its present significance came upon him so suddenly. He went into a renversement that almost popped his neck. Byfield, the German ace, Crouch. By God! There was dirty work somewhere. His first vague hunch, even so soon, assumed the form of reality. There could be no doubt that he was on a trail that would lead somewhere. Out of the mist loomed the Amicable Building, perennial landmark, sentinel of the Brazos, gaunt and lonely for want of companionship. Bearing to the left, he came over the field and settled down. He was trembling as if he had been out on his first patrol. Byfield. A luxurious cabin plane idled down and disgorged 2 men. One was Casey. The other was Crouch, nay, Byfield. It was all Jerry could do to keep his hands off the man's throat.
You must have been in a hurry,
said the high voice. That voice! There was no doubt of it now. Von Byfield. Every step of the way now was fraught with danger. He half-hoped Crouch wouldn't see it in his face. "I was," he said finally.
"Well, there's a lot to do. We'll brush up and visit the newspapers."
They brushed, breakfasted, visited. Crouch planted all his ideas. But that was simple. He had them talking about it already. There were a dozen pilots coming in from New Mexico and Arizona to take part in the circus. A dozen men who Jerry knew full well were bums. And then he thought it was funny that he should be walking beside this man in such a placid way. The man who called himself Crouch, who had shot him out of control and then followed him down. He had prayed to meet him 100 times, and now he had, and he was helpless. Funny. That afternoon the pilots dropped in. That afternoon they were not an impressive collection. Just as Jerry thought, they were tramps. He thought they were a tough-looking bunch of eggs to be pilots. Had it come to the point where there was as much evil in the air as on the ground? God forbid. The air was the last outpost of chivalry, of romance. It was dead as hell everywhere else, and it wouldn't be long. But his big shock came later in the afternoon. He discovered a portion of the hangar falsely constructed. From the outside it seemed all right, but from the inside it seemed shorter than it should be. He opened a door and stepped into semi-darkness. A ghostly form confronted him, and another. There is nothing quite so ghostly as to come across an airplane in a poorly lit hangar. Even if you are expecting it, you are half startled. There is something weird about it. Even if you are an airman, it strikes at the roots. Jerry recovered from his shock and opened the door wide. The light revealed 2 planes. 2 planes, so lovely. So trim that his breath came in a swift intake of admiration. 2 tiny planes that seemed unreal. Watch fob types. He moved closer and stopped. He saw they weren't so lovely. They were grim. Trench mortars looked like that. They looked like playthings until they belched. Then they were hideous. On the cowling of each of the planes was mounted a machine gun, its squat muzzle merging almost indistinguishably into the background. He was amazed. He hadn't in his wildest fancies anticipated anything like this. He hadn't seen a plane like this since he had left the Polish front. Not even then. Those things were hayracks compared to this. Before him stood 2 of the highest products of scientific civilization.
"Good looking, eh?"
The voice cracked through the hangar, like a sputtering electric wire that has found a ground. For a moment, Jerry was disconcerted. Only for a moment. "I'd give a month's salary to fly one of them," he breathed.
"Yes?"
It was evident Crouch didn't know whether to be angered or amused. He decided on the latter course.
"Maybe you will. They're patented. I'm trying to sell them to the government. I wouldn't like for anybody to know I had them."
Jerry caught the faintest hint of a threat in the words. Of course, it was a lie. It wasn't even a good lie. He knew that, and he knew that Crouch knew he knew. Crouch must have thought he was several different kinds of a prize fool to swallow that one. But he was just as anxious to repair the damage as his employer.
"Not a word. You can trust me."
When they went out, Crouch locked the door with a padlock. Jerry looked back over his shoulder and decided the compartment was well hidden. And he decided something else. To dally with this thing was to play with TNT. Crouch and his gang were dangerous. One man couldn't stand in their way. They had too much to protect. But what had the air circus to do with it? Jerry felt that everybody knew more than he did. The flyers nodded into little clans and got their heads together. He stumbled around stupidly. It made him, for the first time since he had won his wings, terribly self-conscious. He stopped Casey later in the day.
"Say, I guess I stumbled onto a little family secret this morning." "Yeah?" "Yeah, I saw two of the sweetest little battle wagons." "Easy, feller."
Casey turned on him and glowered.
"Don't go around popping off your face. They're inventions. The old man's a nut. He's afraid somebody might steal his plans."
Jerry gestured disdainfully.
"Don't make me laugh. I wasn't born yesterday. How come I don't rate some of the secrets?"
"Listen, you. If there are any secrets, the old man will let you in on them. In the meantime, keep your trap shut. Tight." For the second time that day, Jerry was tempted to crown somebody. But that would have spoiled everything. He had been acting. He could continue.
Now, ain't I one of the outfit? You pulled me away from a good job. For why? I don't even know what I'm supposed to do."
Casey melted somewhat. Maybe the kid was right. Maybe he ought to rate a few secrets.
"Well," he said, "I can't tell you nothing but this. If there hadn't been something big doing, the old man wouldn't have wanted you. He's a pretty good student of human nature, and he'd figured you'd been in a jam somewhere and wasn't too particular about what you did as long as it was in an airplane. There's something about an airman that's written all over his face. He's like a schoolboy in love. He doesn't know it's there, and even if he did, he couldn't do anything about it. You sit tight."
Jerry made up his mind to sit. The air circus came off as scheduled. Good advertisement. It packed the field and roads for miles around. The spectacle of 15 pilots in the air doing all manner of stunts was appealing anywhere, especially in Waco. They hadn't seen anything like it since the training days of the war. Crouch's business acumen was sound. The trade rolled in. There were innumerable hops. Everybody wanted to fly. The young men visioned themselves not as Fonks and Guynemers and Bishops and Lukes, for they belonged to another age. It was Lindbergh now. The old people grinned as they came in contact with the onrushing age. Jerry caught a passenger to Austin one morning. He had gone on a rush call. He had an hour to wait. He visited the Capitol and found the Adjutant General in another rage. This was getting to be the best thing the Adjutant General did.
"What's the big idea?" he bellowed. "We're wasting time. I've had to fight with myself to keep my hands off. From your reports, we've got enough on those fellows to get a conviction now." "From my reports, yes," Frost replied. But my reports wouldn't convict them because I haven't got one single fact. It's pure hunch. But I'm going to nail them to the cross, and it won't be long. This is the toughest, nerviest outfit I've ever run across in my life. They'd stick up the National City Bank in New York with a little encouragement. But something's in the wind. I need help. Take anybody you want. It isn't that kind of help. Listen. For 5 minutes he talked. All the while the Adjutant General nodded and drummed on his desktop. Hardly had Frost left the office when the state official reached for the telephone and placed a call for the commandant at Kelly Field, the Army base. And thus, that night, one of the new A-3 battle planes, carrying 6,000 rounds of ammunition and mounting 6 machine guns, dropped out of the darkness at Withers Field and was quickly rushed into the hangar of the Midwest Air Transport Company and covered with a tarpaulin. Given that impetus, Jerry felt more confident. Nothing was likely to happen at Waco. If anything broke, it would be at Jamestown. And something was going to break. Soon. Riding his hunch, Jerry was sure Crouch and his gang had wrecked the airmail plane a year before. They had held up the Rio Grande Express. God knows what else they had done. Jerry felt it had been plenty. He had fitted himself up a bunk in one corner of the hangar, on a collapsible cot that was hidden away each morning. He didn't want to jeopardize the confidence Crouch might have in him. A few nights later, as he lay there and stared into the darkness, and made up his mind to force the play within the next 24 hours, he heard the low drone of a motor. He rolled over and strained his ears. It was faint, then louder, then faint again. Then he heard another sound, a drone. There was enough noise to make him think it was a bombing raid. Jerry looked at his watch. 4 o'clock. Of course it would be an hour like that. Something was up. Something was going to happen. He slipped into his pants and boots, knocked down his cot and shoved it under a fuselage, and strapped on his guns. He went to the far corner of the corrugated hangar. There was an opening there wide enough for him to see. If there was anything to see. Right now, it was black night. Louder and louder the drones came. They were directly overhead now. Jerry wondered how Crouch expected to get away with anything like this. It amounted to pure suicide. And then it dawned that perhaps this was the very reason they had held that air circus. Adjacent residents might not be so curious if they heard motors at night. Or could Crouch have been that much of a psychologist? Staring through the aperture, Jerry was momentarily blinded by a flash of light, as the field was illuminated by 2 great searchlights. The motors throbbed, clawed furiously as they lost traction, and then whistled as the ships landed. One was a cabin monoplane. The other was a tiny battle plane. Then the lights went out. The entire operation consumed not more than 2 minutes. Presently, there were footsteps, shuffling footsteps, and low voices. Out of the low conversation, his ears picked strange words. Chinese. Then, "Keep those chinks quiet!" Under cover of night, Crouch was running in Chinese. Frost lay there for 10 minutes, thinking. Crouch seemed to have his hand in everything. He heard echoes of automobiles on the highway, the grind of gears coming loud and clear through the stillness. Then 2 men walked back. The office door opened, and a faint glow appeared through the cracks. He got up and moved closer. He recognized the voices of Crouch and Casey. "God, I'm glad that's over." This was Casey. "2 more trips and then we're Europe-bound." "Thompson's waiting in Mexico City." "You wasn't sap enough to give him the dough, was you?" Crouch laughed shortly. "Certainly not. Nobody knows where that money is. Nobody but I." "What do you mean?" Casey asked. "Well, I moved it." "You mean you moved our dough from that train job?" He was incredulous. "Yes. Remember seeing some guys working on those old asphalt tennis courts behind our hangar at Withers Field?" Sure. Well, you thought they were repairing them, didn't you? So did everybody else. But they were just putting the asphalt over a little hiding place I'd previously fixed up.
My God, Casey ejaculated. Suppose we want to get away quick.
That's all right. We can smash that stuff in 5 minutes, and it was the safest place. Believe me.
Maybe it was wise. By the way, this wild man we got off the Midwest ain't so certain everything's on the level. He cornered me and asked a lot of questions. I told him if there was anything to say, you'd say it. Maybe not be wise to stall him. He looks pretty sharp.
I don't intend to. I'm going to talk to him today, and he'll run in the next batch of Chinese. I figure he's got the nerve to help us pull a sweet one down south pretty soon.
Of course, you know what you're doing, but I don't see the point in hiring him. Never did.
Perhaps there wasn't. But I collect good pilots just like other men collect stamps and books. I like to have them around. But you don't need to worry about this guy. He's been in a lot of jams before. You can look at him and tell that.
I don't know.
Help me get that moth in.
They moved out on the field. Captain Jerry Frost came alive. He had them nailed. His suspicions were confirmed. They had done the train job. And unless he missed his guess, those bonds from the airmail plane were in that cache Crouch spoke of. He moved up in the dark until the two men got into the hangar with their plane. Then he started off on a dog trot down the road. At dawn, the law forces of the sovereign state of Texas swung into action. They had long been waiting for this moment. The great, ponderous, clumsy law, with its thousands of tentacles, got going. The tide itself was not more relentless. It struck here sometimes, there sometimes, in a circle sometimes, but eventually it straightened out and began to roll. It was inevitable. The adjutant general sat at his desk and manipulated the controls. He was the puppeteer. Shortly after sunrise, 2 state planes were in the air. There were 6 men in each besides the pilot. 6 tight-lipped, grim men who would shoot their way into hell and back again to get their men. The Rangers were moving up. In the hangar at Waco, the telephone jangled. Casey answered it.
Yeah, Casey. All right, Tommy. What's that? I can't hear you. Wait a minute.
He handed the receiver to Crouch.
The goof is excited. Get an earful.
Crouch took the instrument.
Hello, Tommy. Yes?
A long wait. Casey moved closer. Something had happened. One look at Crouch's face told him that. Finally,
Who told you? Hell!
He slammed the receiver on the hook.
We're fools!
He spat the words out.
One of the Midwest fellows told Tommy this morning that this guy Femright is a Texas Ranger. Come on.
Where?
That's the trouble with you damn Americans, Crouch cried. You lose your head in a tight place. We're going to get that money. Maybe we can make it. He's waited this long without tipping his hand. Maybe he'll wait a little longer.
But what about the others?
This is no time to think of them. We can be in Mexico in 5 hours. Come on!
They moved quickly to the hangar door, swung it open. They wheeled their tiny, speedy planes out into the starting line. They swung each other's props. The motors barked into life. And dust and pebbles swept into the backwash and puttered against the side of the hangars. Crouch was first off. Casey followed. Tails whipped up and wheels bounced lightly on the uneven ground. They zoomed into the air in broad climbing turns. Casey saw Crouch was loading his guns. They didn't know it then, but they were to be disappointed. Jerry already was at Withersfield. Had been there when Ranger reinforcements arrived. And of course, a perverse fate decreed they would start at the wrong end of the tennis court. To see a half-dozen apparently intelligent men digging into an asphalt tennis court in the early morning is not a sight calculated to be passed without stopping for a moment. Mechanics stopped. Workmen stopped. There was a great textile mill near the field, and a crowd begets a larger crowd. Jerry was trying to direct the traffic, and the rangers at the same time. 3 young men in handcuffs, late of the No. 6 hangar, looked on in undisguised amusement. Then a shout. Somebody had the pouch. Jerry grabbed it, and with a single movement slit the side. A handful of currency was extracted. Torn currency. "That's it," he said. "That's it. Take those men in this pouch into the office. Those other fellows are coming here sooner or later. We'll make a reception out of it." The news swept about the airport like wildfire. The textile mill was all agog. For the first time in many of their lives, they were sitting in the middle of a big event. The train robbers had been found. The doorman at the textile mill told the switchboard operator, and the switchboard operator told the secretary. The secretary thought the police ought to know, so he telephoned them. Eagle-eyed newshawks caught the message the moment the desk sergeant finished his yawn and copied it. They flashed their papers. Editors stirred their stumps, called circulation managers, engravers, operators, and pressmen. Reporters on the city staff got going. The rewrite man lighted a fresh cigarette off the butt of an old one and rammed copy paper in his mill. He pulled the telephone close and muttered, "I hope to God this is as big as it looks." The word got about Jamestown. Sirens shrieked through the traffic, carrying enough police to take Montsec. In 30 minutes, the highways leading to Withersfield were choked. Some of them knew what was going to happen, but most of them didn't. This was the great American public, speeding north for their plunder before seeking safety. Neither Crouch nor Casey was aware of the plans being made for their welcome. Crouch, being of higher mentality, probably thought he had pushed his luck too far, but that was all. He couldn't see Withersfield. He couldn't see Captain Jerry Frost beside the A3 single-seater. Positively the finest thing in battle planes. If Crouch's ships were lovely, there was no superlative for this. Jerry stood there, his eyes glued on the southern heavens, his propeller swinging idly. He seemed just a little ridiculous to himself. He couldn't, for example, grasp that this was 1929. Imagine such a thing with so large a gallery. It was like an opera bouffe. Still, he tingled. He almost once half admitted he liked it. From out of the distance came a drone. 2 planes were seen. They roared onward, still unaware of what awaited them. One dipped downward. The other, which was higher, began a long glide. The cordon of police started forward. "Wait a minute," Jerry shouted. "Those ships have guns on them. Take your time." But the police disregarded the command. They, too, had waited long, and neither were they self-conscious before the crowd. Casey was in the first ship, and no sooner had his wheels touched the ground than he realized all was lost. He shot the throttle to his ship, and the smoke belched from the exhaust. A policeman fired. The bullet whistled through the fuselage. Then Casey either tried to zoom or he lost his head. He later claimed he didn't know his finger was on the trigger. His guns barked through the propeller, and 2 policemen pitched forward, twitched, and lay still. A second later, a shot got Casey, and his plane dived into the ground. Crouch had seen and heeded. He had gone into a climb, and he was going south. Jerry throbbed and pinched. It was the old feeling. Something in him seemed to say, had always said, "Enjoy this, for it may be your last one." Not fear, and yet it might have been. He swung his arm out for the chocks to be pulled. His motor whined and then caught with a roar. Something throbbed in his hands and feet and played along his nerves like tiny electrical impulses. He was talking to himself, and there was something terrible in it. Prayer and hatred intermingled. He opened his throttle, and his propeller disappeared in a thin circle of light. Like a living thing, his ship bounded forward. For a while he bounced along, and then he went straight up like an elevator. He climbed 500 feet before it began to stall, then drifted his stick forward and presently flattened out at 140. His bus never even felt it. Tight, solid, maneuverable. He warmed his guns with a burst of 20. He rather hoped he wouldn't have to fight. Still, never could tell. Everything was different in the air. Once before he had been in the same air with Crouch. He had remembered. Maybe there would be a fight, after all. He climbed to 7,500 and buckled on his straps. He had done that before, too. But this was something new. No straining the eyes to the right and to the left and above looking for black specks. No wondering if that was an LVG two-seater, a decoy, with half a dozen albatrosses lurking above. His man was just in front. Only one. He crawled up on Crouch's tail and motioned for him to land. Crouch climbed to the left and got into fighting position. Jerry motioned again. His answer was a burst that raked through the A3 ailerons. "Okay," Jerry bellowed. "Here we go." He half-rolled to get on top. So did the other. Jerry touched the trigger and pulled up, dived again. Crouch Immelmaned and straightened out on Jerry's tail, and another burst ripped through the fins. Jerry kicked it off into a slip and leveled out. Crouch was diving away. He was going to run for it. No doubt of that. Jerry pushed his stick forward until the rush of air gagged him. The rattle of his guns came through the chatter of the motor. Crouch went into another Immelmann, and Jerry dived by him. The German was a flyer, but he was not matching skill with the kid he had knocked down that day at Toul. This was another fellow. Jerry pulled up and went into a climb. He banked sharply and started higher and higher. That was Crouch's mistake. His ship couldn't climb with the A3. Jerry was so close now he could see the wheels on the other's undercarriage spinning. Well, there he was. He had him. The trim white belly of Crouch's ship glinted along the tip of his guns. There he was. There was Von Byfield, the great ace. The Von Byfield, the one who had followed him down. He could still hear those Spandaus clacking as they raked his body in a steel flail. Jerry touched his trigger. He could see holes tearing in the linen. He kept his guns open. There was a fan of flame. He noticed his altimeter, 14,000, too high, and yet he stalled and whipped out in a spin. Crouch's ship hung momentarily like a leaf, undecided whether to fall this way or that. Then it dipped its nose and wobbled. The glide became a dive. The dive went into a lazy, aimless spin, wings flopping to the floor. The plane flattened, whipped out, upside down, stalled, snapped out again in a final effort, and then again went downward in that grotesque way, over and over, over and over. Jerry watched it, fascinated. It was only a dot now, flashing in the sun as it keeled over. It was coming closer to the floor, closer, closer. Then suddenly, a tiny sheet of flame lashed out, a puff of dust. That was all. Jerry side-slipped down, landed and taxied slowly in. He climbed out, stiff-legged. He looked down and saw his pants were slightly torn. There was a gash in his leather coat. He looked into his cockpit. The floorboards were splintered. He looked up. The center section was riddled. The linen on his fins was ribboned. Far down the field, a group of police and civilians was rushing to the wrecked plane. "Cigarette?" Somebody gave him one. "Match?" Somebody else struck it. Frost thought those fingers were familiar. Long, white. He looked into the face. The adjutant general. He had his arms extended. "Hurt, Jerry?" "Nope. Tired." Quite matter of fact. The curious crowded around. The adjutant general very plainly was ill at ease. It had stirred him tremendously. He wanted to say something nice, but he couldn't. Men are like that, especially men who are suddenly overcome with pride. They try to say flowery things, but the words clog up in their throats. They think them right down to the tip of their tongue, and then strange words come out. It was like that now. The adjutant general said, "Well, take a rest. California, Florida, any place." "Nope. Galveston." "Galveston?" "Yep. Galveston. Unfinished business." The adjutant general nodded. He didn't understand. He didn't want to understand. Captain Frost had come through. That was the code of the Rangers. It had been that way when the Conestogas squeaked their way through the Indian country. And it was that way in the day of science and aviation. When all else fails, when there is a knotty problem.
Merely Murder. Julius Long. Julius W. Long, 1907 to 1955, was born in Ohio, received a law degree, and was admitted to the Ohio bar where he practiced. He was a collector of guns. At one time he owned the only Tokarev 762 ever offered for sale in the American Rifleman, and his extensive knowledge of firearms was often apparent in his articles for Field and Stream, as well as in his crime and mystery stories. Long wrote many different types of fiction for about 30 magazines. Most importantly, ghost and fantastic stories for the top magazine in the genre, Weird Tales, to which he was a regular contributor in the 1930s, and mystery stories for Black Mask, Detective Story, Dime Detective, Dime Story, The Shadow, and Strange Detective Tales. One of his Black Mask stories, Carney Kill, was selected for Best Detective Stories of the Year 1945. He wrote only one novel, Keep the Coffins Coming, 1947, a murder mystery involving a beautiful woman, her millionaire father, a communist leader, a German scientist, and several guerrillas. One of his short stories served as the basis for the motion picture The Judge, 1949. It was released in Great Britain as The Gamblers, the story of a crooked lawyer who blackmails his client into killing his wife. It was directed by Elmer Clifton, produced by Anson Bond, with a screenplay by Samuel Newman, Clifton, and Bond, and starred Milburn Stone, Catherine DeMille, Paul Guilfoyle, and Stanley Waxman. Merely Murder was published in the July 1944 issue.
Merely Murder, a Ben Crockett novelette. "If I ever get my hands on the guy," Peterson had mumbled, "well, he or somebody sure got his wish, because Shorty Waxman, the shifty little shyster, now looked like something only homicide could love." Chapter 1. Warrant for Life. I could tell from Keever's stride when he came into the office that someone was in for trouble. "Come in here, Ben, I've got a little job for you." I looked sadly at Miss Spain, Keever's confidential secretary, and followed Keever into his inner sanctum. It was Monday morning, and the week was getting off to its usual lousy start. Being special investigator for Burton H. Keever, the dashing DA, had never been a picnic, but now that a couple of sensational cases had inspired some loose talk of a governorship, he drove me like a slave. There was a gleam in his eyes as he drew a document from his pocket and tossed it across the desk. I picked up the document. It was a warrant. The man named was Sam Peterson. The charge was violation of the Habitual Criminal Act. The penalty, if Peterson was convicted, was life imprisonment. I eyed Keever. "Holding out again, huh? When did you find out that Peterson had 3 more raps against him?" It took 4 raps to rate a conviction under the Habitual Criminal Act, and the only thing against Peterson, to my knowledge, was his conviction of a little more than a year before. He had been tried then on 2 counts, breaking and entering and grand larceny. At the time, he'd been employed as a gardener at the Riverside Road estate of Jimmy Harmon, son of the late great realty king James D. Harmon Sr. There had been one of those cute wall safes in Harmon's bedroom, and Peterson hadn't been able to resist the temptation. "Peterson's an old hand at burglary," Keever confided. "Late Saturday afternoon I got a tip that he had a record out west. I wired the warden of a western penitentiary, and sure enough, they had Peterson's prints. He'd been in twice for burglary and once for grand larceny. So I got a warrant for him the first thing this morning, and I want you to pick him up. No slip-up, understand?" "Sure, no slip-up. You sure the prints are Peterson's? We checked with Washington when Peterson was on trial before. They didn't have any." I know. Seems Peterson had some drag with the trustee in charge of filing prints in that joint, and they were never sent in. It'll be quite a shock to Peterson when he finds out his past has caught up with him." I took the warrant and went down to my car. I remembered Peterson's address, for I had checked up on him a few weeks ago when he'd been let out on parole. He lived in a South Side apartment with his mother. I could recall pleasanter jobs. I hadn't had to ask Keever why he had wished it off on me. He could easily have used someone from the sheriff's office or the local police department. But by sending me, his personal flunky, he could reserve all the credit for his own office. I could see the headlines. "Keever gets confession." Of course, Peterson would have no alternative if he really had done 3 stretches in that western can. And I had a sickening feeling that he had all right, though the idea had given me quite a jolt. I would have sworn that Peterson had been on trial for his first offense when Keever had got him convicted a year ago. He wasn't quite 30, clean-cut and clear-eyed. But you never can tell. Peterson's mother answered the bell at their apartment. "Why, it's Mr. Corbett. Won't you come in? But I suppose you want to talk to Sam again. He isn't here now. He's got a wonderful new job in a war plant." "Yeah, I did want to see him. It's rather urgent. Will you tell me where he's working?" She did. I think she worried a little about having a district attorney's investigator showing up to embarrass her son, but she appeared to have no greater worry. I decided that if Peterson did have a Western record, he had kept it from his mother. My badge got me through the gates at the war plant and into the office of the head personnel man. I showed him the warrant. "I was afraid of something like this," he moaned. "Of course we knew Peterson was on parole, but we need men so badly we can't be too particular. Well, I'll have him for you in a minute." Peterson was slightly pale when he walked in. His pallor increased when he saw me. I showed him the warrant. He accepted it with trembling fingers and read the charge. His face lost all color. So it was true. Peterson was a 4-time loser. He handed back the warrant and said listlessly, "I guess my luck will never change." "Then you are the guy?" "What's the use of denying it? Prints don't lie." He turned to the personnel man. "I'm sorry, sir. I hope this doesn't make any trouble for you. I sure liked my job here. If there'd have been jobs 10 years ago, I wouldn't be in this jam now. I hope they give me a job in the pen, a job making stuff to smack the Japs, the way I've been doing here." I didn't handcuff him. He got his stuff and we walked out to my car. He was beginning to recover from the shock of his arrest, and now his brow was furrowed in thought. "Would you mind telling me how Keever got wise to those prints? I happen to know they were never sent to Washington." "You'll think I'm kidding you, Peterson, but I really don't know. The first I heard about it was when Keever handed me the warrant this morning." Peterson did think I was kidding. "Okay, you don't have to tell me. I think I know. If I ever get my hands on the guy." He clammed up then. I drove away from the factory and turned downtown. Then Peterson said, "Will you do me a favor? I want to tell my mother about this before she hears it some other way. She doesn't know about my record. It's going to be terrible." I drove 2 blocks without answering. Then I made a U-turn in the middle of the street. "Damn you, don't try anything." When we got to his place, he asked, "Will you let me break it to her alone?" I gave him a sidelong look, and he shrugged. We went into his apartment. His mother came out of the kitchen with a worried look. She also held a revolver, and I could see that its hammer was cocked. "What is it, son?" I knew something was wrong the way this man acted. I'm not going to let him take you away again. I think Peterson was even more astonished than I was, but he recovered more quickly. In one leap, he was across the room. He took the revolver from his mother's hand and covered me. "I didn't ask for this break, Corbett, but I'm taking it. Don't try anything. So help me, I'll let you have it." "Relax. I'm no hero. You've got a gun. Hand it over, butt first." I minded like a little lamb. He took my .38 and thrust it under his belt. Then he turned to his mother. "I'll never see you again, Mom." She stood there looking at him and trembling. He started for the door. It was touching. I could have kicked the dear old lady's teeth right down her throat. I didn't even dare to think of what Kiva would have to say when I gave him the lowdown on this deal. Peterson slammed the door behind him, and I heard him racing down the stairs. I faced his mother. "Have you a phone?" She didn't hear me. I didn't see any phone and decided there wouldn't be one. I went downstairs and into the street in time to see Peterson taking $2 worth of rubber off my tires as he rounded a corner. There was a drugstore on the corner. I phoned the cops. Then I took a deep breath and called Kiva. Somehow I forgot to mention the part Peterson's mother had played, and that didn't help my story. Kiva emitted something that sounded like a death rattle. Then he roared, "You blundering fool! You've made a laughingstock of my office. Get back here, and get back here fast." He hung up. That was all that kept me from telling him what he could do with his job. Of course, I could have called him back. I walked out of the booth instead. I knew deep down that this was one time when Kiva had a legitimate beef. If I'd been in his shoes, I'd have taken him off and thrown him at me. It was well after 11, so I hopped a streetcar and got off at Mike's, my favorite eatery. The place was beginning to fill up. Not until I had squeezed into a wall bench did I discover that the man in the adjoining seat was Shorty Waxman. "It's a small world." Waxman looked up from his lunch. "Oh, hello, Ben. What do you mean it's a small world? I just left one of your former clients. Or rather, he just left me, borrowing my car and my gun. Sam Peterson." Waxman's face twitched. "Oh, yes, I remember Peterson. What's he been up to?" "Habitual criminal act. Kiva just discovered that the Harmon job was his fourth. I went out to pick him up, but had a bad case of butterfingers." Waxman suddenly looked as if he needed a blood transfusion. His round little eyes widened until they seemed about to pop from their sockets. He choked on his food. "Let me out of here, Ben. I just remembered something I forgot to do. Excuse, please." He fairly fought his way over me before I could slide out of the seat. At the cashier's desk, he threw down a bill and ran to the phone booths without waiting for his change. He was in a booth for about 2 minutes. Then he raced out again and made his exit. I regarded the lunch he had left. It was virtually all there. I ordered and took my time eating. Waxman had left not only his lunch, he had left food for thought. Chapter 2. Where there's a will, there's a slaying. It was 1 o'clock when I walked into the criminal courts building which housed Kiva's office. I had intended to duck Kiva until he cooled off, but curiosity gave me courage. I wanted to find out why news of Peterson's pickup and escape had set Waxman on the run. But I didn't get to Kiva's office. Pop Martin, the elevator starter, stopped me the moment he spied me. "Gee, Ben, am I glad to see you. Kiva's had everybody on your trail. You're to meet him at the Mercury Tower, Waxman's office." "Waxman? What's with Waxman?" "Murder. Somebody got him half an hour ago." I used a cab. Half a block from the Mercury Tower, I had the driver stop. I got out and crossed the street to a crummy-looking coupe on which a patrolman was placing a ticket. It was my coupe. It was in a parking meter stall and the flag was up. "Hold it, pal, that's my car." The cop recognized me. He grinned gloatingly. "It makes no difference to me that you're from the DA's office, pal. I seen my duty, and I done it." "Oh, you did? I suppose you reported finding my car. There's been a circular out on it for a couple of hours, and—" The ticket was snatched from under the windshield wiper and torn to bits. The cop almost burst into tears. "For the love of Mike, don't tell anybody about this. It'd break me." I regarded him thoughtfully. "I think I'll take your advice." I walked on to the Mercury Tower, took a kitting from a couple of patrolmen on guard at the door, and paused to scan the list of tenants. My memory had been correct. Jimmy Harmon's real estate office was in the same building, a couple of floors below Waxman's. There was a mob of reporters outside Waxman's office. "Give out," begged Lou Bird of the Globe. Like the others, he was too desperate to rib me about my stolen car. "That bird-brained boss of yours won't give us a line, and this case is the hottest thing in years. A lawyer getting bumped is something that happens seldom." "Too seldom," I said, and shrugged my way through them. Waxman's reception room was deserted save for a patrolman posted at the door, but his private office was so packed that there was hardly room for the corpse. It was an all-out case. Dane Carruthers, Homicide's smartest cop, had a whole army at work. They milled over Waxman's body like a gang of females over a new baby. The body lay on its face in front of the safe, the door of which was closed. The arms were flung out, and there was an ugly slit in the back of the coat. There was no doubt about how the job had been accomplished. Shorty had been done in with a shiv. "Well, thanks for coming around." I turned to face Keever. He spoke from across the room, where he was buttonholing an old guy in an elevator starter's gold braid. He beckoned me over. "This is Corwin, the starter. He saw everybody who came into the building. You may be interested to know that he's identified this man as a visitor." Keever exhibited a rogues gallery set, complete with fingerprints and profile, and full-face photos of Sam Peterson. I asked Corwin, "When was he here?" "He came into the building at about 11:45. About 15 minutes after that, Mr. Waxman arrived. Then about 20 minutes passed, and this man left the building." Keever looked me up and down. His eyes were accusing slits. "I hope you're satisfied, Ben. When you let Peterson escape, you cost a human life, the life of my colleague and a member of the bar." I laughed in Keever's face, and he reddened, for he knew why I laughed. During Waxman's lifetime, he had called him every kind of shyster that ever breathed, denouncing him on more than one occasion to the grievance committee of the Bar Association. But now that Shorty had passed out of this world, Keever would probably show up at the Bar Association meeting to read his eulogy. Among lawyers, the only good lawyer is a dead one. "Your theory of this case interests me," I told Keever. "What if Peterson did show up here? Wasn't it natural for him to come running to his lawyer? Waxman defended him before. He must have wanted to hire him again." "Hire him, my eye. He didn't want to hire Waxman. He wanted revenge. He guessed that Waxman had spilled the beans about those 3 raps out west. He was positive it was Waxman, for his own lawyer was the only person he'd told. That takes care of the motive angle, and when we nail Peterson, we'll take care of him." I remembered Peterson's threat with regard to the man who had turned him in. He had said, "If I ever get my hands on the guy," and I had to admit that this time Keever's theory made sense. It was logical that Peterson had told his whole record to his lawyer, that Waxman would be the first and probably only man he would suspect. I nodded toward the corpse. "Where's the shiv?" "A fingerprint man's got it. Took it over to the lab. It was a paper knife from Waxman's own desk, one of those things the patent lawyers send out." "How about the safe? Was it open?" "It's locked, but that doesn't mean anything. Waxman could have had it open, and Peterson could have locked it after he knifed him." "Haven't you checked the contents?" "We're waiting for Waxman's secretary. She probably has the combination." I looked at my watch. It was 1:20. I looked at Keever. He rolled his eyes. A couple of minutes later, when Waxman's secretary sauntered in, I caught on. When they're built like that, they rate 2 hours for lunch in any man's office. Her name was Mickey O'Hara. She lived at 1109 West Crawford, and she immediately stole the show from everyone, including Waxman. The entire homicide detail promptly forgot the existence of a corpse, as they began drooling over Miss O'Hara in the pretense of acting in the line of duty. But Keever, as usual, was equal to the occasion. He grabbed her by the elbow and took her into the library. I thought he needed help, so I trailed along. She didn't know anything, including the combination of the safe. She had left for lunch at 11:30 and had missed Peterson. "I just can't understand who could do such a thing to Mr. Waxman," she cooed. "He was so nice, such a perfect gentleman." She crossed her legs and exhibited hosiery that sells for half a secretary's salary. Appreciating the hosiery, Keever furrowed his brows in a shrewd manner and asked, "Then Waxman had no enemies?" I laughed impolitely. "He was a lawyer, wasn't he?" Keever reddened. "Ben, I've learned to overlook your not very subtle sarcasm. You're no doubt referring to the fact that lawyers, who of necessity handle the troubles of others, accumulate the enemies of others. But such enemies rarely murder. If they did, there wouldn't be enough lawyers left to fill an ambulance," I cracked. Keever looked apologetically to Mickey O'Hara. "You're sure, then, that Mr. Waxman hadn't received any threats of any kind?" "Yes, Mr. Keever, I'm sure he hadn't." It went on for about 15 minutes, and I decided Keever was prolonging the interview only because he appreciated Miss O'Hara's hosiery. I liked it too, but I still had a mild curiosity about who killed Waxman. I walked out of the library. "You'll have to hire a locksmith," I told Carruthers. "The petty girl doesn't know the combination." "We may find it somewhere," Carruthers said hopefully. I shook my head. "5 will get you 10 that you won't." I went out. The elevators were close by, but I used the stairway at the back of the building. I walked down 2 flights and found Jimmy Harmon's office. His secretary informed me that he was in, but very, very busy. "I'm the law," I said, showing my badge. "I think you'll see me." He did. He came to the door and ushered me inside in a very cordial way. He even flattered me by remembering my name, though I had hardly more than met him at the time of Peterson's trial. He seemed a nice enough guy, in spite of the $1 million he and his sister had inherited from James D. Harmon Sr., who had made his dough in the real estate business. This had been the old man's office. Jimmy pretended to be following in his father's footsteps, but he used the place mainly to recuperate from hangovers. As for selling real estate, he couldn't have sold a hideout to Hitler. "I thought you'd like to know," I opened, "that I went out and picked up Peterson. He'll be on ice for a nice long time." Harmon gave me a startled, then quizzical look. "It's all right," I assured him. "Keever told me all about it." Harmon looked a little hurt. "Damn it. I told Keever not to tell anyone." I smiled. "But I'm his right-hand man. It was natural for him to tell me who'd tipped him to Peterson's record." "I suppose it was." Harmon was studying me. "You didn't come here just to tell me you'd nailed Peterson." "No, I didn't. I thought you'd like to know that Peterson got away. He's still at large." Harmon got up and began to pace back and forth behind his desk. "Thanks, Corbett. I appreciate your warning me, but I'm sure Peterson will never guess that I turned him in, unless, of course, Keever's really started broadcasting it." He looked alarmed. "Do you think Keever's told anyone else besides you?" "I'm sure he hasn't. Besides, it looks as if you're quite safe. There's a pretty generally accepted theory that Peterson put the blame on his lawyer. Anyway, Shorty Waxman's up in his office, dead, and Peterson's been identified as a visitor. When they catch him, a stretch of life will be the least of his worries." Harmon had stopped short. "Waxman? Dead? Do you really think Peterson? Maybe. By the way, do you have an alibi for this noon?" "Me? Are you crazy? You can't—" Harmon glared. "But of course you can. You cops can suspect anybody for any reason, no matter how trivial. I suppose you think I might have murdered him merely because he tried to make a monkey out of me during Peterson's trial." I had to laugh at the memory of it. Waxman hadn't merely tried to make a monkey out of Harmon. He couldn't have succeeded much better if he had Harmon scratching for lice. Waxman had gone into the matter of this phony real estate layout, and a jury consisting of working folk had laughed their glee. But Waxman's jibes hadn't helped Peterson. I was just kidding about your alibi, I told Harmon, to cover up my laughter. Of course we don't suspect you of bumping Waxman. You had no motive whatever. And the fact that your office is in the same building doesn't mean anything either. By the way, I'm curious about how you tumbled to Peterson's record. That's something Kiva didn't tell me. That's because I didn't tell him, Harmon said sullenly. I don't see that it makes any difference how I got the information, so long as it was right. Right. Well, I'll be getting along. Harmon looked agitated as I left. I went back upstairs and found that even Kiva had had enough of the eye-filling O'Hara and had sent her home. I don't know that there's anything to do, he was telling Carruthers, until Peterson's picked up. He cast a side look in my direction. If he'd never got away, this wouldn't have happened. Pretending not to hear, I said, I'm driving back to the office. Want to come with me? Driving? You mean they found your car? No, I found it myself. Peterson didn't get very far. Where did he? I'll tell you about it sometime. Are you coming with me? No, I drove my own car. The parking lot at the Criminal Courts building was in back, and I entered by the back entrance. A figure startled me as it detached itself from a shadow. Hello, Mr. Corbett. It was Peterson. Well, well, fancy meeting you here. I'm giving myself up. I've been waiting to see you. I wanted you to be the one to turn me in. I hated about that break. I hope you won't do anything to my mother. She didn't know what she was doing. Forget it. I forgot to tell Kiva about her anyway. Peterson's eyes brightened. Thanks a million. When the radio news didn't mention her, I wondered if you'd left her out of it, but I didn't dare hope. Well, let's get going. I walked down the gloomy corridor beside Peterson. I asked casually, Did you have a nice talk with Waxman? Peterson started. How did you know about that? Well, you left my car right outside his office building. I did at that. I guess it doesn't make any difference whether you know about my seeing Waxman. I did see him. He told me to turn myself in. Oh, he did he? I suppose he told you he could beat the rat, that he'd take your case. He told me to keep my mouth shut. It was pretty good advice. I'll have to warn you that anything you may say will be held against you. I don't get it. Waxman's dead. Peterson stopped short. He was pale. Murdered? I nodded. He started on again with exaggerated casualness. Well, that makes me no difference. Nobody can hang that one on me. This time I stopped. Look here, Peterson, you're very inconsistent. A moment ago you indicated that Waxman was taking your case. It was plain from your manner that you had high hopes he would beat it for you, that Waxman was indeed your lifesaver. Now you're very indifferent about his murder. His murder means he wouldn't be in there to beat that habitual criminal charge for you. So either you're lying about Waxman helping you, or you're lying about his death making no difference. Which is it? Peterson eyed me coolly. I'm taking Waxman's advice. I'm keeping my mouth shut. We were within 10 feet of the elevator bank, and plenty of cops were coming in and out. They all knew about Peterson, but they never dreamed he could be the man talking with me. I took Peterson's arm and stopped him. You're not being very bright about this thing. I heard you make a threat about getting your hands on the guy who turned you in. It might interest you to know that the DA has a theory you did get your hands on the guy. Waxman. Peterson made a wry face. Then he's nuts. Waxman never turned me in. But he did know about your record. Of course, I leveled with him, and he's always played straight with me. An idea came to Peterson. Besides, why should he turn me in when he'd never been paid for defending me in that last case? I just started to pay him every week out of my wages. Going up for life would mean I'd never pay him another dime. So he took your case that other time without advance payment? That's not like Waxman. He always has to have it on the line. Well, he went to bat for me. I didn't have a dime and he knew it. Even the money I'd stolen from Harmon's safe, he made me turn that over to him so he could turn it in. He did that, every cent of it. And the other paper, too. What other paper? You weren't charged with stealing anything but the money. Oh, the other paper didn't amount to anything. Waxman said he'd give it back to Harmon personally. It was Harmon's will. I guess Waxman thought he wouldn't want it aired in public. It wasn't worth anything to anybody but Harmon, and he could easily have made a new one if he never got it back. That's very interesting. I'm sure even Keever didn't know about that angle. You didn't happen to read the will? Peterson looked a little shamefaced. As a matter of fact, I did. It was short. Harmon just left everything to Louise. Louise was Harmon's sister. I regarded Peterson curiously. Why in the world did you steal a will? I didn't know it was a will. It was in an envelope, like the money. I just grabbed both envelopes and ran when I heard someone coming. That sounded plausible. A servant had surprised Peterson at his thievery, and he had fled in haste, but not effectively enough to prevent his identification. Well, if Waxman didn't turn you in, who did? You're asking me? Peterson's manner changed. He regarded me hostilely. I don't like it a bit. You know damned well it wasn't Waxman, yet you're trying to make out that I killed him for revenge. All right, granting that Waxman wasn't the one who turned you in, you had no way of knowing that. He would be the logical man for you to suspect. Right now you can't think of anyone else who could have turned you in. Peterson's face flushed. I was right. He couldn't think of anyone else. He muttered, Damn you. You made me talk. From now on, I'm keeping my mouth shut. And he did. Keever conducted a cross-examination that lasted till 5 in the afternoon. By that time he was trembling with anger. His face stayed red 5 minutes after Peterson had been taken away. The rat, he growled. He got Waxman all right. It couldn't have been anyone else. He killed Waxman because he thought Waxman squealed on him. You seem pretty sure. By the way, was it Waxman? The rat, Keever muttered. Well, I'll break him down tomorrow if I have to grill him all day. Chapter 3. Pictures Can Lie. So Keever was holding out on me, as usual. He meant to let me think that Waxman had turned in Peterson's record. He would probably let the jury think that too, for it would point the finger of guilt more steadily at Peterson. Don't misunderstand Keever. He wasn't trying to railroad the youth. But years in the DA's office had slightly warped his sense of ethics. He had fought so many legal battles with unscrupulous shysters like the late Shorty Waxman that he had himself picked up a few low punches. He was morally certain that Peterson was guilty of Waxman's murder, and he meant to convict him by any means, fair or foul. But I couldn't quite accept the case as open and shut. There was something rank in Rotterdam, my nose told me, and I wanted to find out what it was. I lingered in the office long enough to phone homicide and learned that there had been no prints on the knife that had stabbed Waxman. I hadn't hoped there would be. I got in my car and headed out to Riverside Road. Riverside Road is the swank highway that runs along the Silver River bank north of town. Everybody who was anybody has a big estate up there, and old man Harmon had been somebody. The Harmon place was one of the biggest. It was here that Jimmy Harmon and his sister Louise had lived since their father's death. No will had turned up, so the pair had inherited the place equally as heirs at law. It was the wall safe in the wing occupied by Jimmy that Peterson had broken into. Peterson's job as gardener there had been full-time, but he had lived at his mother's apartment, commuting in an old flivver. Turning into the drive, I could easily see why it had been necessary to have a full-time man. The grounds were really magnificent. The house was something too, not quite a mansion, but almost large enough. A maid answered my ring. I flashed my badge. I'm from the DA's office. I want to see Miss Harmon. A little gleam of satisfaction came into the maid's eyes. Evidently she enjoyed a hope that her mistress was in trouble. She let me in and went eagerly to report my visit. But I had to wait 10 minutes before Louise Harmon showed up. I'm sorry. I was finishing dressing. That's all right. It was worth waiting for. It was. This Harmon was a slow-eyed brunette with a milky white complexion that rocked you on your heels. It was plain she had devoted a lot of time to making the best of her natural assets. Those last 10 minutes had been well spent. I introduced myself and said, I'm just doing a little informal checking up. Please don't get excited about it. I only want to have your corroboration of your brother's statement that you were with him at the time of Shorty Waxman's murder. Louise Harmon didn't look at all as if she intended to get excited. She looked at me as if trying to decide whether I had all my marbles. I don't understand. Why would my brother need an alibi for Waxman's murder? He certainly couldn't have had any reason to kill Waxman. I said lamely, he couldn't have had any love for Waxman after the way Waxman treated him at Peterson's trial. Louise Harmon now eyed me as if she had made up her mind about whether I had all my marbles. Her decision was plainly in the negative. Don't be absurd. Well, you haven't answered my question. Were you with Jimmy this noon? No, and you know I wasn't. He never told you that I was. All right, if you went with Jimmy, will you tell me where you were then? Louise Harmon's eyes widened. For a split second they became angry. Then they mocked me. So, I'm a suspect. Well, this is precious. Little Louise has finally amounted to something. A murder suspect at last after 22 years of a drab, dreary existence. Are you going to take me down to headquarters for a 3rd degree? I hope not. It'll help if you just tell me where you were. Her eyes gleamed with mock mystery. Everything's against me. I was in the Mercury Tower at noon. I can't deny it. The elevator starter would remember me. It's the curse of being so beautiful that every old man ogles you. Little did I dream. Well, to go on with my confession, I dropped in to see Jimmy. He wasn't there. His office was deserted, and I waited maybe 10 minutes in his reception room. Then I went out for lunch. So you don't have an alibi for 10 minutes? Louise Harmon hung her head. No, it was careless of me, but then I didn't know that Shorty Waxman was being murdered. She laughed in my face. My face was very red. Then I heard a noise and turned. Keever had come into the room. I recalled Louise Harmon's 10-minute delay. So she had called my boss. What's going on here, Ben? Keever's face was like a thundercloud. Louise Harmon answered for me. Oh, we're having a wonderful time. Isn't it marvelous? I'm getting the 3rd degree as a suspect in the Waxman murder case. Keever slowly faced me. Go outside, Ben. Wait for me. I'll be with you in a minute. I went outside. I leaned dejectedly on a fender of my car and lighted a cigarette. I wasn't half finished with it when Keever appeared. He hadn't cooled off a bit. A fine spot you put me in. I had to apologize all over the place. Imagine treating Louise Harmon as a murder suspect. I didn't. That was her idea. I was merely curious as to where her brother had been while Waxman was getting himself murdered. I found out one thing at least. Harmon wasn't in his office. His sister just told me so. Keever started to speak, then eyed me carefully. His anger subsided in favor of curiosity. Come on, Ben, get out. Why are you pointing your finger at Harmon? Well, there was a will. It was in the safe Peterson robbed. Peterson says it was Harmon's will, and he gave everything to Louise. Somehow the will was never mentioned at the trial. Jimmy Harmon said nothing about it being stolen, and Peterson says he turned it over to Waxman. Supposing Waxman decided not to give Harmon the will, maybe Harmon wanted it bad enough to kill him for it. Keever looked at me with horror. I never dreamed it. I never dreamed that anyone could be so ignorant of the law. Evidently you think that Harmon had to get his old will back and destroy it before he could make a new one? Why, all he would have to do to revoke the will would be to make a new one. Well, I'm not a lawyer, and you're a hell of a detective. What's the idea of holding out this long about that will? Try to remember that you're working for me. Instead of running around in circles and trying to crack this case on your own, I want you to get Waxman's secretary, the O'Hara girl, and bring her to Waxman's office by 8. A locksmith's going to try to open that safe this evening, and Waxman's secretary should know something about the contents. It was one deal I could accept without urging. I'd been careful to jot down Mickey O'Hara's address, but I hadn't hoped to be able to use it so soon. Her place turned out to be the first floor of a duplex. When she came to the door and saw me, she seemed a little disappointed. Oh, it's Mr. Corbett. I wasn't expecting you. Is your visit official? Only if you want it to be. I'm to take you to Waxman's office, and I thought you might like to have dinner first. I could see that she wasn't crazy about the idea, but she said, Why, that would be lovely. I'll only take a minute. Her place was furnished modestly enough. I dropped into a lounge chair and surveyed things casually. My gaze halted at a silver picture frame. It contained the smiling likeness of Jimmy Harmon. It was a good photo, but it had been mounted in such a way that the face bulged and looked a little bloated. I averted my gaze from the photo as Mickey O'Hara appeared, but she gave the photo a sharp look, realizing I couldn't have missed it. "So you and Jimmy are that way?" I ventured, when we had driven a block from the duplex. Mickey O'Hara gave a nervous little laugh. "I consider Jimmy a very good friend, that's all. We used to bump into each other in the elevator and got to having lunch together. As for Jimmy being that way, I don't have to tell you about his reputation as a bite-and-run wolf." I let it go at that. I drove across town, out on Broad, and pulled up at the Arabian Grill. It's an expensive joint that I seldom patronize for an obvious reason, but I had good cause for selecting it now. "You'll have to run along and order for both of us while I go down the street and get a check cashed. They don't know me in there." I waited till she had gone inside, then turned around and drove back to the duplex. Picking its lock took only a minute, and once inside I didn't bother to turn on the lights, for I knew where to go. I crossed the room to the silver picture frame and pried off its heavy cardboard back. The back and picture fell free to expose a folded paper between. I got out a pocket flash and scrutinized the paper. It was the Harmon will. I read it through. It was a homemade job, all right, written by a guy who thought anyone can write his own will. I know better. I've whiled away quite a bit of time in Kiva's office over a book on wills, and I know they're tricky things. A lot of people so hate to give a lawyer $5 that they write their own wills, and after they're dead, their crude mistakes cause long-winded lawsuits that result in the lawyers getting all of their estates. I put out my flash, folded up the will, and started for the door. Then I went out like a light. I knew when I came around that I'd taken a perfect rabbit punch. I got up off the floor and fell down again. The next time I stayed up, but I knew I was going to be sick. I went into the bathroom and got it over with. Then I went back into the room. The will was gone. I didn't waste time looking for it. My watch said 8:30. I went out to my car and drove to the Mercury Tower. There was one of Carruthers' men at the door. He looked at me pityingly as he let me in. "I'm sure glad I'm not in your shoes. Keever's laying for you with a meat axe." I couldn't think of a single cute thing to say. The night man took me to Waxman's floor. The first face I saw when I opened his office door was Sam Peterson's. He was flanked by 2 headquarters men, and Carruthers himself sat close by. But Peterson looked strangely at ease, in contrast to the others in the room. There was quite a gathering. Her silken knees crossed, Mickey O'Hara knifed me a look from a chair in a corner. Jimmy Harmon had joined her. It was something of a shock to discover his sister seated on the opposite side of the room. Louise Harmon apparently had been in conversation with Keever, who stood beside her. His face got red the moment he saw me. "So you've finally shown up," he raged. "Pardon my curiosity, but would you mind telling me why it is that when I send you out to do even the simplest thing, you muff the job?" "He was trying to cash a check," Mickey O'Hara said icily. "I hope you succeeded, brother, 'cause you owe me $3 for the steak I ordered for you. Whether you have the chivalry to pay for the one I ate is purely speculative." Somewhat grandly I paid up, but that didn't satisfy Keever. "Well, what have you got to say for yourself?" "Nothing. Anything I said would be used against me." I was busy trying to figure out Keever's angle in having Jimmy and Louise Harmon and Peterson here. What was up Keever's sleeve? "The safe," I said. "Has it been opened yet?" Keever shook his head. "But it soon will be. We got a good man in there." He indicated the inner office. "He's been at it since 7. He should be through any minute now." Keever did have something up his sleeve, all right. Plenty. Otherwise he wouldn't have left off writing me about my unexplained absence. I was glad to let it go at that, and for about 10 minutes we all waited in uncomfortable silence. Most uncomfortable of all was Jimmy Harmon. He sat fidgeting, mopping his moistened temples from time to time. He started half out of his chair when the door suddenly opened, and a bald little guy stuck his face through. "All set, Mr. Keever." I knew the locksmith, Clyde Altman. He was a skilled man, trusted by the police. But Keever had seen to it that a headquarters man had been on the job while Altman had worked. "Has anything been touched?" Keever questioned the man as we filed into the inner room. "Not a thing, sir. The strong box door's been opened. That's the only thing that's been done to the inside." We formed a semicircle in front of the safe at a respectful distance. Keever, wasting no time with the stuff in the pigeonholes, removed the strong box drawer at once. His eyes lighted as he saw the paper on top. He snatched it up, unfolded it, and gave it a rapid inspection. There was triumph in his eyes as he turned mysteriously to Louise Harmon. "Miss Harmon, will you please look at this signature?" Keever exhibited the paper. The girl's eyes widened. "Why, it's Dad's signature. What is this paper?" "It's a will, Miss Harmon. Your father's will. And now, Peterson, come over here and look carefully. Did you ever see this paper before?" Peterson came forward and scanned the paper with growing astonishment. "Yes, I saw it once. It's the will that I stole out of Jimmy Harmon's safe." "Exactly." Keever's eyes flashed with triumph as they fixed their gaze upon Jimmy Harmon. The boy had lost all color. Satisfied, Keever turned to me. "You didn't realize it, Ben, but this afternoon you gave me the information that enabled me to crack this case. When you told me that Peterson had stolen a will and that it left the entire estate to Louise Harmon, you unwittingly supplied the key to the entire case. You see, it wasn't Jimmy Harmon's will that was stolen. Peterson thought so because it was in Jimmy's safe, and because he was misled by the signature. As Miss Harmon has just stated, the signature was actually her father's. His name is the same as Jimmy's. It wasn't Jimmy who was leaving everything to his sister. It was James D. Harmon Sr. In his father's will, Jimmy was completely disinherited." Chapter 4. The Real McCoy. Keever's words seemed to echo in the still room. Suddenly he whirled again upon Jimmy Harmon. "Do you dare deny it?" he barked. The youth admitted hollowly, "It's Dad's will, all right. I found it after his death and hid it in my safe." Louise Harmon gave a startled gasp. "Jimmy, how could you do such a thing?" Jimmy Harmon lost his hangdog look as anger reddened his face. "Wipe that look of righteous indignation off your face. I wasn't doing anything you wouldn't have done. What you did was worse. You sold Dad the idea that I was a spendthrift playboy who couldn't look out for himself. If only Dad would leave everything to you, you'd take care of me. Yes, you would. You'd have doled out a nickel at a time and made me crawl for it. When I hid that will, I was only protecting my rightful property. And you were doing the same thing when you killed Shorty Waxman." Everybody subsided at Keever's accusation. Keever pressed home the advantage his shock had given. "You killed Waxman because he had the will and because he had been blackmailing you. Though Peterson failed to understand the significance of the will, thinking it was your own, Waxman knew better. That's why he took Peterson's case, though Peterson didn't have any money to pay him. He knew he could collect plenty by threatening you with exposure. But he didn't know you'd get so desperate that you'd kill him. And you did kill him, didn't you?" Keever had his long forefinger under Jimmy Harmon's nose now, and Harmon slapped it away with a sharpness that made Keever wince. "Damn you, no! Sure, Waxman was blackmailing me. The dirty skunk started it even before Peterson's trial. He insisted that Peterson knew nothing about it, that only he knew the truth about the will. I paid and paid. I might have dropped the prosecution against Peterson if I hadn't been sore about the hell he had caused me. That's why I turned in his penitentiary record. Last Saturday afternoon I got half soused and spilled the beans to you. It wasn't very bright, but then I felt I had to take it out on somebody. I couldn't touch Waxman." "But you did, Jimmy. This noon. You touched him deeply. With a knife. You killed him because his relentless blackmailing had made you desperate. You can't look me in the eye and deny it." Something inside Jimmy Harmon seemed to snap. Before Keever could dodge, Harmon had landed a solid punch on his jaw. Keever reeled and would have gone down if Carruthers hadn't caught him. Shaking with anger, he roared, "See? See what he did? It all goes to show how he resorts to violence when cornered. I'm warning you, Harmon, that anything you say will be held against you." I took a deep breath. "Might I say a word?" Keever growled. "Well, Ben, what is it?" I took another deep breath. "I don't want to upset your little playhouse, but I think you ought to know that this will hasn't been locked in the safe since Waxman's murder. It was planted there. I happen to know because a couple of hours ago I saw it in Mickey O'Hara's apartment. It was hidden back of her photo of Jimmy Harmon. I'd just removed it when I got conked. I passed out cold. That explains why I didn't show up with Miss O'Hara as scheduled." Keever's jaw hung open. "Ben, are you sure about that? Are you sure this will was at Mickey O'Hara's apartment?" "Positively. I read the whole will by my flashlight." Keever looked lost. He turned slowly to face Mickey O'Hara. "Is this true?" Jimmy Harmon stepped forward, firmly grasping Mickey O'Hara's arm. "Just a moment, Keever. Supposing Mickey did have the will, and did conceal it the same as I did. I believe that the concealment of a will is a criminal offense. If she admitted that she had it, would she be laying herself open to a criminal charge?" Keever nodded reluctantly. "That's right. Miss O'Hara, I'll have to warn you that your answer may be held against you." Mickey O'Hara replied coolly and without hesitation. "This detective is right. The will was at my place, hidden in a picture frame. A short time after I met Jimmy, he told me about the jam he was in and asked me to help him. I didn't have any trouble going through the files of the Peterson case. That's how I was able to find out about Peterson's criminal record and turn it over to Jimmy. It took me longer to find an occasion when the safe was unlocked and get into the strongbox. But I did find the opportunity, and I've had the will for a couple of weeks." Jimmy Harmon's eyes widened as they stared. "Why, Mickey, why didn't you tell me you had it?" "Because I love you, you wolf. Your only interest in me was to get me to help you recover that will. Once I'd delivered it, you'd have dropped me like a hot potato. So long as I had the will, I had you." "But, Mickey, I wouldn't have—" "That doesn't change anything," Keever interrupted Harmon. "The fact that Miss O'Hara had the will doesn't alter the fact that you thought Waxman had it. Your motive remains as strong as ever." I indulged in another deep breath. "But that doesn't explain why Harmon would slug me to get the will and plant it in this safe, where it was bound to be found. You've just heard him confess that he had concealed it and paid blackmail to prevent its exposure." Keever had no comeback for that one. I pressed my advantage. The person who planted that will wanted it to be found, wanted it to be exposed. That person had the most to be gained from the will's exposure. It was that person that Waxman phoned this noon, just before he left Mike's restaurant. "What phone call?" Keever demanded. "You said nothing about seeing Waxman at Mike's. Why are you always holding out on me?" I shrugged. I didn't think it was important at the time. Now I realized what upset Waxman when I told him Peterson had been picked up on the Habitual Criminal Act. He guessed that Harmon had turned him in, and that showed him Harmon was getting too desperate to be blackmailed. It was time to make a deal with the one person who had most to benefit by the exposure of the will. So he called that person and made a noon appointment at his office. Waxman quickly made a deal with his visitor, selling the will for a cash price. But when he went to his safe and opened it, he found that the will was missing. It was never like Waxman to give up any money once he had his hands on it. He stalled, but the purchaser of the will suspected trickery, was angered into murderous fury. A paper knife was convenient. You can guess the rest. Later, the murderer, aware of the romantic connection between Jimmy Harmon and Waxman's secretary, guessed that the girl might have got the will from Waxman's safe and might have it in her possession. So the murderer went to the girl's apartment, found that I had discovered the will, slugged me, and took it from me. Then the murderer, who had memorized the combination of Waxman's safe, came here and planted the will where it would be found. I paused. Keever had listened intently. Now he said, "But whoever planted that will had to have a key to the building, and a key to Waxman's office." I regarded Louise Harmon. "Miss Harmon, do you have a key to this building?" The girl was pale. "Yes, Father gave me one several years ago. His office is now Jimmy's. I still have the key. And you admit that you visited the building this noon? Of course. I told you that when you called this afternoon. But there was nobody here to corroborate your alibi. No. I also told you that Jimmy wasn't here. Nobody was here but me. I turned to Keever. There you are. Getting a key to Waxman's office wouldn't be such a hard stunt for the murderer. It might have been taken from Waxman's pocket, or one might have been loose around Mickey O'Hara's place. Keever had been staring incredulously at Louise Harmon. Slowly he turned to me. Then you think the murderer is Louise? She's the only one to gain from the exposure of the will. No, Bert, you're wrong. You glanced at the beginning of the will, the part that left everything to Louise outright. Read the last paragraph. It's a little vague, but the meaning is clear. Old man Harmon knew how he wanted to leave his estate all right. He meant that Louise should have it all, but should pay out to Jimmy whatever he actually needed. But he didn't know how to say it. When he got through pecking out his homemade will on his typewriter, he had left everything to Louise, but in trust for Jimmy. When Jimmy discovered the will after his father's death, he didn't understand it any better than his father had, and he was afraid to go to a lawyer. So he hid the will in his safe. Peterson stole it, failed to realize that it was the old man's will, and turned it over to Waxman, who understood it at a glance. Then Waxman contacted Jimmy and explained that the will really made him the sole beneficiary of his father's estate, that all Louise could ever get out of it was a nominal fee for administering the trust. Waxman had Jimmy over a barrel. Jimmy had concealed the existence of the will. He couldn't prove its existence now unless Waxman turned it over. Waxman held out for a price. Jimmy refused to meet it. They haggled for a year, Jimmy finally using Mickey O'Hara in an attempt to get his fingers on the precious paper. In a fit of meanness, he exposed Peterson's criminal record, and that scared Waxman. He knew that he was dealing with a desperate man. He phoned Jimmy, and they got together on a price. When they met in Waxman's office, and he couldn't produce the will, Jimmy blew his top and knifed Waxman to death. Keever had been reading the last paragraph of the will as he listened. Now he stared at Jimmy Harmon. You really had it all figured out, didn't you? By planting this will in the safe, you made yourself seem the least likely suspect. Who would accuse you of doing the planting when you thought exposure of the will completely disinherited you? Nobody, Jimmy Harmon answered promptly. And nobody will ever believe I planted it there. In spite of your stooge's beautiful theory, it's nothing but a theory. You've got nothing against me but circumstantial evidence. He calmly lighted a cigarette and blew the smoke into Keever's face. Mickey O'Hara had stood loyally by him until now, but she edged away. The revulsion she felt was shared by the rest of us, but we knew the truth was reflected in Keever's face. He and the rest of us knew that Harmon's taunt was painfully true. We had nothing but a theory. I faced Keever. I think it's time I should tell you that I've been holding out again. My theory didn't just come out of my head. I had something concrete to go on. When I got conked tonight, I got a glimpse of the guy that conked me just before I passed out. It was Harmon. I guess there's something more than circumstantial about that. Harmon whirled upon me. You're a damned liar. You went out like a light. I grinned in his face. He started, saw that his slip was fatal. He wheeled, ran toward the door. Sam Peterson casually thrust out his foot. Harmon tripped and fell sprawling. The two headquarters men dragged Harmon ignominiously to his feet. He was blubbering as they took him out. So you held out on me again, said Keever. How am I going to cure you? You don't have to. I didn't hold out this time. Harmon was right. I'm a damn liar. I passed out like a light. Keever shook his head. He smiled at Louise Harmon, who looked stunned. Don't feel so badly about it. Your brother will get off with life. His murder of Waxman was only second degree because it wasn't premeditated, but done in anger. As for the will, I must say that Waxman was really trying to make a sucker out of your brother. It isn't any will at all. Evidently your father didn't know you're supposed to have witnesses to his signature. Anyway, there are none, so you'll each get half of your father's estate, though Jimmy won't get much of a chance to spend his share unless he spends it on lawyers. Louise Harmon didn't seem at all relieved. She looked first at Mickey O'Hara, who was quietly sobbing, then at Peterson. She turned to Keever. "Must this man be prosecuted? Will he have to go to the penitentiary for life?" Keever hesitated. Peterson spoke up. "Thanks for your sympathy, Miss Harmon, but I don't need it. You see, I had quite a talk with Mr. Waxman before he was murdered. He told me something about my trial for the robbery of your brother's safe. I was tried both for breaking and entering and grand larceny, but when the jury returned a verdict of guilty as charged in the indictment, they didn't specify which offense I was guilty of. Mr. Waxman said that though grand larceny is an offense listed in the Habitual Criminal Act, breaking and entering isn't. He says the jury's verdict would have to be strictly construed in my favor, so I'd be shown to be guilty only."
Murder in one syllable. John D. MacDonald. John Dan MacDonald, 1916 to 1986, was born in Sharon, Pennsylvania, moved to Utica, New York, received a B.S. from Syracuse University, then an M.B.A. from Harvard. He worked as a businessman without much success, then joined the Army, serving from 1940 to 1946, achieving the rank of lieutenant colonel in the OSS. When he returned to the United States, he began to write full-time, selling sports, adventure, fantasy, science fiction, and mystery stories to pulp magazines and such slicks as Liberty, Cosmopolitan, and Collier's. His 1949 move to Florida gave him access to the water and boating, which served as the background for many of his novels, notably those about Travis McGee, who lives on a houseboat named The Busted Flush, which he won in a poker game. One of the great characters of mystery fiction, McGee is a combination private detective and thief who makes his living by recovering stolen property and, while living outside the law, victimizes only criminals. He is not a private eye in the Raymond Chandler sense of being a knight, though he fills that role more often than not as an avenger, coming to the aid of, invariably, beautiful women who fall for the rugged outdoorsman. There are 19 McGee novels, mostly paperback originals, beginning with The Deep Blue Goodbye, 1964. His suspense novel, The Executioners, 1958, was filmed twice as Cape Fear, in 1962 with Gregory Peck, Robert Mitchum, and Polly Bergen, and in 1991 with Nick Nolte, Robert De Niro, Jessica Lange, and Juliette Lewis. Murder in One Syllable was published in the May 1949 issue.
Murder in One Syllable.
Startling mystery action novelette. Bullets for breakfast were on the menu for thrill-hungry Cynthia Darrold when she picked up the right guy in the wrong tavern.
Chapter 1. Paul January. In childhood, there had been a sentence, a trick sentence, to punctuate. That is that is not that is. That is. The sodden handkerchief, growing crusty furthest from the wound, was an actuality. It was wedged under his belt, just above the watch pocket of his gunmetal gabardine slacks. Nor could the existence of a small bit of lead be denied, though its presence within him was more the result of circumstantial reasoning. There was a hole for entrance, yet no discernible hole of exit. Though conscious of the absurdity of his reasoning, he tried to tell himself that the handkerchief was where it belonged, crisp and fresh, in the left-hand pocket of his rayon cord jacket, not tucked under his belt at all. And that, of course, meant corollary reasoning. The bullet was still in the gun. Possibly the gun was still in a pawn shop. It had looked to be that sort of a gun. And it also meant that the girl was somewhere other than on her back in the cerise and white kitchen where he had left her, with a bullet in her head. He swallowed hard, and wondered whether his nausea came from the memory of the girl or from his own weakness. The sun was very warm, and it was remarkably difficult to walk, as though there was no hole in the taut belly muscles just over the watch pocket, no sticky handkerchief balled and wedged under the gray and white belt against the white mesh fabric of the shirt. It was easier to think that the handkerchief was still in his pocket, the bullet still in the gun, the girl out riding in a convertible, the wind in her hair, her eyes half shut, a warm and secret smile on her lips. Try as he might, it was almost impossible to swing his right arm gracefully and naturally. He kept wanting to press the inside of his arm against the lump of the handkerchief. He realized he was heading toward a rather shoddy section of the strange city, but wisdom dictated that he continue. It would be rather suspicious to be looking around to see if he were followed. To stop and retrace his steps would court suspicion. A candy store was directly ahead of him. The buildings all reached to the edge of the rather narrow sidewalk. Two narrow-faced little children came whooping out of the candy store, sucking on ice cream sticks. They stopped dead and stared at him.
"What you walking like that for, mister?"
"Apparently I'm not walking properly. Straighten up, Paul, old man." He gave them a peaceful smile, wondering if it looked more like a grimace. The effort required to straighten up was surprisingly great. He felt as though his flesh and bone had been doubled over, crimped or stapled in place, felt as though it tore him to straighten up. The children solemnly sucked the ice cream and regarded him coldly. He went on and didn't look back. His feet had begun to feel as though they dangled inches above the hot pavement, as though by no effort could he stretch them down to an intimate contact with reality. He walked over and got into a parked cab. As they neared the station, he gave the driver a wise smile and said, "Look, old man, there's a woman waiting in there for me, and I want to avoid her. Here's my check for 2 suitcases. Would you mind awfully?" The driver winked at him. "I know how it is, Mac." 10 minutes later, the taxi driver let him off at the bus station. He overtipped the man. The sun was getting low. His suitcases made long, solid shadows on the dusty sidewalk. He knew it was going to be one of the most difficult things he had ever attempted. As he lifted the 2 bags, the sweat jumped out on his forehead, and the world darkened around him. His shoulder struck the doorframe, and he knew his mouth was drawn down in an absurd grimace. After he sat on the hard bench for a few moments, his breathing quieted, and he could see clearly once more. Paul January went to the ticket counter. Behind the ticket seller was a map of the bus lines, marked heavily in red. He squinted at it and picked out a name. "One way to Rockwarren, please." "That'll be $2.85, sir. Next bus leaves in 20 minutes out that side door over there." Paul held himself very straight as he went back to his bench. An old man sat beside him, lean jaw stubbled with white, shapeless gray cap, reddened eyes roving in constant wariness. The old man jerked a pint bottle out of his side pocket, took long swallows, his seamed throat convulsing. He lowered the bottle, wiped his mouth on his hand, gagged, and slid the bottle back in his pocket. Paul January separated $2 from the wadded bills in his pocket. "I'll give you $2 for the rest of that bottle," he said. The wary old eyes regarded him. "You look like you need it, friend." He slid the bottle over, pocketed the $2. Paul January, ignoring the baleful eye of a matron on his right, tilted it up and finished it without once taking it from his lips. The liquor hit his stomach, radiated warmth and strength in all directions. The driver put the suitcases in the side compartment. Paul January went to the 3rd seat behind the driver, inched in close to the window. He pulled his coconut straw hat low over his eyes. He was asleep by the time the bus started.
Chapter 2. Olive Morgentine. She was a muscular and angular woman in her late 50s, with teeth as white, as carefully tended, and as artificial as the low white picket fence surrounding her tiny footage and white cottage. Though Henry Morgentine had died 18 years before, Olive still talked about him in a manner which had sensitive guests on the verge of glancing quickly over their shoulders. Her living room, a 12-by-12 cube, was jammed. In solitary and muscular splendor, Mrs. Olive Morgentine moved carefully among her possessions, dusting, oiling, polishing. Her most startling variation from type was an addiction to very gay and quite youthful clothes, horridly embellished by whole areas of clattering, clanking costume jewelry. During the past 6 months, Olive Morgentine had been kept in a state of outrage. It was all due to the development. She failed to see why the empty lot near her cottage, adjoining it, in fact, had been shrewdly split into 2 tiny lots and a white house erected on each. As if that were not enough, the couple who purchased the house nearest to hers had been of a very low type, my dear, the things I could tell you. The facts were a silver thread running through her fabric of woe. A couple had bought the house next door. He was some sort of salesman. She was a coarse-looking young woman, pretty in a rather vulgar way, blatant in her dress and her habits. Olive Morgentine did not mind the shrill quarrels when the husband was home, nor did she mind the lateness of their parties. She could have adjusted to those factors. The one thing she could not stand was the fact that Mrs. Darrell stands out on that stupid little back porch and hurls, just hurls, mind you, all of the empty bottles and cans down to the foot of the yard. You have no idea what it is doing to the neighborhood. I suppose when their yard is full, they'll start hurling them into my begonias. Cynthia Darrell's habits were just sufficiently regular to react on Mrs. Morgentine in the same way as the ancient torture of the slow dripping of water. With her husband away, Cynthia Darrell apparently arose around 11. She made her breakfast and loafed until late afternoon. At that time, she would make herself some cocktails, quite a number, in fact, and later have a can of soup before going out. Thus, every day, somewhere between 4 and 6, a bottle or a can would be hurled out into the yard. No matter how Mrs. Morgentine tried to avoid hearing the noise, she would always hear it. There was another factor in Cynthia Darrell's life that bothered Mrs. Morgentine a great deal. She was always asleep when Cynthia came home, and rather too often, sometime during the following day, a strange young man, usually a different one, would walk from the Darrell house and disappear down the street headed toward the nearest bus stop. Never did Cynthia stir herself to climb behind the wheel of the powerful red roadster and take the young man back to wherever he belonged. It was 4 o'clock, and Mrs. Morgentine was beginning to get her daily case of nerves over the routine of the tin can or the bottle. She stood well back from her windows and watched the Darrell house. At noon, a tall young man had walked away from the Darrell house. He had been rather a good-looking young man, wearing gray slacks and one of those cotton sports coats. Of course, she could not say but that he had arrived just before she saw him leave, as she had been rather busy in her bedroom sorting her jewelry. Surely any minute now she would see signs of Cynthia's moving about in the kitchen, and then, indolent and sloppily dressed, Cynthia would shuffle out onto her porch, brace herself, and throw a can or a bottle down the yard. Mrs. Morgentine made herself some tea, drank it, paced restlessly about, looked at her watch, a little after 5, and still no crash and clatter in the backyard. Yes, the red car was still parked beside the house. 5:30. 5:45. 6. 5 after 6. Mrs. Morgentine stood up. She had been sitting by her beautifully polished dining-room table, drumming on it with business-like fingernails. Mrs. Darrell had never been this late. She went to the phone. "Information, please. Do you have a phone listed for a Mr. Gaylord Darrell on Hillside Drive? Thank you very much." She dialed the number they had given her. She cocked her head on one side and listened. Yes, she could hear the distant ringing of the Darrell phone. She counted the rings. After it rang 24 times, she hung up, began to tap on her front teeth with the back of her thumbnail. Cynthia Darrell surely could not be sleeping that soundly. Mrs. Morgentine paced back and forth through the little house. She made her decision. Of course, if Cynthia came to the door, it would be a very neighborly thing to have done, and might mean that the Darrell woman would be in her hair until she could successfully freeze her out again. Mrs. Morgentine emptied a small sugar bowl back into the big sugar tin. She put a wide, shallow smile on her knobbed face, walked briskly down to her garden gate, stepped delicately over the maze of cans and bottles, and climbed the warped steps to the Darrell back door. The buzzer inside was startlingly loud. After giving the buzzer 7 long rings, she thumped heartily on the door with a capable fist. No answer. She half-turned, then, lips compressed, snatched the doorknob and turned it. The door opened readily. She tiptoed into the back hall. A big refrigerator hummed. A distant clock ticked. Sunlight fell in a fading pattern on the rather grubby linoleum. Holding her breath and clutching the sugar bowl, Mrs. Morgentine tiptoed her way into the kitchen. The blue sugar bowl slipped from her fingers and smashed on the floor. The first 3 screams were high and thin. She stood, staring down at the dead woman, and screamed again and again until her voice itself was almost gone and had become a hoarse bellow. It was then that she realized that with the as yet unoccupied house on one side, and with her own empty house on the other, and with no houses across the street, screaming was a singularly empty procedure. She moved sideways to the sink, turned on the cold water, cupped her hand, and liberally spattered her face. It felt very good. Mrs. Morgentine's appetite for the mystery story was almost insatiable. She began to think in terms of murder weapon, and motive, and suspects, and scene of the crime. She found the weapon, a disappointingly inoffensive-appearing automatic, on the far side of the kitchen, almost under the kitchen table. She knew enough not to touch it. She regretted touching the faucet. She backed out of the kitchen, scurried down the steps, and began to run down toward her garden gate. She was standing impatiently in front of the Darrell house when the white police sedan appeared 5 minutes later. She gave them no chance to ask questions. As she followed them up to the front door of the Darrell house, both policemen had begun to walk with their knees bent, as men who brace themselves against a storm. Chapter 3. Doris Logan. She wrinkled her nose at the ripe stink of alcohol as she took her seat beside the sleeping man. She half stood, lurching as the bus started, but there were no other vacant seats. Well, if he kept sleeping, he'd be no trouble. She wondered vaguely why she was always getting entangled with amorous drunks. Doris Logan was remarkably devoid of pride or pretense. When she thought of herself, which was seldom, she thought of a girl who was too tall, with a mouth that was too wide, hair of a strange red color, eyes that were an odd greeny pale. She did not know that it all added up to a striking attractiveness. She thought of herself as a husky and capable nurse, which she was. Though vaguely conscious of missing some important and integral part of her life, she found that men bored her, almost without exception. A kiss was a remarkably unsanitary gyration. But, on the bus trip, she had no time to think of vague matters. Her problems were more specific. For 3 years she had been the surgical assistant to a very fine doctor. She had followed him in so many operations that she could anticipate his every move. A week before, the doctor she worked for explained that the hospital administration was requesting him to return to the system whereby he took on interns as surgical assistants, thus complicating his own operations but furthering their education. He gave her a month off with pay, and she had spent 1 week at a rented cabin at Lake Morris near Rockwarren. She had thought of offering her services to another surgeon whom she knew, and had left her car at the bus station in Rockwarren, had taken the bus down to the city. She found that the other surgeon had the same problem. After the 3 years of acting as surgical assistant, she doubted whether she could force herself to return to a nursing routine. So Doris Logan was worrying about her future. Unless she could find the means and the opportunity to go to medical school, further progress in the field was denied her. In fact, they wanted her to retrogress. To an individual of her spirit, this was very irksome indeed. She thought of her mind as one of the little white mice she had seen once in a laboratory maze. It ran back and forth, bewildered, its pink nose twitching. The bus was getting well out into the country. The sun had gone below the horizon, and the after-work traffic had lessened. Neon was flashing up in front of the juke spots on the highway, and some gas stations were already floodlighted. The driver clicked on the inside lights in the bus. Her seat companion stirred restlessly, and his hat rolled off his head, blundered down into her lap. She picked it up with distaste, glanced at him, half stood, and put it on the overhead rack. She looked at him for a time. Silly man to get so drunk. Yet rather a nice-looking man. Sensitivity in that face, and intelligence. The eyes were set well in the face, and the mouth, though slack in sleep, had a certain firmness and character. She suddenly felt a warmth that surprised her. Doris, my girl, if you start feeling mushy about drunks in buses, you are really in a sad, bad way. There were spots of color in the man's cheek. His breathing was a shade too rapid. Professional interest immediately swallowed personal interest. She watched him narrowly. If she took his wrist to find the pulse, he might awaken. She moved her head to where she could watch a pulse in his throat. Her watch, of course, had a sweep second hand. She counted. 112. Not good at all. Ever so lightly, she touched the back of her hand to his dry forehead. It was alarmingly hot. The slight pressure disturbed him. His right arm moved up, and the inside of the forearm pressed against his side, just at his waistline. His hand slowly slid back to the seat. She looked at the place where he had pressed. There seemed to be a slight bulge there. She wondered what it was. She carefully grasped the edge of the rayon cord jacket, lifted it until she could see his gray and white belt. She caught her underlip between her teeth. Even under weak artificial light in a moving bus, she could tell dried blood when she saw it. It led to a very direct line of reasoning. The man was hurt. There were doctors in the city. He was leaving the city. Thus, the wound would be either a knife wound or a bullet wound. She wondered which. She did not doubt for one moment the correctness of her reasoning. She remembered a ticket stub inside the gray hatband. She stood up and glanced at it. Rockwarren. At Rockwarren, she would turn him over to the police. He would probably be wanted. But 10 miles from Rockwarren, he moaned. He opened his eyes and looked at her with the glaze of partial delirium. She saw his teeth shut hard, saw him slowly pull himself together. He sat up and said weakly, "Could you tell me how far it is to Rockwarren?" She liked his voice, and she liked his eyes. "Another 15 minutes." She leaned toward him and said, in that trained voice that doesn't carry as far as a whisper, "How far do you expect to walk with that wound?" His hand lifted to his side, then slowly dropped. Surprisingly, he smiled. "You got me, pal," he said. "Can you make it about 50 yards? "By myself, yes, but not carrying 2 suitcases." He sank into the seat of the small coupe with a heartfelt sigh. She got behind the wheel and drove back to the bus station. He waited, and she came out in a moment carrying his bags. In the center of the small village, she went into a drugstore. When she came out, she saw that he was either asleep or had fainted. She got behind the wheel, stowed her package in back, considered a moment, and then lowered him so that his head rested in her lap. She threw his hat in back. 5 miles from Rockwarren, she turned off the county road onto a dirt track with grass growing high in the middle. It brushed the underside of the car. Her lights made a bright tunnel through the darkness of the woods. The road went down a steep pitch. She steadied him with her right hand on his shoulder. At the foot of the incline, she turned sharply left, her lights brushing across a split-log cabin. Beyond the cabin was the lake shore. She left him in the car, went up onto the porch, went into the spare bedroom, and turned on the lights. Deftly, she made up the bed with her extra sheets. She could not rouse him when she returned to the car. With her hands in his armpits, she dragged him out, his heels hitting the ground. She rested when she got him to the steps. She rested again when she got him to the top of the steps. After dragging him across the small living room and into the bedroom, she made one final effort and managed to get him up onto the bed. She saw that the dragging had opened the wound again, if indeed it had ever been entirely closed. She boiled the probe and scalpel on the kitchen stove, put the sulfa powder, gauze, and adhesive on the nightstand. In 5 minutes, she knew that she would not have to drive back to the village for the doctor as she had planned. The slug had hit at an angle, had followed all the way around his side, not far under the skin, and had lodged within an inch of his backbone. She felt the lump with her fingers. Deftly, she made the short incision, popped the ugly-looking chunk of lead out by pressing delicately with her thumbs on either side of it. She washed both wounds, packed them with the sulfa powder, bandaged them expertly. His fever was just under 102. She gave him sulfa tablets, which, in his unconscious state, he choked on. She then injected penicillin into him, covered him up, clicked out the bright light, and left the room. At the doorway, she paused, intending to go back and take his wallet and look for identification. But she couldn't do it. She could not bring herself to snoop among his papers. After she had quietly closed his door, she realized how tired she was. She went out onto the screened porch and looked at the moon pattern across the water. She tried to bring her mind back to the problem of her future, but somehow she could not work up a sufficient amount of interest. She smoked 2 cigarettes, and, when she began to yawn, she went to her bedroom. Then she realized that he might wake up and leave. With a determined stride, she went back to his room, collected both suitcases, took them back to her room, and shot the bolt.
Chapter 4. Gaylord Darrell. He sat on the kitchen table and couldn't keep his eyes off the heavily chalked outline on the floor. The outline of Cynthia. There were 2 men in the kitchen with him. The big, dull-looking one who leaned against the sink was a Lieutenant Croby. He had a flat, tanned face and blue eyes that looked like marbles, freshly spray-painted in watery blue. The other one was a fat and asthmatic man with a cherub face, a shining bald skull, and a deep, somehow sickening dimple in his forehead. His name was Sergeant Love. He had been an exceedingly doleful and lugubrious man until one day a hopped-up 17-year-old had shot Sergeant Love square in the forehead with a .22 pistol. The tiny slug had gone an inch deep into the gray tissue of Sergeant Love's frontal lobe and had turned him into a jolly and optimistic man who told his wife every day of her life that he was living on borrowed time. "Give it to me slow again," Croby said. "Our marriage had turned into something pretty dull some time ago. She lived her life, I lived mine. When I was home, she cooked for me and kept my clothes in shape. When I was away, I didn't care what she did, just so long as she didn't spend too much money. You buy her the car? She had some money of her own. You got any idea who she might have quarreled with?" "No," Gaylord Darrell said. The gleaming young man from the district attorney's office came back into the kitchen. He gave each of the 3 men an identical nod. Mr. Gaylord Darrell had arrived home at 10:15 in the morning, exactly 16 hours after the discovery of the body of his wife by Mrs. Morgantine. The burnished young man from the district attorney's office was named Haggard, DeWolf Haggard. He had been in and out of the kitchen 5 times. Gaylord Darrell was the sort of lean-headed man, the type who in his 20s is called wise, in his 30s is called sophisticated, in his 40s is called dissipated, and in his 50s is called well-preserved. Darrell was edging from sophistication into dissipation. He glanced mildly at Haggard, brushed some invisible lint off his sharply creased trousers. Croby said heavily, "I just want leads. People kill people, and we like to know who." Croby seemed intent on making sense. The phone rang. Gaylord Darrell slid easily from the table, walked into the hall, and took the call. He turned and handed the phone to Croby. Croby grunted into the phone a few times, and then hung up. He said to Sergeant Love, "That's the Rockwarren lead. A guy answering the description that the old lady give us took the bus at about 6 last night to Rockwarren, but we can't trace him from there. Anybody we can't track is a good bet." "You think he's got a hole in him?" Love asked. Croby shrugged. "No screens on a house. That window over there was open. A slug goes out the window. We never find it if it's angled up a little. If he has a hole in him, it isn't important." DeWolf Haggard struck a pose in the middle of the kitchen. He rested his chin on his fist and glared at the floor. "This is my reconstruction, gentlemen," he said soberly. "Mrs. Darrell went out the night before last. She struck up an acquaintanceship with this Mr. X. He carried a gun. Lieutenant Croby has explained to us that since it's rather an old gun, a Browning patent manufactured in Belgium, we'll probably never trace it. The young man came here with Mrs. Darrell. She had been dead 5 hours when she was found. That puts the time at 1 o'clock. For some reason they quarreled. He wrapped the gun in that towel and fired twice at her. The towel muffled the sound of the shots. He missed her once, and the bullet went out that window. She was running from him in terror. The second shot struck her in the back of the head. He wiped the gun on the towel, tossed both the gun and the towel on the floor. Then he calmly walked out. Mrs. Morgantine saw him. It matches with the time of death. All we need to do, gentlemen, is inquire around at those places where it is likely that Mrs. Darrell and Mr. X may have met." He looked around the kitchen, said to Gaylord Darrell, "Where did they go?" "They left some time ago." "Oh." For a moment, DeWolf Haggard looked very young and very vulnerable. He swallowed hard, and, in what was obviously a gesture to gain face, marched 2 paces closer to Darrell, leveled a finger at him, and said, "This alibi of yours will stand up, you believe?" Gaylord Darrell selected a cigarette from a battered leather case. He lit it, flicked the match away. The match bounced off the polished toe of Haggard's right shoe. Darrell said flatly, "Don't raise your voice at me, Junior. And don't pick words like alibi to use on me. Somebody killed my wife. You've been boring me off and on all afternoon. Now why don't you go finger a brief or something, and let the cops work on this, they know how." The burnished young man coughed, touched his fingertips to a dark blue Windsor knot, and fled from the kitchen. Darrell stared at the chalked outline on the floor. His eyes narrowed, and he sucked the smoke far down into his lungs. The phone rang again. Love came from the front of the house to answer it. He listened for a long time, said, "Okay, Joe," and hung up. He walked out into the kitchen and smiled at Darrell. "Okay, so you're clear, Mr. Darrell. We got you located at Barnston, 50 miles east of here at noon yesterday, and that Mr. Walker, the bookkeeper guy, reported that he put you on the Empire City at just 5 minutes of 12 headed east. That train makes its first stop 2 hours later at 2 in the afternoon, 170 miles east of here. And I guess nobody jumps off that Empire City, eh?" "Hardly." "Then in Richfield, 170 miles away, you called on customers, checked in at the Richfield house after dinner, left your room early this morning, checked out, picked up your car from the Wilson Brothers garage and drove back here." Darrell smiled tightly. "You people really follow it up, don't you?" "Brother, we have to. With characters like DeWolf Haggard running around, we can't have any holes in our cases." "Probably a good thing from my point of view." Sure. Figure what happens if we catch the guy and some jury lets him go. You don't want any suspicion on you. It's better we check it all the way. Thanks, Darrell said dryly. He yawned. Look, Sergeant, all this has been pretty rough. I'm sort of shot. Okay with you people if I take a nap? Go ahead. We'll know where you are if we want you. If there's any way I can help... Sergeant Love clapped him on the shoulder. Turn in, fella. You do look sort of shot. Chapter 5. Paul January. It was a bit like waking up on the morning of final exams, knowing that there was a horrible day ahead, without being able to remember the reason. At first he thought it was a hangover, but aside from a dull roaring in his ears and a tiny pulse somewhere behind his forehead, he felt fine. The mattress had obviously been stuffed with old tire irons and petrified bits of cabbage. It rustled and jabbed him when he moved. He wondered why he had taken a bed with such a foul mattress. The ceiling was of tired-looking plywood. Suddenly, the picture flashed into his mind of a girl on a kitchen floor. He was wide awake in a fraction of a second. Awake, tense, and afraid. The window was unbarred. Clean sheets. He touched his side, felt the comforting firmness of a professional bandage. There was a new area of pain also. He rolled up onto his side, explored the new place, found a second bandage. An orifice of exit, no doubt. The slug was no longer with him. He frowned. There was a girl on a bus. Quite a nice girl, in fact. A small car. Headlights. He stood up with determination, wavered for balance, managed to remain standing. Something clattered, a kitchen sound. 3 steps took him to the bedroom door. He opened it. Same girl. Her back was to him, red slacks and a halter. She spun around. You shouldn't be up. I feel fine, just fine. She came over to him, took his arm, and led him to a deep wicker chair. He sank gratefully into it. He smiled up at her and said, In words of one syllable, lady, please. Certainly. I sat next to you on the bus. I'm a nurse. My name is Doris Logan. I rent this cottage. The noise out there is Lake Morris slapping the dock. I saw you were hurt. I brought you here, extracted 1 small bullet, which you'll find over there on the mantel, and gave you some items to knock off the infection which had started. I don't know why I did it. Who did you kill? How would you like your eggs? My name is Paul January, and I didn't kill anybody. And scrambled soft, please. She went back to the stove, cut down the flame under the percolator, and began making housewife motions over the eggs. Once she turned and said, Of course, you'd say that anyway. He thought it over. Yes, I guess I would. Not the killer type, though. I even hate to watch bugs after they get a jolt of DDT. In a few moments, she pushed the table over to his chair, brought over his plate and cup, sat opposite him. I still don't know why I did it, she said softly. He bent busily over the eggs. This was indeed a remarkable young woman. She seemed to have a little transparent sheet over her emotions. They'll be coming after you, you know, she said. That is, unless you were a good deal cleverer in getting to the bus than you were after you were on it. They won't be coming after me, he said with decision. Oh, then you were clever. Not at all. They won't come after me because I'll go to them, Miss Logan. I don't know why I ran in the first place. Shock, I guess. The whole thing's still pretty foggy in my mind. I just wanted to get away from there, anywhere, just away. Away from where? Suppose I think over the whole thing while I drink the coffee, and then tell you later. They sat on the screened porch. It was a placid morning, slightly overcast. The lake had a steel-gray sheen. The morning held, for Paul January, a peculiar and haunting unreality. No other camp was visible from the porch. On the far side of the lake, silent pines cast deep aqua shadows. He liked the way she didn't press him for explanations, but was content to sit quietly and wait for him to tell her in his own good time. "This makes me sound like 7 kinds of fool," he said, "and probably I am. I had just arrived in the city. I had never been there before. I checked my luggage in the station rather than cart it around with me while looking for a place to stay. I'm an unsuccessful architect, one of those visionary guys who build marble palaces and forget the plumbing. My idea was to hit the new planning commission for a job. I've got a letter to the chairman of the commission. I arrived in the late afternoon, and after trying 3 hotels and getting nowhere, I went into a sort of steakhouse place to eat. I had a couple of drinks. It was a paneled place with an orange glow to the lights and a lot of glitter on the back bar and oversized prices on the drinks and food, but I was too lazy to look for another spot. Sitting at the bar was a woman. This probably sounds completely screwy to you, but I never did find out all of her name. Just Cynthia. Long black hair curled in at the ends, and when she bent her head over the bar, a long strand of it would swing around in front and she'd push it back with an impatient gesture. Maybe you can guess how a man alone will watch a woman who's alone. It's sort of a speculative procedure. But the milquetoast type, such as myself, never gets past the speculation stage. She had rather coarse lines about her face, heavy lips, wide across the cheekbones, snub nose, dense black eyebrows. She sat at the bar, and from my table I could see her face reflected in the back bar. She had what I call princess eyes. It's a silly term. They were nice eyes, straight and true and sensitive. I played a mental game of trying to figure her out. I felt vaguely disturbed when the man moved in on her. Conservative pinstripe, immaculate hands, and an air of extreme extroversion. I guessed at once that he'd call all waiters Charlie and make a practice of sending food back to the kitchen. When he nuzzled up beside the girl and began to make small talk, I got a look at her eyes. All they seemed to hold was an incalculable weariness and resignation. My chops came, and I kept an eye on them as I ate. The man made the mistake of being too big a shot in the drink department. He bought too many rounds. With more conservatism, she might have remained agreeable, but the liquor broke through the crust of self-disgust, and suddenly she began to snarl at him. I saw the anger on his face. He grabbed her arm and she shook him off. He sulked like a little boy. His fingers had made red spots on her arm. She chased him away, but he had a certain grim look that spelled trouble. I had finished eating, and I should have gone off to look for a room, but some hunch made me stay. She should have eaten, but instead she had more to drink. When she walked out, I paid my check and followed her. She walked an invisible tightrope to the door and went out onto the street. The man appeared out of the shadows, and they argued. I could only hear the tone of voice. Then he put his hands on her shoulders and tried to wrestle her toward a waiting cab. I turned hero and shoved in on him. He was too easy. I stabbed him in the middle with my fingertips and backhanded him across the mouth when he bent over. Cynthia crowed with laughter. He blundered into the cab and was whirled away. Cynthia wavered toward a red roadster. She was too far gone to drive. I got behind the wheel and she directed me to a small white house on Hillside Street. Halfway to the back door, she collapsed. I got her inside, found the lights, made coffee for her. The house was deserted. After she had the coffee, she locked herself in the bathroom and took a long shower. Then she joined me in the kitchen and we drank coffee and talked. It was a strange talk. We covered psychological and philosophical concepts that were way over our heads. We were impersonal with each other, if you can believe that. I can believe it, Doris Logan said quietly. In the small hours of the morning, she went to bed. I slept on a couch in the front room with her permission. It was all very platonic. In the morning, she was going to drive me down to the center of the city, and I'd find a hotel, clean up, and make my appointment. She was worn out, I guess. She slept very late, and I didn't want to disturb her. I was up about 9, and I debated leaving quietly. I guess I should have, but I liked Cynthia, and I wanted to say goodbye to her properly. It must have been close to noon when she got up. She came out in a coral housecoat, and she looked years younger than she had the night before. We kidded around about the rejuvenating aspects of turning over a new leaf. I asked her while we were eating breakfast whether she'd find a job. She said that she had enough money to keep herself for some time, and that, most of all, she wanted to go to some quiet place. After we ate, I helped her carry the few dishes to the kitchen sink, and she washed them. I was on the far side of the kitchen. There was a sound, and I thought that she had pushed a book off the kitchen shelf, and that it had fallen flat on the linoleum. It was that sort of sound. I looked over at her, and she was bending over the sink, her face almost touching the faucets. I thought that very strange. There was a funny smell of fireworks in the air. As I watched her, her knees bent, and she slid down, falling over onto her back. My mind was working slowly, but when I saw her face and her eyes, I knew she was dead. There was a faint sound off to my right. I turned quickly, and something hot and small and hard hit me just over the watch pocket. I staggered back, and my heel caught in a throw rug, and I fell heavily. Something clattered on the floor. The thing which had hit me gave me cramps. Gasping, I got to my feet. I was bleeding. I looked at the small, ugly hole in myself and balled my handkerchief and wedged it under my belt against the hole. The thing which had clattered was a gun. It was nearly under the kitchen table. I walked to the window. The curtains blew in the breeze. There was no one outside. I draw a blank for the next few moments. I was walking toward the city. I can remember funny little snatches. Kids sucking on ice cream. An old guy with a pint bottle. Telling a lie to a cab driver. I bought a bus ticket to some place called Rockwarren. Now I know that I was silly to run. If you'll drive me into town... Doris Logan's wide and generous mouth had a set look about it. Wait a minute, Paul. This is an illogical world which feels itself to be supremely logical. Let's play cop for a little while. Man goes home with Cynthia. Cynthia dies. Man leaves. Just for a moment, let us assume that there are no prints on the gun, that the gun isn't traceable. Also assume that whoever killed the fair Cynthia has a very solid alibi. The newspapers'll try you before the court does. It won't be pretty. And the average person would find it a bit hard to think of you and Cynthia having a good old-fashioned bull session, all very palsy. Paul January felt all the comfort drain out of the morning. He listened to his own story from the viewpoint of a policeman, and found it thin indeed. Thin, and more than a bit ridiculous. He saw for the first time that even had he remained at Cynthia's house and phoned the police, he would have come in for more than a trace of suspicion, and having run away made it far, far worse. He glanced at Doris. Her capable hands were resting on the arms of the porch chair, but they weren't relaxed. The knuckles were white. She got up suddenly and went into the cabin. "Right back," she said. He waited. The morning was quiet. He heard a gasp of pain from inside the cabin. He stood up and went in. Doris Logan stood by the kitchen sink, her face pale. Blood ran down her arm from a deep gash just above her elbow. "What happened?" he cried. She managed to smile. "It was a shade deeper than I wanted to cut," she said. "Stop jittering for a minute and help me. Pick up that gauze pad by the corner and put it lengthwise along the cut. Fine. Now tear off an adhesive strip 3 inches long, right across here. Now another. 3 ought to hold it." With the cut bandaged, she cleaned the blood from her forearm. Before he could ask her, she said, "Look here, Paul. I left the bus station and went to a drugstore. I bought a few things. If they traced you to the bus, they might connect the two of us, and that means I need a reason for the purchases I made. Infected arm. See?" She grinned and held out the bandaged arm. He took her by the shoulders and shook her gently. Her odd red hair fell across her eyes, and she blew it out of the way with a protruding underlip. "Fine," he said. "The boss takes charge. You decide that I'm going to keep right on running. Wouldn't it have been nice to let me know?" Anger faded as he grew conscious of the warmth of her bare shoulders under his hands. He was suddenly impressed with her unusual loveliness. He pulled her close and kissed her. He released her, feeling extremely shy. She didn't meet his glance. Awkwardness was between them, like the faltering lines in a poor play. She broke the tension by saying, "Pretty rigorous stuff for the walking wounded, Mr. J." He reached for her again. She put her hands against his chest and pushed. Firmly. "Don't let my self-mutilation go for nothing. We're going to make you a woodsy nest, you and your suitcases, off in the brush. And then I'm going into town and find out the current status." Chapter 6. DeWolf Haggard. When he thought of himself, which was frequently and with delight, he became the lean, suave, and sober district attorney, who not only shows the humble police the error of their ways, but concocts a courtroom boomerang that fells the mighty. The big trouble was that the police, notably that vulgar Lieutenant Croby, insisted on treating him as though he were a frail substitute trying to make the first team. Whenever DeWolf thought of Croby, he flexed his muscles and imagined a series of violent gestures, ending in Croby falling backward across a table to lie huddled and silent on the floor. It was too bad there was no way to prove Croby guilty of a crime. Also, it was too bad that Croby was so muscular. Take the way Croby had acted with that beautiful Doris Logan. Anyone could see that she was not, of all things, a liar. What if someone had seen her talking to the suspect on the bus? Was Doris Logan the type to make a cheap pickup the way Cynthia Darrell did? Of course not. It was infuriatingly stupid the way Croby had made her repeat her story over and over again. When DeWolf shut his eyes, he could still see her intent face. "Yes, Lieutenant, I spoke to him on the bus. He asked me how long it would take to get to Rockwarren. He was quite drunk. No, his face was shadowed. I really couldn't tell you what he looked like. He was young, and I think his face was plump and his hair was blonde." "But Mrs. Morgantine said the man had a lean face and dark hair." Doris Logan smiled. "Possibly we're talking about two different people." "How about the person who swears they saw the young man getting into your car, Miss Logan?" "I can't explain that. But the gas station man told you that when I passed his station I was alone in the car. The young man tried to follow me in the darkness when I went back to get into my car, and then he disappeared. I don't know where he went." "How about those purchases you made?" "I wanted to treat my own infected arm, Lieutenant. Is there a law against that? After all, Lieutenant, you people searched my camp and found no trace of any man being there. This whole inquisition is getting a bit ridiculous, isn't it? The murder was committed the day before yesterday. The murderer must be 1,000 miles away by now, and you waste good police time asking me silly questions. I've told you all I know." DeWolf scowled as he thought of how Croby had reacted. The stupid man should have at least apologized. Instead, he had smiled placidly at Miss Logan and had said, "We'll be talking some more. If we want you, we'll send a sedan up to the camp and bring you back." "I may stay in town for a few days. You have my apartment address." DeWolf Haggard picked up a fresh yellow pencil, tested the needlepoint with a pink thumb. He sat at his desk in the outer office and stared at the blank sheet of white paper in front of him. The blank sheet became a movie screen. A drama was being enacted. DeWolf Haggard, District Attorney, stood in the crowded courtroom and pointed to the defendant who had taken the stand. The defendant was Doris Logan. DeWolf Haggard, with voice of booming bronze, pointed a dramatic finger at the defendant and said, "Would you believe this fair and innocent creature to be capable of the foulness imputed to her by my learned—" No. That wasn't right. He would have to be the prosecutor. He glanced toward the doorway. He shook his head to remove the Mirage standing in the doorway in a green dress. The Mirage stayed, came walking toward him. He got up so eagerly that he tipped his chair over. He picked it up, moved another chair eagerly into position, and said, "Do sit down, Miss Logan. I can't tell you how sorry I am about the indignity of the questions you were asked." Doris Logan sat and gave him a warm smile. "I knew you felt that way, Mr. Haggard. It's so nice to feel that someone is on your side. That horrible attitude of suspicion." I know, he said soothingly. "How can I help you?" "I may seem to you, Mr. Haggard, like a very foolish girl. It's the first time in my life I've ever been mixed up in this sort of thing. I don't believe I've ever had my picture in the papers before. As a nurse, the notoriety isn't good for me. Surely you realize that?" DeWolf nodded sagely. "I wonder if there's any way I could help the authorities. If I could take an active interest, then possibly that horrid Lieutenant Croby wouldn't—" Her voice trailed off. DeWolf stared at the yellow pencil. He felt very alive and very reckless. He lowered his voice. "Actually, Miss Logan, I should discourage you, but you seem to be a person of high intelligence. Suppose you assist me in this case." "How exciting!" Doris said. "If we could meet outside the office, we can go over my case notes on this whole affair. Say about 4, the cocktail lounge at the Hotel Rogers?" She stood up, held out a cool hand. "Thank you so much, Mr. Haggard. I'll be there." "Could you call me DeWolf?" "And you must call me Doris." She held his hand tightly. "After all, we are working together, aren't we?" As soon as the outer door had closed behind her, DeWolf Haggard walked twice around his desk, smacking his fist into his palm and saying jubilantly, "Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!" He felt the sear and aged eye of the chief female clerk upon him. He gave her a frosty and metallic look, and sat down. He stared at the sheet of white paper, and slowly another courtroom scene began to materialize. Croby was the accused. Doris Logan was a juror. He leaned over the jury box railing and talked directly to her. Her lips were parted, and her warm, admiring eyes were on him. She sat at his side, so close to him that if he moved another inch their shoulders would touch. He moved a half inch. When the drinks were before them, he took out his notebook and placed it on the table. Together they leaned over it. "You see," he said proudly, "one of my methods is to put the name of each person concerned at the top of a sheet, and put under that name all the facts we have. Here are the 5 names of men who have been seen with Mrs. Darrell. The police have cleared each one of them. Mr. Darrell has been cleared also. Thus, our Mr. X is obviously the man. How do you go about clearing someone? Take Mr. Darrell, for example." Wait a moment, I can barely read my own writing. Yes, the home offices of the company he works for are in Barnston, 50 miles or so east of here. A Mr. Daniel Walker, bookkeeper at the home office, put Mr. Darrell on the Empire City, headed east from Barnston at noon the day of the murder. Mr. Darrell couldn't possibly have returned here to kill his wife in the time allowed. And I suppose they checked at the other end of his trip? Oh, yes, Mr. Darrell was in Richfield that same evening, all right. No doubt about it.
Chapter 7. Mela Barron. Really, she thought, Dan is getting to be a horrid bore. She lay on her side on the wide window seat, her head cradled on her arm, a glass on the floor just under her hand. The window seat was padded in white leather with red cording. Mela liked white and red. She was a small girl with very white skin. She had a petulant mouth, eyes set into her head at a roguish tip-tilt, hair the color of the heaviest cream. She had a predatory quickness of movement, thin, greedy little fingers, and a trick of slowly widening her eyes whenever she looked at a man. Her tiny body was superbly fashioned, and she never sat, walked, stood, or reclined without a definite attempt to display its most pleasing lines. Yes, Dan was becoming definitely a bore. She watched him as he paced. He walked from the white fireplace over to the far red couch and back again. There was a disgusting stubble of beard on his jaw and discolored pouches under his eyes. The hair, which usually was carefully combed to cover the maximum area of a balding head, was in disarray, and a lank lock fell almost to his cheekbone. "For heaven's sake, sit down," she snapped in her high, childish voice. "Shut up, Angel," he growled. She pouted. There was one good way to take Dan's mind off his troubles. She said, "Today I'm going to order the terrace furniture." He whirled on her. "Angel, what furniture? How much?" "About $300. That terrace stuff is battered, Dan, horribly battered." He stood over her. His eyes were strange. He frightened her a little, as in the old days, before she had found that he would obey a gesture or a whistle like a well-trained dog. "Angel," he said, "remember what I asked you last night?" "That silly idea of yours?" "It's not so silly. Let's sell all this stuff. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of this stinking town of Barnston and go places. Mexico, maybe. Guatemala." She narrowed her tilted eyes and her mouth turned hard. "Not the way you want it, brother. Not in the tourist court class. I'm not a hamburger and soda pop gal. Don't you know that by now? I can raise some fast money." "Out of your savings account?" Sure, out of my savings." She looked him over, head to heels. She felt as though inside her head there was a little machine of shining gears, oil deficiency, bathed in white light. Dan was absorbed into the little machine and came out neatly added up into plus and minus factors. As she had suspected for over a month, the minus factors outweighed the plus. Today was kiss-off day. She swung her tiny feet off the window seat, sat up and yawned in his face. She stood up and pushed by him, walking slowly across the room. "You'll do it?" he asked eagerly. She smiled at him. "I'm about to pack, but just your things, not mine." His mouth sagged open. "Huh?" he said stupidly. "You bore me, Dan. Sure, a trip is in order. For you can go anywhere you want to go." The reaction was as expected. He caught her in 2 strides, turned her around, his fingers biting into her shoulders, his eyes wild. "You don't mean it. I bought you all this stuff. You can't mean it, Angel. I love you. I took the money out of my savings." Kiss-off day. She yawned in his face. "Danny boy, you never had a savings account in your life. I'll pack you up and you run far and fast or I'll call the cops." For a moment, she thought the little machine in her mind had given her the wrong balance. His right hand slipped off her shoulder and chill, damp fingers closed on her throat. She stood very straight, looking up into his eyes. His fingers almost closed her throat, turning her voice into a tiny rasp as she said, "You can't even kill, Danny." When his hand slipped away from her throat, she doubled a small white fist and struck him in the mouth. She left him standing there and went into the bedroom. She hummed softly to herself as she packed his things. When she came out, struggling under the load in the suitcase, he was sitting on the window seat, his face in his hands. She dropped the suitcase over by the door, handed him his jacket. "Rise and shine," she said. He didn't move. Humming again, she walked to the phone, dialed a number, leaned against the wall, holding the phone, watching him. He lifted a tortured face and looked at her with frightened eyes. She cooed into the phone, "Joe, darling." "That's right." "Honey, there's a stupid man here annoying me and I can't get rid of him. Mm-hmm. He wouldn't give you much of a battle, Joe. About 5 minutes? Hold the line a moment. She cupped her hand over the mouthpiece. Dan stood up. He held his jacket over his arm. With no expression on his face, he walked to the door, picked up the suitcase, and left. He slammed the door behind him. She listened to the phone. Somebody was saying, "Hey, lady, who is this Joe? You got maybe the wrong number, lady. You still on there?" She hung up, banging the phone down onto the cradle with unnecessary force. She walked slowly into the bedroom, delaying the pleasure. In the second drawer of the bureau, far in the back, was the savings account book, her bank's name stamped in gold on the cover. She stretched out on the bed on her back, her silky hair a pool under her head. She looked and marveled at the neat, precise, miraculous little numbers the tellers had written into her book. Rustle of bills, slap of the date stamp against the book, scratch of pen. "Thank you, Miss Barron." And Dan thought he had been so clever about the money. The pout was always useful. "But Dan, honey, see how sheer these are? They cost $4. Actually, they had cost $1.83. $2.17 for the little leather box, which, when it held enough, was emptied for the bank deposit. "Danny boy, this dress is an original. $275. Yes, I know it's cotton, but look at the lines, Dan. Look at the lines." The dress cost $29.98. And thus the neat little figures added up to a respectable total. It was funny to think of the term respectable and then remember how Dan had obtained the money. It was time to back out. His nerves were shot, much worse during the past 4 days, unaccountably worse. He'd crack, and if a girl had booted him out before he cracked, then that girl wouldn't be implicated in what might turn out to be a most unwholesome mess. She tucked the little book tenderly away. Within minutes, the hot water was steaming the inside of the glass door to the coral and ivory shower stall. The water drummed on her small body, on her firm flesh. She stood, her face uplifted, and in that moment she could have posed for a calendar presentation of an angel. There was a dedication about her, a look of silvery, hallowed beauty. It was kiss-off day for Mela Barron, angel to her friends. At the moment Mela stepped out of the shower, Paul January crushed a mosquito against his cheek and suddenly tensed as he heard the crashing in the brush. The moon of early evening had drifted under a cloud. He listened, and the furtive noise stopped, continued with more caution. Paul frowned. Police would be carrying lights. He wondered if it were someone lost near the lakeshore. The sudden silence was ominous. He listened, heard the night noises of the insects, the baying of a distant dog, the rustle and chuff of a faraway train hooting its sorrow at the stars. "Paul," the voice was close, strained, cautious, and very dear. He spoke, and then she was beside him. He could not see her. With his arms around her, he could feel her tremble, the convulsive gasps of her breathing, the race and hammer of her heart. "Oh, Paul," she said softly, They've been following me. A man named Croby made them follow me, but I got away. I took the other road. The car is parked across the lake. I didn't dare come here through Rockwarren. My darling, you've got to come back with me. It's dangerous for you here. The newspapers have given it such a big play. Some policeman might find you here and shoot you before I could strangle him. Come on with me. Bring the blanket. I know where you can stay in the city. It will be safer there, and I have a lot to tell you on the way." "Do we walk across the water?" "Silly. I took a boat. I borrowed it." "Aha. Thief consorts with murderer. Now I can blackmail you, my proud beauty." "It's really a safe place. Can I carry the little suitcase? It's the home of the doctor I worked for. His wife and children are away for a few weeks. He trusts me. He didn't ask any questions. He has a vacant room you can use." Together they blundered down to the lake shore, had a moment of panic before they found the rowboat. She sat in the stern and he rowed, favoring his bandaged side. Halfway across the lake, the moon came out from under the large cloud. Her face shone in the moonlight. Chapter 8. Doris Logan. She stood in the upper hall of the desolate rooming house until she was weary of standing. There was an old newspaper on a radiator. She unfolded it, placed it on the floor, and sat, her feet on the top stair, her chin on her hands. The gnarled little man who smelled of stale sweat and who called himself the superintendent had been very talkative, never once looking at her face. "Yeah, he's been living here 2 years. Year ago he sort of moved out, but kept the room. Slept here every once in a while. Got his mail here. Come in drunk last night, case you're interested. Slept most of the day. Didn't go to work, far as I could see. He took off late this afternoon. Guess you missed him by an hour or better. I guess he'll be back all right tonight, but I couldn't guarantee nothing." She felt like a woman in a scene from a cheap melodrama, and she had dressed for the part. A dress of the wrong color, too tight to fit, a foolish buy of several months ago. Earrings longer than she liked, too much lipstick, smeared heavily to give her mouth a square look, a ripe hardness. Early in the evening there had been much traffic, many pedestrians, but the night had grown more still. Far down the street, a juke blasted the cool night air. The heavy rhythm came through, pretending to be a faster heartbeat. She leaned against the railing post, and near her right foot was a neat array of the 4 cigarettes she had butted out against the dry, rotted wood. The screen door slammed, and she straightened. The man moved slowly toward the stairs, walking with the wooden method of the very drunk. He was partially bald, the skin of his scalp glowing under the hanging bulb with a sick pallor. He kept his eyes on the stairs. She was directly in his way. She didn't move. At last he saw her feet, stopped, and stood very still. Slowly he lifted his eyes to her face, full of an unbearable expectation. The look faded into dullness. "Thought it was her," he muttered. "Dan Walker?" she asked. He walked carefully around her, went to the door on which she had knocked, reaching for his key. It fell onto the floor. She bent and picked it up. He looked at her as though seeing her for the first time. "I'm Walker." He said his own name with an odd mixture of contempt and disgust. Unlocking the door for him, she pushed it open. The room was dark. It smelled sour and dusty. With the lights on, it became one of those impersonal rooms such as are seen in fourth-rate hotels. A bed, chair, table, bureau, rug, radiator, and window. The sheets on the unmade bed were gray and twisted. She shut the door behind her. He turned and stared at her, puzzled. "What do you want?" he demanded. Before she could answer, he said, "You're another of them." He reached clumsily for her. She evaded him easily. Blundering against the door, he turned around, scowled, and said, "Who the hell are you, anyway? How did you get in my room? Did I bring you here?" "Darold sent me." Once again he froze the way he had on the stairs. She couldn't read his face. He sat on the bed. "Go on," he said huskily. He seemed suddenly to be more sober. "He couldn't come himself. You know how it is, Mr. Walker. He has to stick around and answer questions, and besides, it would look funny if he came here." "Go on." "Mr. Darold asked me to come over to see you and tell you that you'd better stick to your story." "What story?" "About putting him on the train. He says it's important." Walker laughed. It was a yelp without humor. "He thinks it's important. What do you know? Darold, the man of distinction. Wouldn't that hand you a laugh, though?" "Why should I laugh?" Walker stood up, walked to the bureau, steadied himself against it, and looked at his face in the mirror. He took a comb from the top of the bureau and carefully combed his hair to cover his baldness. To his reflection in the mirror, he said, "I don't like it, and you can tell Darrell that I don't like it. Where the hell does he get off bringing in women on the deal? How much did he tell you?" It was the critical point. Doris Logan managed a smirk. "How much did he tell me about you? You and the money?" Dan Walker cursed. He took a bottle from the top drawer of the bureau, drank deeply, corked it, and replaced it. Turning on Doris, he said, "It isn't half as important as Darrell thinks it is. You understand that? Not half as important. It was important yesterday, right up until the minute Angel—" He sat down on the bed and cried. There was no dignity in his tears. Small boy tears, with contorted mouth, gasping sobs, and squinted eyes. He looked at her through the tears and suddenly stopped crying. "I've seen you," he said. "I've seen you before." "Sure, right out there on the stairs." "Some other place." "Was I with Darrell?" "No, you weren't with Darrell." He imitated her tone of voice. What was the name he had said? She wondered if she should take a chance. "I think I saw you with Angel," she said. "Never again. Never any more." Once more, he began to cry. She sat down. When he looked at her, she shrugged and said, "Friend Darrell gets all the breaks. He'll go free, and from what he told me, I wouldn't be surprised if he hooked up with Angel." It couldn't have been more effective if she had stabbed him with a hot poker. He jumped up, his eyes wide. "What did he say?" "It wasn't important." His fingers hurt her shoulder. "Tell me!" With her head tilted to one side, she said, "Oh, he just said that Angel had more brains than she needed to see through a punk like you." Walker paced the room with much better coordination. "Oh, he did he? A punk like me, hey?" It was the moment to test the guess that she and Paul January had made. She said casually, "Of course, if a man happened to be in a little jam, and if he could put the finger on a man who was in a much bigger jam, it might go a lot easier with him." The anger went out of him. He sat on the bed for a moment, then with a blank face walked to the door, opened it, and went down the hall. She heard another door slam. Suddenly, she had a horrid suspicion. She ran after him, her heels skidding on the bare hall floor. He had stretched out in the tub to do it, and he hadn't done it very well. She had time to find the gaping artery, pinch it shut between finger and thumb. She sat on her heels, holding his life fast, and began to scream with all the force of her young lungs.
Chapter 9. Gaylord Darrell. The hammering at the front door and the ringing of the bell awakened him. He waited for a time to see if they'd go away. They didn't. He sat on the edge of the bed, nodded politely to the empty bed beside his, and said, "Good morning, Cynthia, my dear." After he had scuffed into his slippers, belted the robe around him, he padded down the stairs. He pulled the front door wide open, smiled at them, and said, "Quite a committee for so early in the morning." "It's a little after 11, Lieutenant Croby said. With Croby was the burnished DeWolf Haggard, the jovial little Sergeant Love, a tall and lovely redhead, and a quiet-looking young man. "This here is the murderer, Mr. Darrell," Croby said. Darrell saw that the young man was manacled to Sergeant Love. Darrell felt an enormous tension within him relax. A spring suddenly broken. He cursed deep in his throat and jumped at the quiet young man. He felt the jolt from his knuckles all the way up to his shoulder. The young man sagged, and Love supported him. Croby grabbed Darrell and said, "Hey, none of that now. We know how you feel, but none of that. Just settle down. We want to reenact the murder. This killer is named Paul January. This young lady will play the part of your wife.
First we want Mrs. Morgantine to get a look at this guy. Then, if you want, you can watch our little play."
Mrs. Morgantine, shrill, positive, and exultant, had been hurried off. The group adjourned to the kitchen. The kitchen was exactly as it had been on the day of the murder. In fact, a few traces of the chalk outline on the linoleum remained. Sergeant Love unlocked January's wrists.
"No breaks, fella, or we shoot,"
Love said severely. January rubbed his wrist and then fingered the lump on his jaw. Darrell thought that January had a proper hangdog look. Croby took charge.
"Okay, Miss Logan, you stand over there. Where was she, January?"
"Closer to the sink." "Like this?" Doris asked.
"That's fine,"
January said, swallowing hard. Darrell leaned against the far wall.
"I was right here," January said, "and Mrs. Darrell was over by the sink."
There was the sudden, surprising crash of a shot. Doris Logan sagged over the sink, toppled back onto the floor. Darrell watched her, intensely amazed. He was confused. He turned and stared out the open window. He stared and stared. Then he looked back at Croby and Love. They were both moving toward him.
"Hey,"
he said weakly. A patrolman in uniform appeared in the doorway to the kitchen.
"Them blanks allowed, hey?" the patrolman said. "Are you men crazy?"
Darrell demanded.
"Like foxes," Croby said. "All you gotta do is tell us why you looked out that window, Darrell."
Well, nobody had a gun, and, it seemed the logical—"
"But, Mr. Darrell," Croby said sweetly, "you didn't look around at us to see if we had fired a gun. You looked from the girl to the window. Why?"
Darrell's lips felt like dry pork fat as he stretched them in a smile.
"Don't be absurd," he said in a thin voice. "There's your man."
But January wasn't where he pointed. He looked. January was over by the sink. He had helped the redhead to her feet, and hadn't let go of her.
"Could it be you fired through that window and killed your wife, Darrell?" Croby asked.
"Do you have to lean over me and breathe in my face?" Darrell had moved back until he touched the wall, and still Croby's face was inches from his.
"Damn it!" Darrell yelled. "January is your man. They quarreled. Cynthia shot him, and—"
Croby underlined it for him by asking,
"Who said anything about January being shot, Darrell?"
Out of the fear that enveloped him, Darrell made one last effort.
"Nonsense, Croby. When she was killed, I was on a train a long way from here. You people proved that." "Oh, you mean Dan Walker, the bookkeeper. Yeah, his books were checked this morning. You were pretty clever to find the way he was rigging the books. And then to make him play ball with you, you told him you'd squeal on him unless he swore he put you on the Empire City."
Darrell looked from one face to the other. Suddenly it felt good to be leaning against the wall.
"Unwritten law," he said. "Deserved to die. Sure, I killed her. I borrowed Walker's car, drove over here, parked on the high road, came down through the brush to the new house next door. The window was always open. I killed her. When he started toward the window, I had to give him one. I drove back to Barnston and took a later train, made a few of my appointments in Richfield, stayed overnight, and drove back here the next morning." "Unwritten law? What unwritten law, Darrell?" Croby asked. "She drove me crazy," Darrell said, his mind racing for escape. "And so you killed her?" "Yes. I bought the gun 9 months ago."
Love snapped the handcuff onto Darrell's wrist, yanking heartily. As Love walked out, with Darrell trudging along behind him, Croby looked at January and the redhead.
Croby said, "That Walker guy cut his throat and died last night, without opening his mouth to confess."
Croby watched them for a moment, sighed heavily, and walked over to the open window, put his elbows on the sill, and looked out.
Three Apes from the East. H. H. Stinson. Herbert H. Stinson, 1896 to 1969, lived in California, where he worked as a journalist and police reporter. While working as a newspaperman, he also wrote fiction for the pulps, selling a Western to Top Notch in 1928. He also wrote plays, including Aces Trumped, a one-act published in Hollywood Plays 1930. His career as a pulp writer lasted about 2 decades, with contributions to most of the major magazines of the era, including Argosy, Dime Detective, Dime Mystery, Detective Fiction Weekly, and Black Mask. His best-known series character, Ken O'Hara, appeared in 14 Black Mask stories, beginning with Give the Man Rope in the April 1933 issue. Joseph T. Shaw, when he compiled the Hard-Boiled Omnibus 1946, his important anthology of Black Mask stories, selected this story for inclusion, but his editor at Simon & Schuster thought it weaker than the other stories and dropped it, along with several others. The tales about O'Hara, a gritty, two-fisted reporter for the Los Angeles Tribune, featured an authentic newspaper background based on Stinson's own career. He also wrote a series about another tough detective, Pete Rousseau, for Dime Detective in the post-World War II years. In all, Stinson wrote more than 60 mysteries for the pulps, as well as other genre stories for both the pulps and such slicks as Liberty. Only one Stinson novel made it into book form, Fingerprints 1925, which was published under the pseudonym Hunter, his mother's maiden name Stinson. Three Apes from the East was published in the March 1938 issue.
Three Apes from the East. Speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil, but a killer forgets to do no evil. Tim Harper, Los Angeles manager for International, likes to keep his office as unadorned as a gun turret, his desk as bare as the Mojave Desert. He doesn't believe in doodads, mementos, bric-a-brac. So I was surprised to see what he had in front of him when he called me in late in the afternoon. A third of the desktop was occupied by 3 apes in brass. Everyone knows the 3 monkeys I mean. One has his paws over his mouth, the second has them over his eyes, and the third is holding his ears. I guess every family in the country has acquired one of the things some time or other, and the gag that goes with the knick-knack is, speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil. That, I said, is a swell mascot for a detective agency. The boss said without a smile, the way our office has been producing lately, you and 2 other ops must have sat for it. Somebody in a chair off to the side of the boss's office giggled. I looked over and it was Sue Jordan, small and blonde and as dumb-looking in her very lovely way as ever. Behind that gaga beauty winner's map, though, is a combination of plenty gray matter, no nerves, and a heart that could double most of the time for the business section of an electric icebox. Sue is the ace in skirts op of International, and they shoot her around the map wherever necessary. She admits she's good and usually proves it. I said, "Hi, Mug. I thought you were annoying the boys in the Chicago office." "I was, Carrie," she cooed, "but they decided you boys out here needed the help of an expert, and here I am." "Cut the so-called comedy, you two," Harper growled. His eyes jetted away from me toward the good-looking lad beside Sue. The lad was in his 30s, as sleek as an oiled seal. There was a dark sharpness to his eyes, a leanness about his olive-skinned face. He had on snappy clothes, just saved from being too snappy by their sober color. Tim Harper said, "Mr. Kirkwood, this is Mr. Thorne, one of our better operatives in his serious moments. Between Thorne and Miss Jordan, I believe we can wind up your case." Kirkwood looked at me with an impersonal and very country club stare, but didn't bother to say hello. I got the idea without much trouble that, so far as he was concerned, I ranked a lot below guys like caddies and locker room attendants. He probably spoke to them. It was either that or else he was putting on the swank front to cover up a bad case of the jitters. Some lads are like that. Apparently they had talked the case pretty well out before I was called in. Kirkwood said curtly to the boss, "You understand that you're to use only the threat of publicity, but that the papers must not get a whisper of it. If you think you're apt to bungle it—" The boss starched his voice a little, said, "International knows how to handle a case, Mr. Kirkwood. There isn't a press agent in the organization." "Very well," Kirkwood said in his down-the-nose manner. "And Miss Jordan is to report to me what has happened immediately afterward." He spared the boss half a nod as a goodbye, didn't include Sue or me, and beat it. I said he'll have to take 4 hot showers to get himself clean after associating with us. "I think he's too handsome for words," Sue purred. "Not for some words," I said. Tim Harper rumbled, "You don't have to fall in love with him. All you have to do is work for him. So get going, or are both of you waiting for wheelchairs?" "Am I supposed to guess what this is all about, boss?" "Sue can tell you. Beat it, and take this triple atrocity with you." I gathered he meant the 3 apes, so I picked them up. They weighed about 6 pounds. I said, "What'll I do with them?" "Think something up." In the outer office, I told Sue, "I know I don't catch on very quick, but to date, this all seems very screwy to me." "Never mind, darling," she said. "Just leave the brain work to me." When I put the 3 apes down on a desk, they tumbled over, and the credit line underneath said, "Made in Japan." I said, "That reminds me. I've got an aunt in Japan." "The Japanese branch of the family?" "Have your fun. This is Aunt Frida, and she's on one of those world tours. She sends me a carved elephant from every place she hits. The score now is 16, and I never did like elephants. What's this all about?" "I'm so hungry, Carrie. I could talk better if you'd take me to dinner." "Sure," I said, "and we'll make it Dutch." Over Wiener Schnitzel at the Bauerhof, Sue told me. It seemed Kirkwood was married to the daughter of an old dame named Helen K. Woodring. I knew about her vaguely. A widow with money, more or less social position, and a yen for chasing around with guys half her age. The daughter was blind, Sue told me. "A break for her," I said. "She doesn't have to look at that smooth slug she's married to." "Perhaps some of us girls like 'em smooth, you old rough diamond you," said Sue, surrounding Wiener Schnitzel in her stride. "Anyway, she married this Paul Kirkwood about 5 years ago. He came out from the East, and nobody knew much about him except that he could make a golf course sit up and beg. He's a broker now, but I gather he still golfs better than he brokes. Even if he was open champ, I still wouldn't like him. He's probably all right, I think. But the point is that the Woodring lady has the protege complex, provided the proteges are young and good-looking. 2 years ago, she was backing a candidate for Clark Gable's niche. Next, it was a young second Caruso, and now it's the founder of a cult, the cult of man's triumph over evil. It'll be a flop. The name's too long for headlines. I gather it hasn't cost her much in the shape of money yet, Sue said, inspecting her beer stein carefully on the theory, maybe, that there was a trap door in the bottom, and she'd find more beer under that. But I suppose Kirkwood is afraid the cult will operate too heavily on her purse, and he's beating trouble to the punch. Anyway, he hired us to find out about this Grand Lama of the 3 apes. That's where the monkeys came from? They're the symbol of the cult. I bought the monstrosity when I joined up, so I brought it to the office as evidence for my expense account. How about more Pilsner, Carrie? You can have all you can pay for, sweetheart. We had more, and Sue drew the rest of the picture. A lady up had been indicated, so Harper had requisitioned Sue, and she had dropped out to the cult headquarters in a big old house on top of Mount Washington, where you could see all over the city. The Grand Lama operated under the name of Dr. Sivaja, but his real name was Eddie Levy, and he was a disbarred lawyer from St. Louis who had done a rap in Atlanta for abusing the males. Sue had got his prints by dropping her vanity case practically between his ankles, so he had to pick it up, and the FBI had done the rest. That evening we were to see him, put the cards under his nose and tell him we'd wise the newspapers to his real identity if he didn't fold his turban, steal away in the night, and lay off gullible old gals like Mrs. Woodring. Only it had to be all bluff, because we couldn't wise the papers and maybe let Mrs. Woodring in for a lot of kidding publicity. But I have a hunch, Sue said. I've a hunch it won't be as easy as that. Nuts, I said. No guy on the make can stand up under the threat of publicity. You haven't seen him, Carrie. He's different than the usual faker. He acts as though he really had something. So the great Jordan is beaten before she starts. Sue gave me her "poor chap, you're so dumb" smile. No, little man. I merely said it wouldn't be quite as easy as you, in your naive fashion, expect. I know something about psychology. Sue can get under my skin more easily than any other dame in the world. I said, you and your psychology. $5 says he'll be traveling inside of 48 hours. You've made a bet. Sue grinned. The waiter brought 2 checks, like I'd told him. I picked mine up, and Sue took hers, began to fumble in her purse. Her face got apologetic. She said, Carrie, you can't guess what I've done. Yes, I can. You've left all your money in your other pants. Okay, give me the check. Walking out beside me, she cooed, Thank you, Carrie, for the lovely dinner. Thank you, I said, for the lovely buggy ride. Dr. Savaja, or Eddie Levy, was a dark-faced, young-looking bird who wore a black turban and conventional tuxedo. He did a nice, quiet, convincing talk that was half religion, half modern psychology. He talked from a dais in what had been the living room of the old house, while a circle of about 30 women and 5 men, who looked sheepish, as though their wives had dragged them there, listened piously. The symbol of the 3 apes was everywhere, worked into the hangings, the decorations, the upholstery of the furniture. After the talk, the doc did a little bow and disappeared through black curtains at one side of the room. The audience came out of its trance and began to straggle from the room. He draws a nice house, I told Sue. The woman in gray is president of a woman's club. The one behind her knocks out $2 a week writing movies, and I think the dame with the long nose and jaw is a socialite from the polo set. Are you sure of her? Sue wanted to know. Or are you just making that guess because she looks like a horse? Where was La Woodring tonight? Kirkwood promised to keep her home tonight. We were the only ones left in the room when a girl who looked like Jane College from Bryn Vassar, flat-heeled shoes, horn-rimmed specs, and black hair as straight as violin strings, put an eye on us. Sue said under her breath, Miss Frake, the doctor's secretary. To the girl as she came over to us, Sue explained that we'd like to consult with the doctor. Jane College looked doubtful, but finally said she'd see, and went through the black curtains. She came back in a minute, said, Dr. Savaja will see you, but only for a few minutes. He is very tired tonight. We followed her through the curtains, and after a moment came into a long room, a book-lined room. Savaja, or Eddie Levy, sat in a big chair at a big desk the length of the room away from us. The 3 apes were everywhere in this room, too, including a big figure on the desk. It was a nice room, a quiet room, and the only thing out of place was a big packing case, opened at one side. The doc said, sort of gently, Thank you, Miss Frake. Jane College went out, and the doc said, Sit down, Miss Jordan. And you too, Mr., The name, Eddie, I said, is Thorne, Carrie Thorne. I'd expected my approach to get a rise out of him. It didn't. Much. He looked sort of interested, not at all upset. He said, pleasantly enough, I noticed you in the audience, and I had you spotted for a private dick. When I put that together with Miss Jordan's vanity case stunt to get my prints the other night, I was sure of it. Sit down and get your errand off your mind. I had to admit he'd thrown the first punch, and for a moment it had me backing up. We sat down, and I looked at Sue. She was looking at me. The doc smiled. He said, Maybe I can help you get started. You're being paid by Paul Kirkwood. Is that correct, Miss Jordan? Sue nodded. And you've found out that my real name is Levy and that I'm an ex-convict. That's correct also. I said, You know the answers, Eddie. He seemed not so indifferent as he was unworried. He said, And what comes after that? Sue pulled out the sympathetic stop in her voice. She said, Perhaps we're doing you an injustice, Doctor. Or should I say, Mr. Levy? I have a feeling that you're not up to any particular mischief, that possibly your meetings are doing these people some good. But by faking your identity, you've put yourself in a spot. Mr. Kirkwood means to expose you unless you agree to leave the city and not communicate with Mrs. Woodring any longer. The guy didn't say anything for a little while. He wasn't looking at me at all, and the eyes he kept on Sue weren't panicky, weren't even unfriendly. His right hand kept tossing a small replica of the 3 apes into the air, catching it as it came down again. Finally, he said dryly, Thanks for the vote of confidence, Miss Jordan. Just tell Mr. Kirkwood for me that I'm not worried. In the first place, I have reasons to believe he won't expose me. In the second place, if he does, it can't really harm me. For the first time, some feeling showed on his dark face. He put down the figure of the 3 apes, spread his hands, and said, Has it occurred to the pair of you that I may be quite sincere in my philosophy of man's triumph over evil? I'm quite frank in saying that in the past I've been an evil man. I'll even admit that in the beginning I founded my school of thought with something evil, the lust for money in my mind. But I discovered I had stumbled onto the truth, and in convincing others I have convinced myself. If I don't relish having my pupils know that I am an ex-convict, it is only because it will handicap me in importing my philosophy to them, not because of any fear for myself. For I know that if I refuse to recognize the existence of evil, then no evil can really harm me. Do I make myself clear? He really sounded as though he meant what he said. Sue said gravely, Doctor, I believe you're sincere. But Mr. Kirkwood is just as determined as you are sincere. Why can't a compromise be worked out? I'm sure he'd be satisfied if you merely went on a nice vacation. 6 months or so. By the time you got back, his mother-in-law would have another enthusiasm, and everyone would be happy. The doc shook his head. That's quite ridiculous, Miss Jordan. After all, while Mrs. Woodring is a charming woman and one of the most prominent members of my little circle, she is only one of quite a number to whom I am bringing my message. I have no intention of giving up my work, and Mr. Kirkwood had better think carefully before he exposes me. You can tell him for me that even a good man isn't entirely helpless against an evil man, and that he who speaks evil often brings evil upon himself. I said, Listen, Eddie, we're using a lot of dollar words here. Can you put that in ordinary English? He smiled. Kirkwood will understand. And I'm like the first of my 3 little monkeys here. I'd rather speak no evil. I still think you're shadowboxing, I said. He bowed as though he didn't care what I thought. The conference seemed to be over, and I tracked Sue through the curtains, feeling clumsy-footed compared to his quiet sureness. Jane College met us outside the study, flat-heeled ahead of us to the front door. Under her breath, Sue said, At least I win $5. It was an act, I said. Wait 48 hours and see. We were halfway through the front door when things started to go boom, boom back in the study. There was 1 shot before I could get around, another while I was turning, and a third by the time I got my feet going. Sue was behind me, and I had a vague impression that Jane College was underway in our wake. I got through the black curtains, and the picture smacked me in the face. The doc was on his knees by the desk, clawing at the top, trying to pull himself up. He didn't have a chance of making it, and while I was still a dozen feet away, he caved and went down in a heap. His clawing hand pulled objects off the desk onto him, among them the large figure of the apes. The phone was already on the floor, receiver off. The 3 small monkeys, the ones he'd been playing with a few minutes before, lay on the rug beside the phone. He coughed, retched, and the brightness of blood jumped across his chin. And he died while I was easing him into a less tortured position. No wounds showed in front, and I figured he'd been shot in the back while he was sitting at the desk. Beside me, Sue said, "The poor guy." "Anyway," I said, getting up, "he was right on one angle. He'll speak no evil from now on, not even about the guy that gunned him." Behind us, Jane College was tuning up with hysterics. She had her hands over her eyes and her mouth open, making lots of noise. I thought what a swell thing it would be if she weren't around, for more reasons than one, and I got ideas. Between her screams, I tried to find out from her if there was another phone in the house. She paid no attention until I grabbed her shoulders, shook her. "Is there another phone in the house? Another outside wire?" I said. What? I said it over, and she told me, still looking half-witted from fright, that there was a phone upstairs in the doctor's bedroom. "Then get on it and call the cops," I said. "We can't use this one. We can't touch anything in here until the cops arrive." She looked as though she finally understood, and I let go of her. She streaked out through the curtains. I gave Sue a shove, said, "Out there with her. Keep her away from this room as long as you can." Sue didn't argue. She went. I snapped on more lights, cased the room with my eyes in a hurry. Down the room a door was open, a door that hadn't been opened before. I looked through the doorway, saw the room was a small, bare one, furnished only with a big chair, a couple of straight-back chairs, as though the doc had used it as a sort of confessional for folks who didn't like talking in a big room. The thing that interested me was that the room opened to a patio, and the patio door swung gently in the night wind. The picture was clear. Somebody, perhaps they'd been in this small room while we were talking, had opened the door to the study, shot the doc through the back, and beat it through the patio. As I say, that was interesting, but what I had on my mind were letters, papers, anything that could hook up Mrs. Woodring with the doc. After all, International was being paid to keep her clear. I went through the doc's big desk fast and found nothing I wanted. One of the pictures on the wall looked a little cockeyed, and on a hunch I lifted it away. Behind it was a wall safe, and I began to believe in luck. The outer door was ajar, and keys dangled in the inside door. Inside I found cash, a sheaf of A1 bonds, and a thick package of letters held together with a rubber band. I got the rubber band off and leafed through the letters. He had 'em from socialites, top-flight picture people, even from big-shot business guys. I found 5 on the stationery of Helen K. Woodring, slid those in my pocket, and stuck the others back in the safe. I knew the newspapers would have a lot of fun with those letters and their senders, but Law Woodring was my only lookout. When I had the picture back in place, I eased up a little. There might be other stuff around that would tie in the Woodring dame, but I'd have needed hours to prowl the entire layout, and I had to gamble on the letters being all there was. Just out of curiosity, I got down on my knees and put my ear to the phone receiver. If the doc had merely unhooked the receiver by knocking the phone off the desk, I'd have got the dial tone. I didn't. That meant he had been starting to dial a number when he was shot. While I was down on my knees, the small replica of the monkeys caught my eye. Light shone on the flat, solid bottom of the figures, showed me scratches that looked like letters. I picked the thing up, held it closer to the light. The scratches were letters and numbers reading HIMN37S13. Underneath that, in raised letters, was the mold mark, made in Japan. I didn't have time to think about whether the letters and numbers might mean something or nothing, because just then I began hearing siren noise. But on the chance they might connect with Mrs. Woodring, I popped the 3 monkeys into my pocket. I was looking wise and doing nothing when 2 cops came busting into the study like a rash. Jane College was looking a lot more collected than before, but as though she could still have the weeps if someone would give her the right signal. Sue was her usual composed self. A big red-nosed cop in the lead saw the body and started on us. What's happened here? Who are you people? What are you doing here? I recognized the second cop. Said, "Hello, Haggerty." "Hi, Thorne," said Haggerty. He was a thin, mouse-haired guy with uneven yellow teeth, and I'd met him a couple of times out fishing on the live bait boats. He looked at the doc's body, said, "Suicide or murder?" "Murder," I said. "Better call homicide, Oscar," said Haggerty. His partner went out in tow of Jane College, and Haggerty said, without bothering to fuss with the body, "What's it all about, Thorne?" I gave him a few fragments, not mentioning the letters and the apes that I had in my pocket. Haggerty said. "Well, we'll wait until the homicide boys arrive. No sense in a dumb flatfoot doing any detecting and getting stuck for a week in court. Done any fishing lately, Thorne?" Haggerty and I cut up a lot of bait and made a tentative date to go after Yellowtail in a couple of weeks. While we were doing it, Oscar came back and started to prowl the room, heavy-footed. He wound up at the packing case, and I saw him fish around in it. He said, "Geez, a zoo." We all took a look inside, and the case was full of small figures of the 3 monkeys, matching the one I had in my pocket. Apparently that had come out of the case because there was one missing from the top layer. I did some quick counting of the top layer and some estimating. There must have been at least 6 gross of the things in the case. "Jeez," said Oscar. "What would a guy be wanting with all them monkeys? He must have been up to monkey business." It was a pretty weak effort, but nobody topped it, so we let it lie. It wasn't long before Captain Fisher of the homicide squad, fat and gimlet-eyed and sloppy in a blue suit that hadn't been pressed for a week, arrived with 2 dicks named Ahern and Kirk. The minute Fisher saw me, he said, "Why'd you do it, Thorne?" I grinned. "Who's been informing on me, Skipper?" "Nobody. You've just got a naturally guilty look. What are you doing around here?" That was something that had been on my mind from the moment I knew the situation called for cops. I couldn't say that Sue and I had been putting the pressure on the doc in order to get him out of Mrs. Woodring's pocketbook. The papers would get it and have a holiday with it. I said, the dead man was the founder of a new religion, a cult, and the little lady here, Miss Jordan, was one of his followers. She wanted me to meet him and hear one of his lectures. You know how I am about the ladies, Skipper, so I humored her even though I did think it was screwy. Sue gave me a sweet glance and managed to look gaga, although I knew she wanted to tie me up by the thumbs. She said in a coy, wounded fashion, "Why, Carrie, I thought you were really sincere." Fisher looked as though he believed the act, but I wasn't too sure of it. He's a long ways from being dumb. But all he said was, "I see." "And what happened?" I gave him the bare physical facts, how we'd talked to the doc and been at the front door with the secretary when the blasting began. Fisher scouted around a little, looked into the small room, came back. He said that door was closed when you were in here first. I said it had been. "All right," Fisher said. "You and Miss Jordan and the other lady wait out in the next room. I want to talk to all of you later." Out in the lecture room, I stalled until Jane College had picked a chair near the dais, and then I ambled Sue down to the other end of the room. Oscar, the red-nosed cop, stood in the doorway and kept an important eye on us. "So I'm cult screwy, am I?" said Sue. She had her voice low so Oscar couldn't hear what she said, but not low enough to seem suspicious. "You'll pay for that crack, Carrie. And also, how about paying off on that bet?" "Me pay off? Listen, I bet the doc would be out of town inside of 48 hours. He is, isn't he?" "So you're going to quibble. I'll remember that. Did you find anything in there while I was phoning the cops?" "You phoned?" "Miss Frake was too occupied with her jitters to do it. Did you find anything?" "Some of Woodring's letters." She smiled. "And 3 apes on the floor?" I said, "Damn clever, these Jordans." "I saw the thing on the floor before I went to the phone. It was gone when I got back." "It probably didn't have any bearing," I said, but I didn't know. The way I looked at it, the doc might have been more stirred up about being exposed than he seemed on the surface. We know he pulled that crack about Kirkwood regretting it, and I know he'd started to dial a phone number when somebody let him have it. That call might have been about Kirkwood, and the chicken tracks on the figure of the apes might have counted in some fashion. A lot of mights, but I grabbed the apes on the strength of them. What chicken tracks? I told Sue about the numbers and figures that had been scratched on the bottom of the monkeys. She made me repeat them slowly. I said, "You got any inkling?" "None." "Who do you think killed him?" "I'm not thinking. That's the homicide squad's headache. We'll turn these letters over to Kirkwood, and then we're out of the case." "How about the apes you have in your pocket?" "On those we'll wait. If it seems the cops should have them, the cops will get them. Where were you to reach Kirkwood tonight?" "At Mrs. Woodring's home." "Okay. As soon as Fisher turns us loose, we'll go out there and turn over the letters." She looked at me sort of queerly, said, Suppose we pretend Kirkwood had a lot to do with this killing. It would look swell for International to be playing on his side against the cops." I chewed over that one. "What makes you think he might have?" "Nothing. But possibilities are possibilities. We'll have to watch our step, Carrie." There was some kind of a disturbance at the front door, and then Haggerty came through the lecture room, towing a tall, young blonde guy. The blonde saw me and nodded, said, "Hello, Thorne." For a moment I didn't place him. Then I did. I said hello, and Haggerty took him on into the study. "Who?" said Sue. "His name is Fred Manners. He's a kid who angled himself a private license some time ago. I ran into him on the fringes of a case a year ago and then never saw him again until now. I thought he'd probably faded into something that was more his speed." A few minutes later, one of the dicks came to the curtains and beckoned to Jane College. She went to the study with him, and we waited. We waited some more, and then we kept on waiting. It was pretty close to an hour before Fisher came out of the study. He didn't look unhappy when he sat down beside me. I said, "Don't tell me, Skipper, that you've already got it all untangled." "Not exactly," he said, "but we've got a pretty nice lead. Did you know this guy, Silvaja, was really an ex-con named Eddie Levy?" "What?" I said. Then I looked reproachfully at Sue. "A nice spot you led me into, Miss Jordan, associating with ex-cons." She choked, but she managed to mutter something about she hadn't known, and she was sorry. "Yeah," said Fisher, "an ex-con. We got that out of this secretary gal and the private dick that showed up a while ago. It seems this guy went up for mail fraud from St. Louis after taking some old Dutchman there for his life savings. The Kraut never got over it, and he located this Eddie Levy here 6 months back and took a shot at him. Levy kept it quiet, but he hired this Seamus Manners as a bodyguard. The Dutchman hasn't shown around here since then, but he's written Levy a lot of threatening letters. We found those in a wall safe in the study. So tonight Manners takes the night off, and it looks to me like the Kraut took the opportunity to get square. Anyway, we're putting out a teletype on him." "Here's luck," I said. "And now, how's about letting Miss Jordan and me go places and get some drinks? I need 2 or 3 or 7. "Sure," Fisher agreed. "I can reach you with the agency. And what's your address, Miss Jordan?" Sue gave him the name of her hotel, and we got underway. As I pulled my roadster around the corner from the side street into North Figueroa, I said, "When we get out to the Woodring place, Sue, we will go—" "Not we, Carrie." "What do you mean?" "I mean, you can handle it from here. Why should I lose sleep?" "Oh," I said. "Lone wolf-esque stuff." She said sweetly, "Why, Carrie, I don't know what you're talking about." "Listen, babe, I know all about you and the way you like to show us pants-wearing ops up. You think you've figured out a hot angle on this, and you want to work it all by yourself and grab all the credit." "I'm hurt, Carrie." "Yeah," I jeered. "Nothing short of a solid crack in the jaw would hurt you. But if you want to make it a contest, we'll make it that way." "Make what a contest?" "I don't know, but you probably do." I'd been watching the lights of a car in my mirror. When the car behind jogged through the radiance of a streetlight, I saw it was a squad car. I said some cops are tailing us. I guess Fisher didn't believe everything I told him. Now my feelings are hurt. I took the next dark cross street, unlatched the door on my side, and told Sue to get ready to slide under the wheel. Around another corner, I made the street and let the impetus of my jump carry me across the curb and into some shrubbery. The roadster slowed for an instant and then spurted. The police car tagged along, and as soon as it was out of sight, I walked back to Figueroa, found a drugstore, and got on the phone. I had Sue Jordan on my mind nearly as much as the phone call I was going to make. She had an angle on the fire. I felt pretty sure of that, and I wasn't too pleased. She's a nice gal, but she has a way of wandering off by herself and stumbling onto some hot lead in a case, thereby making the guy who's working with her look and feel like a first-class jackass. Not that she ever hogs the credit with the bosses, but no guy likes to feel he's a jackass. It took a while, but finally a low British voice at the other end of the wire admitted that I was connected with the home of Mrs. Woodring. I told the voice I wanted to speak to Kirkwood.
"That," said the voice, "will be impossible. Mr. Kirkwood cannot come to the phone at the moment. What is it about, sir?"
I asked who was talking.
"This is Osgood, Mrs. Woodring's butler."
"Okay, Osgood," I said. "Just tell Mr. Kirkwood a detective by the name of Thorne has something he'll be interested in, and that this same guy named Thorne will be ringing the front doorbell in about 20 minutes. Another phone call landed me a cab. The Woodring place was no less than an estate. It stood in an acre of lawns and semi-tropical shrubs out on West Washington, the whole of it surrounded by a high, balustraded wall that had cost as much dough as the average guy's entire home. There were bronze gates in the wall, but they weren't closed, and between them a gravel drive headed up toward a huge white blur of house. A block past the place, I paid the cab off and walked back to the gates. West Washington was fresh out of pedestrians at that hour, but a streetcar clanked along noisily 3 blocks away, and automobiles whirred by at wide intervals, going fast and sucking at the macadam with drawn-out whining sounds. Inside the gates, I got off the gravel, walked on the grass. Street lights were cut off by the wall, trees, and distance, and it was dark, almost completely black. That, I guess, was the only thing that saved me from stopping a nice hunk of lead. A clump of bushes halfway to the house swayed a little just as I came abreast of them, although there wasn't any breeze. I hadn't been expecting any rough stuff, and if I ducked my head and shifted my feet fast, it was due entirely to the involuntary nerve reflexes of being damn good and scared. The clump of bushes snapped a flat, jarring explosion at me, along with a burst of blue and orange flame. The clanking streetcar was going by at that exact moment, so the shot didn't seem very loud, but it seemed plenty in earnest. My feet doing a Roomba as I tried to get around to face the clump of bushes and drag out my gun at the same time, tangled with the head of a lawn sprinkler system. I went into the air, spread-eagled, and made a 1-point landing on my chin. At least I think it was my chin, because I was picking blue grass out of my teeth for 2 days afterward. My face was still nestling in the center of a divot when I began to remember things again. I remembered groggily for a moment, and then very clearly, and I didn't know whether to be sore at myself or get a laugh out of it. At least, I mumbled as I got my feet under me. I'm probably the first Seamus in the history of International that could knock himself out with one dive to the chin. But when I started to pat my pockets, there wasn't anything to laugh about. Everything I'd had on me had been lifted. Wallet, watch, keys, gun, a pocket full of change, and the Woodring letters, and the 3 brass apes. It was pretty. And to make things complete, I took 3 steps in the darkness and put my hoof down on top of my new hat, for which I'd laid out $7 just the day before. I swore for a while, but there wasn't any satisfaction in it. Go on up to the house and take your medicine, I told myself, you long-eared dope. I got the wreck of my hat on and headed for the house. It turned into something definite as I got nearer, a big and very white affair of Norman architecture with a long stretch of 2 stories of blank windows. Faint light inched through Venetian blinds at a lower window, and I leaned on the bell push. After a minute or so, a light went on over the door. The door opened 3 inches on a chain, and a long white nose and eyes that had all the genial expression of marbles looked out at me. A mouth under the long nose said, "Yes? Are you the detective person? The detective person who phoned?" "You weren't expecting any detective persons who didn't phone, were you?" Osgood couldn't seem to think offhand of the answer to that one, but he didn't take the chain off the door. I said, "Yes, Osgood, I am the detective chappie, the one that phoned, and I'm here to see Mr. Kirkwood. How about it?" He finally collected himself enough to get the door unchained, and I went in. When I got in, I took a good look at Osgood, and he squirmed around a bit under it. In fact, he seemed to be in somewhat of a dither about something. He looked a lot like a fish, but a husky fish with good shoulders and big hands that had plenty of bone and muscle to them. He wore a woolly bathrobe, but trousers showed below the bathrobe, and he had shoes on, not slippers. The shoes were damp around the soles, the toes. "Lot of dew on the grass tonight, Osgood," I said. "Dew? I don't understand, I'm sure," he said, but his eyes couldn't help darting down toward his shoes, and then back at me. "Yeah," I said. "Or did you get your shoes wet running around on these Chinese rugs?" He licked his lips and tried to go English butler on me. He said, "I went outside a short while ago, it so happened, sir. I thought I had heard a shot somewhere on the grounds, and I made a brief investigation." His eyes fastened themselves on my skinned-up face, my wreck of a hat. "I found nothing, but it occurs to me that perhaps you might know quite a lot about it." "Maybe I do," I said. "How about Mr. Kirkwood?" "Please wait in there." He showed me a small reception room off the hall and left me there with a reluctant look on his face, as though he didn't quite trust me not to walk off with the bric-a-brac. The room was furnished with Louis or something furniture, all very elegant, and the one thing out of place was a big bronze figure of the 3 apes on a small table. They made me remember the yarn I was going to have to tell Kirkwood, and I felt like asking them to move over and make room for a 4th, and the biggest monkey of all. But it wasn't Kirkwood that showed up. It was 2 women. One of them I knew must be Mrs. Woodring, and the other, the younger one, her daughter. The Woodring dame gave me the impression of a dowager queen, aching to go on the loose. Her hair was brassy yellow, and even at this hour, put up in curls and ringlets and waves. Her negligee was a generation too young for her, and gave the world a not-so-small bosom. She had wrinkles in her cheeks and a roll of fat between her shoulders, and eyes that had a yen in them. She looked like October playing at being April, and it made you sorry for her and disgusted with her at the same time. The daughter, Mrs. Kirkwood, was another order. She had a tall, lithe body and blue eyes that would have been beautiful if they hadn't had the blank, expressionless look of the blind. Her face was pale and strong and stopped just short of being pretty. She came into the room, holding on to her mother's arm, but she had so much more to her that she almost gave the impression of leading the older woman. Mrs. Woodring's voice sounded scared and patronizing and coy all at the same time. She said, "You wished to see me, young man?" I said, "No, ma'am. I want to see Mr. Kirkwood." She arched her bosom a little farther out of the negligee. "Young man, this is my home. You can tell me whatever you have." The girl said in a low voice, "Mother, please. Paul will take care of this." "Nonsense, Anne," La Woodring said. "There are a lot of very queer things going on around here this evening, and—" The girl protested again. "Mother, please. I say there is something mysterious going on. Why was Paul so insistent that I stay home tonight? Why is this young man here at this hour? I insist on knowing what it's about." But she didn't have a chance to shoot any questions at me, because just then the draperies at the door parted and Kirkwood was there. He was immaculate and sleek and casual on the surface, but he was breathing a little fast, as though he had just stopped being in a hurry as he got to the door of the room. He slapped a look of pure venom at me, and then shifted gears with his face so fast that by the time Mrs. Woodring had her eyes around to him, he was wearing a smile for her that damn near had a caress in it. She looked back at him the same way, and I thought it just as well that Anne Kirkwood was blind. La Woodring said, "Paul, what is it that's going on tonight? You're all acting so queerly, and what's this man here for?" "Now, Mother," Kirkwood said, "don't you bother your head about this man. Osgood should have told me at once that he was here instead of disturbing you." "But, Paul—" Kirkwood kept on smiling, patted the old lady on the shoulder. The way he did it was sensuous. The old dame beamed horribly. He said, "You're just imagining things, Mother. This man is here to give me a report on a business investigation. Now you and Anne trot along upstairs, and I'll join you there as soon as I've finished with him." Mrs. Woodring didn't argue. She said, "Very well, Paul dear," as meek as oatmeal, and the two women turned to go. It was pretty apparent that Kirkwood called the shots around that household, and no wonder he didn't want Savaja chiseling in on his territory. When the women were gone, Kirkwood turned on me, and there wasn't any smile in his eyes. He said savagely, "You fool. I told you and that woman detective merely to get in touch with me. The last thing I wanted was for you to show up here. I'll see that your agency hears about this in the morning." I let it pass. I said, "Have you heard about Kirkwood didn't look shocked, but he did look surprised. I couldn't tell whether the surprise was real or not, and I wished I hadn't led up to it quite in that way, that I had socked him with the information without any preliminaries. Then maybe I could have told whether he was actually surprised or putting on an act." He found a cigarette and lit it very carefully, his face dark and taut with thought. Finally he said, "That changes things. Or rather, it accomplishes what I wanted accomplished, although in a different way. Have your agency send its bill to my office." "You're not interested in who killed him or why?" "There's no reason why I should be, is there?" "When I've finished," I told him, "you can figure that out for yourself." I gave him the scenario from the moment we'd walked into Savage's study until the time I'd picked my chin out of the bluegrass, minus all my belongings, including the letters and the 3 brass apes. As I wound up, Kirkwood was looking faintly worried, and also pretty sore and not a little contemptuous. He said nastily, "You call yourself a private detective and come to me with a story like that?" "That's my story," I said, "and I'm stuck with it. The point is, are those letters important enough to you so that you want them back?" Kirkwood said, still nasty, "After a performance like this, you think you should get them back?" "They won't shoot a guy for trying," I said, "except sometimes. Now, if it was the letters that someone was after in particular, it spells blackmail. With Savaja dead, have you any idea who would have blackmail notions in connection with Mrs. Woodring?" Kirkwood said he didn't, but he looked thoughtful. I said, "How about the butler?" "Osgood? That's ridiculous. He's been with Mrs. Woodring for 10 years. If that's a sample of your thinking—" "Maybe it isn't as lousy thinking as it seems," I said. I was getting a little fed up with his down-the-nose attitude. It so happens that outside of Miss Jordan, Osgood was the only person I'd informed that I was going to show up here when I did, and it's sort of plain that whoever took the pot shot at me was waiting for me and that he knew who he was waiting for. Also, Ozzy has been prowling around outside just this evening. Of course, he might have passed the word to someone else after I'd talked to him on the phone." Kirkwood said, "Ridiculous again," but he wasn't so sure of it this time. I stood up, said, "Whoever got the letters, you want them back. That's the main idea." "And how do you propose to get them back?" "Whoever has them will want money for them. In order to get money, they have to ask for it. Just as soon as you or Mrs. Woodring receive any communication about them, let me know. We'll go on from that point." Kirkwood agreed to let me know, but I wasn't too certain whether he meant it or was just yesing me to get me on my way. He let me out without benefit of Butler, and I started a 6-block hike to Western and Washington, where I figured I could find a cab. I tried to do a bit of thinking while I hiked, but after all, a guy has to have a few facts to build his guesses on. I didn't even feel too sure of my guess about Osgood. If he had been with the Woodring dame for 10 years, he must have had plenty of chances in that time to blackmail her if he was that kind of a guy. Maybe at that, it hadn't been the letters that were wanted when someone let fly the slug at me. Maybe it had been the 3 apes. Those apes were certainly running through the whole thing, even to the extent of finding counterparts among the people involved. Savaja had bragged that he spoke no evil, and he undoubtedly wouldn't speak any from now on. And Anne Kirkwood, poor woman, didn't have to hold her hands over her eyes like the second ape, because those blind eyes couldn't see evil right in front of them. That was stretching the comparison a little, because very probably neither Kirkwood nor La Woodring were what you could call evil. My guess was that Kirkwood was a gigolo who had married himself into a dough-heavy family, and Mrs. Woodring's tired coyness was sickening rather than nasty. But even so, I wouldn't have wanted either of them before my eyes long at a time. As for the third ape, the one that couldn't hear any evil, I felt as though I could match that one myself. If I'd been holding my fingers in my ears all night, I couldn't have known any less about what was really going on. That wouldn't have bothered me too much if I hadn't been working with Sue Jordan. I knew that sooner or later I'd probably find out what it was all about, but when I got to that point, I had a hunch I'd probably discover Sue sitting there and waiting for me. At Western, I found a yellow and gave the hacker my address. When we got to the apartment where I parked my extra shirt, I said, "Listen, Cap, I haven't got any money on me." The hacker stuck a steamboat-jawed face through the door at me and growled, "You're the second Ginzo that's pulled that one on me tonight. What do I look like, Santa Claus?" "No," I said, "although a beard would improve you. But what I'm trying to tell you is that if you'll come upstairs with me, I'll find some dough." He looked happier, and we went inside the lobby. It was dark except for a floor lamp in a corner. Somebody sitting in a chair in another corner got up and started for me. My hand began to go for my gun before I realized I didn't have any gun, and then I started backward, getting tangled up with the cab driver. The guy coming toward me said, "Hello, Thorne. I've been waiting to see you." He came farther into the light, and I saw it was Fred Manners. I said, "For cat's sake, don't do things to me like that. How do you know I haven't got a weak ticker? Have you got a buck?" "Huh?" Manners said. He had a friendly, kiddish-looking face, and it was puzzled. What I said was, "Have you got a buck?" He still seemed as though he was trying to add things up and make sense, but he said, "Oh, sure," and fished a $1 bill out of his pocket. I passed the bill to the cab driver. Up in my apartment, I found some Teacher's Highland after knocking over a couple of Aunt Frida's elephants that I'd parked wherever I could find room. I cussed the elephants, picked them up, and poured a couple of drinks. After I had them poured, Manners said he didn't use it, so I slid mine down and held the other one ready to follow when reinforcements were needed. He scratched one pale eyebrow and grinned uncertainly. He said, "I'll bet you wonder why I showed up here at this hour. If you could find anyone to lay the bet with, you'd win." "Well, it's this way. This little thing tonight does me out of my job as the doc's bodyguard." "I'm sorry," I said, "but that doesn't make me the WPA." "Sure, I know. I just thought, well, I've had some experience, and I thought maybe International might have something." I said, "It's a lot too late for kidding. Or do you really expect me to believe you stayed up all night just so you could make out an employment application? What's on your mind?" "That's really it," he said. He spread his knees, put a hand on each knee, and looked at me straight. "At least, that's mostly it. I knew that in order to get a job with International, you have to have something more than just a wild desire to please. Well, I've got something more, and it's too hot to let lie around forever. Your agency would like to solve tonight's killing, wouldn't it?" "Not particularly," I said. "That's the police department's worry. What made you think we'd be interested?" He laughed at me, said, "Now you're trying some kidding. After all, you're working for Kirkwood, aren't you?" "What would you know about that?" "Plenty, Thorne, plenty. Do you want to hear what I've got to tell?" "Sure," I said. "I like to hear anything." Go ahead. He shook his head. I've always wanted a job with a top agency. If this is good, and it will be, do I connect with International? I was watching his face, and there was youthful confidence plastered all over it. He knew he had something hot. I said, Tim Harper does the hiring. All I can do is put in a good word for you. Fair enough. I've heard your word carries weight there. So here it is. Maybe I'd better start about 6 months back when the doctor hired me. I've been wondering how you happened to hook up with him. He told me, through Gerda. When I looked blank, he said, Gerda Frake, who was secretary for Levy. She's my fiancée. I met her when we were both working for the Hunter Medical Lab. That was before I decided I'd have more fun starving as a private dick than as a stock clerk. The lab let her out, and she got this job with Levy. So when this Dutchman from St. Louis tried to kill Levy, Gerda recommended me as a bodyguard. What about this Dutchman? I said. Do you mean, did he kill Levy? It's possible. He certainly hated Levy's guts. It's a funny thing, too. Levy wanted to pay back everything the guy had lost, but we couldn't locate him. You see, Levy was really on the level about this Dr. Sauvage stuff of his. He'd got so he believed the no-evil stuff he was dishing out, and he was trying to live up to it. However, I sort of doubt this Dutchman did it. From all I've heard, he was one of these guys that has to shoot off his mouth for 5 minutes before he does something, and Levy, so the cops say, was knocked off fast and quiet. Go ahead. You're just getting a good start. That's right, he said. His eyes were pale gray under the pale eyebrows and very sharp, but not hard. Have you given a thought to Paul Kirkwood as a possibility? No, I said, sounding surprised. Why should I? Because he's a swell possibility. Maybe you work for him, but I'll lay odds I know more about him than you do. It so happens he started to put pressure on Levy 3 months ago to leave the Woodring dame alone. Levy wasn't a sap, even though he had fallen for his own line, and he put me to work checking on Kirkwood. It took me a while, but I finally got a line, and to cut it short, I found out Kirkwood wasn't any lily himself. He left New York 6 years ago, just one train ahead of an indictment for embezzlement from a stock firm he was working for. About a year after he married the blind Woodring girl, the indictment was quashed. I suppose he settled up with dough he'd found in the family treasury. Did Kirkwood know that Levy had this information? No. Levy wasn't going to use it unless Kirkwood forced him to. Like I told you, Levy was really trying to be a good guy. Then, I said, it doesn't add up. Kirkwood wouldn't have any reason to do it. Maybe I ought to say that Kirkwood didn't know anything about it until just before the meeting tonight. Levy was tipped off during the day from St. Louis that somebody was checking his record there. He figured Kirkwood must be behind it, and he phoned Kirkwood about 6 o'clock and asked him to come over after the meeting. I didn't hear the conversation, but I'm betting Kirkwood got a hint that he wasn't sitting so pretty himself. That reminded me that when I'd called the Woodring house, the butler had told me I couldn't talk to Kirkwood, and that when he had come into the reception room later, I'd had the feeling he'd just arrived from someplace. Manners went on. However, that's just background. I don't think Kirkwood pulled it because I've got too much better candidates. How do you think Levy got himself set up in this cult racket? It took dough. I wouldn't know. Maybe he had some. He didn't have 2 nickels to bounce together when he got out of Atlanta. All he had was a swell idea and a couple of pals that were willing to stake him while he put the idea over. Levy never broke down and told me all this. I just picked it up a little here and a little there and put it together. The idea was that a lot of rich screwballs, particularly women, fall for cult stuff and will let their hair down in private to the high yogi. Levy was supposed to get the dirt, pass it on to his pals, and they'd put the squeeze on the saps. For the first time, I felt as though I was getting warm on the case. I said, who were these pals? 2 cons that Levy met at Atlanta. One is Skip Morris, a racket guy who went up from Chicago for income tax stuff, and the other is Harry Lake, A hot number from New York. I don't know what he was in the can for. As a matter of fact, I never saw the pair except once when I bodyguarded Levy over to the Roosevelt and he talked to them there. But I know they were the reason the last couple of months why Levy kept me on. How do they fit into last night's caper, I said, killing my teachers. I thought I could guess that, but I was willing to let him tell me. I figured also that I knew just about where the Woodring letters had gone, although I couldn't dope out how anyone had managed to be waiting for me outside the old gal's house. Levy's idea was a swell idea, Manners said, except that Levy went wholly on these guys. He got plenty of dirt on a lot of suckers, but he wouldn't pass it on to Lake and Morris. He paid them back the dough they'd staked him to, but they still figured he was double-crossing them. They as much as told him last week they were going to give him the business. He grimaced, wagged his head a little. And last night, they didn't do anything else. Why didn't you tell the cops all this? That's easy. I don't want a job on the cops. I want a job with International. Yeah, I said. Incidentally, you didn't happen to knock Levy off yourself, did you? For a moment, Manners looked startled. He said, You serious? No, I said. That was just to keep conversation going. Oh. He dripped sarcasm, and I couldn't blame him. Well, on that basis, sure. I polished him off so Gerda could lose her job at $40 a week, and I could lose mine at $75. You see, I figured I'd blackmail Kirkwood, so the first thing I did was blab all I knew to the dick that was working for him. It was kind of hard for me because I put in the whole evening lifting beer at the Lots of Time Cafe until 15 minutes or so before I got back to the house, but I managed to shoot him from the cafe using mirrors. Oh, well, I said. I was just keeping the record clear. If I wanted to locate Morrison Lake, what kind of guys would I look for and where would I look? He described the pair, said, I don't know where they hang out, but maybe I can find out for you. Now how about that job? I told him I'd put in a word with Tim Harper, and he got up to go. I was amused at this kid, craving to be a dick. At the door I said, there's one thing I've been wondering about. Levy had a packing case full of the 3 apes. What was he doing? Starting a curio shop? Manners grinned. Levy was as nutty about his cult as any of his suckers. He was going to pass the monkeys out the way Rockefeller did dimes. It might have been a good publicity stunt at that. That sounded pretty nutty to me, but no nuttier than the rest of the case, so I forgot the apes. What I wanted was the letters, and I had a notion that if I could locate Skip Morris and Harry Lake, I'd be locating the letters. When I got the letters, I'd toss the mugs to the cops and ease out of the picture. So I phoned a little redhead who works the cocktail bars on Figueroa and on West 7th. She said she knew Skip Morris, but she didn't know the other guy. If I can find out where Morris lives, she said, I'll call you, Carrie. I said that would make her $50 better off. When the phone rang, I'd been asleep for 2 hours. The redhead said in my ear, Try the York Apartments, Carrie, and hung up without saying anything more. At 10 the next morning, I got Harper on the phone at the office. He sounded grouchy, and what I had to tell him didn't make him feel any better, and he let me know about it. I said, well, maybe things won't come out so badly. I'm going out to the York Apartments and prowl around. Incidentally, have you heard anything from Sue? No, Harper said. And if she hasn't anything better to tell me than you have, I hope I don't hear from her. The York Apartments were 4 stories of dingy red brick out on Santa Monica Boulevard. There were brass plates on the hallway wall that held the cards of tenants. None of the cards showed me the names of Morris and Lake. Not that I had expected it. I pressed the button under the card that said manager. A woman in a purple wrapper came to the head of the stairs. She was about 50 and very thick through the body, and she had a lumpy face, a whiskey-veined nose, and blue eyes as hard as agates. When I got up to her, I had a card out. The card said that I was Jasper Q. Paul of the Western Collection Agency. I gave her the card and said, Good morning, madam. I'm looking for a man named Morris and another man named Lake. She backed her thick body away from me and into the open door of an apartment just off the stairway. She looked at the card and back at me and said, "Nobody here by that name." She started to shut the door and I stopped it with my foot. I said they wouldn't be using those names. They skipped with a mortgaged car and it'd be worth $10 to locate them. The pressure came off the door and the woman said, "What do they look like?" Morris is tall and about 40 with a black mustache and black hair. He's sort of bald on top. I remembered Manners' description. I hadn't heard feet coming up the stairs until I'd gone on with, "Lake is smaller. His nose has a hump where it was broken, and he has one gold tooth." The woman said hurriedly, "I told you there wasn't anybody named Lake Morris in this building," and backed away and slammed the door quickly. Behind me, about the level of my knees, a man's voice said, "You looking for a fella named Lake, buddy?" I turned around, and a tall mug who had a black mustache and black hair where it showed below a gray Homburg was just taking the last step upward to the hallway. He was also just taking his hand out from beneath his coat, and it was holding a blue-black automatic. The tall man, who was undoubtedly Morris, said, "Come on, buddy. I'll take you to this guy named Lake." When I didn't find anything to say, he grinned and said chidingly, "Hell, can't you even say thanks?" We went up 2 more flights of stairs to the top floor where there were only 2 doors along the hallway. Morris knocked on one of them with his left hand while he held the gun on me with his right. He had to knock again before the door opened and a man in his shirt sleeves looked out at us. The shirt-sleeved man had very square, muscular shoulders and ropey forearms. He had small eyes like shiny licorice drops, and the eyes twinkled at me. His nose had a hump, and he had a gold tooth. Morris said, "This guy wants to see you, Harry." Lake said in a husky baritone, "Bring him in, Skip. We got quite a party now." We went in single file, with me between Morris and Lake, into a big living room. There were 2 men already in the room. One of them, who was Fred Manners, sat in the exact middle of a big divan. His mouth was bloody and one of his pale eyebrows was torn. He was holding his hands tightly across his stomach and moaning, and he didn't look up when we came in. The other man was Paul Kirkwood. His skin was malaria yellow, and he looked scared and a little sick to the stomach. He jerked his head like a startled horse when he saw me, and his mouth opened and closed a couple of times, but didn't say anything. Morris said, "Where did Blondie come from?" "Don't you remember him?" Lake said. "He's the guy Levy had bodyguarding him. When I was coming back here with Kirkwood, I saw the guy just getting out of his car in front, so I brought him upstairs to find out why he was gumshoeing around." "Has he told you?" Morris asked, interested. "He talks, but he don't make sense." Lake walked over to the kid with a swing to his walk like a boxer, straightened him up with a light left to his face, and then sank his right 4 inches into Manners' belly. Manners' retching noise was loud in the room, and he doubled over again, holding his stomach muscles. Lake walked back to me and twinkled his shiny eyes at me. He said, "From that nosy look you got, brother, you look like a dick to me." "You ought to know," I said. "You don't have to put on an act for me." Lake whipped the right at me without telegraphing it. It smacked me high on the cheek and shoved me off balance. I hit the wall and bounced back with my fists coming up. Morris wiggled his gun at me, and I put my fists down. "I'll learn you," Lake said, "to give me funny answers." Skip Morris said soberly, "We're not getting any place this way, Harry. Let these guys alone, and we'll get our business with Kirkwood over and get going." "We got plenty of time," Lake said. "It always gives me the creeps when guys follow me around, and I don't know just who they are or why. I'll work on 'em a while." Morris shook his head. "You're nothing but a damn sadist, Harry. You like to beat guys up." "Yeah," Lake said, "and this blonde kid is perfect for it. Not too soft, not too hard." He stalked Manners again, but even the light tap of Lake's left didn't straighten him up this time. Lake licked his lips, and then he reached down and got a fistful of Manners' vest and hauled him upright. The kid fell forward and sideways, and Lake pulled him erect again, the ropey muscles in his forearms standing out. He let him go and instantly threw his right from the level of his shoulder. The fist hit Manners' jaw with the sharp impact of a whip being snapped. Manners' knees didn't even buckle. He went over backward, straight and stiff like a piece of wood. There was a table in the way, and the back of his head hit the carved edge of it, making a dull, mushy sound. The table fell over, throwing its legs and its top around Manners' body on 3 sides like a fence. Manners didn't move. Not a muscle twitched, and if there was any motion in his chest, I couldn't see it. His mouth sagged wide open and saliva drooled from it. His eyes were wide open too, but only the whites showed. Morris made an angry, bitter sound in his throat. He said, "You damned fool, you've killed him. You've fixed us up fine." But he wasn't upset enough to take his rod off me. Lake stooped and felt Manners' wrist. After a few seconds, he dropped it and stood looking down at him. He said sheepishly, "Al, how could I guess the guy was a softy?" Skip Morris began to storm at him, and Lake's eyes got cold and small. They didn't twinkle anymore. He said in a soft, nasty way, "Shut up. I'm thinking." I noticed that Morris shut up. He kept the gun pointing my way, but his eyes were half on me, half on Lake, and they were worried. After a little, Lake turned around and went out of the living room. He came back right away, and he had a wet bath towel in his hands, wringing water out of it as he walked. The drops fell on the carpet, making a damp trail. "What's the idea?" Morris demanded. His voice was anxious. "Don't you worry what I'm gonna do," Lake said. He got a gun out from under his armpit and began wrapping it in the wet towel. "There's only one guy here that would do any talking about what just happened, Skip." He looked at me, and then at Kirkwood. He said, "You wouldn't do any talking, would you, handsome?" The malaria yellow of Kirkwood's face was turning to green. He didn't try to speak, merely let his head waggle from side to side. Then he turned around and went wooden-kneed toward a window. He stood there with his back to us. "See?" Lake said. "Handsome won't talk. He doesn't even want to see things." He had the gun wrapped in the wet towel now, and he looked at me. There were orange lights behind the shiny blackness of his eyes, and he looked as though he was enjoying something hugely. Nerves crawled in my stomach, and my mouth was suddenly dry, and my tongue was stiff. He said, "I'll bet you won't talk either, Seamus." The towel-shrouded gun was beginning to come up when out of the corner of my eye I saw movement on the floor by the overturned table. I said loudly, hurriedly, "For Cripe's sake, hold it! The kid isn't dead!" Manners was moving his hands, his legs, with little jerks as though he were receiving a series of electric shocks. His chest moved convulsively, and a long sigh hissed through his mashed lips. Lake started to unwrap the gun, looking disappointed about something. He said reflectively, "I don't know. Maybe the guy might die yet." He got the gun unwrapped, wiped off dampness from its barrel, and put it away in his shoulder holster. Figured damask draperies divided the living room from the small foyer through which we had come, and the draperies moved a bit now. Skip Morris and Lake weren't looking that way, so they didn't see Sue Jordan step into sight between the hangings. She had her pearl-handled .32 in her hand, and if she had worn wings, she couldn't have looked any more like an angel. She waited until Lake had brought his hand away empty from the shoulder holster, and then she said, "That's much better." Lake and Morris began to jerk around, and Sue's voice was like a whiplash. "Don't move, gentlemen." Lake froze, but Skip Morris got his head around over his shoulder and stared at Sue and her gun with amazed fascination. She said, "Take their guns, Carrie." I did just that in a hurry, saying if you had a uniform, Sue, you could double for the Marines at this moment. She grinned. "I talked to the boss on the phone right after you'd told him you were coming out here. These 2 playboys fitted right in with what I was looking for, so I beat it out here too. And when the manager downstairs found out I was looking for you, she got the shakes and finally told me you were up here. I talked her out of a key, and here I am." On the floor, Manners was breathing a lot better. I said, "Can you hold these guys a minute or two, Sue?" She looked scornful. "Do you think I'm a sissy?" I got water from the bathroom, slopped some in Manners' face. He opened his eyes. I looked at Kirkwood for the first time in minutes. He'd turned around from the window and was watching me with his eyes sunk deep in his head. There was a bedroom off the living room. I started through the room like a northeast gale, but I didn't have to go far. The Woodring letters and my gun were in a suitcase under the bed. I stuck the gun in my pocket, and with the other 2 guns loading me down, I felt like an armory. I went back into the living room and handed the letters to Kirkwood. I said, "How much were they asking for them?" He put the letters in his pocket without looking at them, said dully, "Thanks, but this isn't all. There's something else they know." I got it. You wouldn't be meaning something like a New York indictment? He didn't answer, but he didn't have to. I looked at Morris and Harry Lake. I said, "Where did you guys get that information?" Lake's licorice drop eyes sparkled hatred at me. He snarled, "You dicks aren't the only guys that find out things." "Keep your mouth shut," Morris said swiftly. "They haven't got a damn thing on us if you'll just keep that big mouth shut." Just like that, I said. I suppose I didn't have some letters and a gun swiped from me last night, and I suppose I didn't just find 'em here. Morris's eyes were opaque and crafty. He said stubbornly, "I don't know anything about any letters or any gun." "You'll remember about them," I said, "when we turn you over to the cops and lay everything in their laps." There was a little laugh. It was Sue. She said, "You're not really that dumb, are you, Carrie? International is being paid to keep Kirkwood and Mrs. Woodring out of a scandal, not shove them in. We'd be earning our money in a big way, telling the cops about letters and indictments and so on." She was right. I said, "Yeah," and scowled at Lake and Skip Morris. "But," I said, "murder is murder after all. We can't turn these guys loose." "We don't have to," Sue said quietly. "All that's necessary is to show that they had another reason, and a lot better one than blackmail to have killed Levy. The blackmail was just pin money." Maybe I sounded skeptical. "And I suppose you can show that?" "I think so. Unless I'm very wrong. We'll know soon. As soon as it will take to get all our friends here at Dr. Savage's, or Levy's, cult place." Kirkwood was looking very unhappy. He said, "But, Miss Jordan, I'd better not. If this gets into the papers—" "I think you'd better," Sue said firmly, "just in case. And don't worry, there'll be no reporters there." Manners had been on his feet for a couple of minutes. He was leaning against a shiny walnut radio cabinet, looking pretty shaky. Now he stood away from the radio and took 3 steps in the direction of Harry Lake. His right moved fast and slammed Lake in the face. The punch didn't seem to have been thrown very hard, but there was a sound of bone snapping and cartilage smashing, and Lake went down as though he had been tapped with a mallet. His broken nose was broken all over again and covered half his face. Manners slipped brass knuckles off his right hand and dropped them in his pocket. He grinned with his battered face and said, "That makes me feel a lot better." Kirkwood had a big expensive car downstairs, and we all piled into it. Skip Morris and Harry Lake didn't make any fuss about coming with us, but maybe that was because Manners and I were holding guns on them. Kirkwood slid through traffic at 50 as though he was anxious to get the whole thing over with. I was busy clearing up some angles that had me winging. Kirkwood admitted he hadn't been at Mrs. Woodring's place when I called. He'd gone over to see Savage, but he hadn't got there until after the murder, he said, and all the police cars had scared him away. Lake had phoned early that morning, given him a blackmail hint, and set a meet for a certain corner. That's how he'd got lured to the York apartment. He admitted he hadn't tried to get me the way he'd agreed. He'd been willing to pay off and forget it all and I couldn't blame him too much for that. Manners had put out some feelers and had located the York apartment spot the way I had. And we both stuck out our chins, he said. Lake came along with Kirkwood and caught me just getting out of my car in front. He made me right away as Levy's bodyguard and the fireworks started. He shook his head, remembering some of those fireworks. Say, how about that job now? I told him I hadn't had a chance to speak to Tim Harper. Morris and Lake sneered at us largely, but they were carefully not having any of the conversation. And neither was Sue. Whatever she had up her sleeve, she was keeping there. Personally, I didn't think she had very much. The blackmail angle still looked plenty good to me. In daylight, the House of No Evil looked like just what it was. A tired, old-fashioned place that had started out life in good society 40 years before and had dropped out of the parade long ago. We went in, Manners and I keeping a peeled eye on Skip Morris and Harry Lake. They were meek as lambs. Inside the lecture room, Cap Fisher was sitting on a chair only half big enough for him, talking to Jane College, or Gerda Frake, Manners had said her name was when he told me he was engaged to her. A homicide dick named Malloy was lounging with his hands in his pockets, and there was another guy there that I didn't know. Jane College looked around and saw Manners, and her face went white and anxious. She jumped up, said, "Freddie, what's happened? Oh, what have they done to you?" The way she looked at him, it was easy to tell they sort of liked each other. Manners grinned, said, "I'm okay, Gerda. I just slipped and skinned my face on a knuckle." "I'm a little late," Sue said. "I'm sorry, Captain." Fisher said, "It's okay. Us homicide men aren't supposed to get any sleep. Anyway, I wanted to go over some things here with Miss Frake." He smiled, said, "I think I've got your drift, Miss Jordan. It sort of puzzled me when you phoned last night and said not to lose track of that packing case full of monkeys, but when this lad," he gestured at the guy I didn't know, "showed up this morning, I began to figure things out. What made you think of it?" "It was just a hunch," Sue said. "I couldn't imagine why Savaja or Levy would want 6 gross of the little figures." Then on the bottom of one of the figures was scratched a sort of a cipher, HIMN37S13. She didn't say what had become of that particular figure, and fortunately, Fisher was too interested in what was coming to ask. Sue continued, "I kept wondering, and finally it occurred to me that maybe Savaja hadn't wanted the monkeys, but he had wanted something the monkeys brought in with them from Japan. Narcotics." Fisher said admiringly, "You're a smart girl." "Thanks," said Sue. "This morning I called the customs at the harbor and found Savaja had received 2 other similar shipments in the last few months, one of them aboard the Hideyoshi Maru from Nagasaki. That cleared up the letters H, I, M, and N, scratched on the one figure, and the clerk at the customs said the rest was probably a date, Jap fashion. They date their year, it seems, from the coronation of the living emperor, which made it read March 7th of Showa 13, or March 7th of this year. And the clerk said the Hideyoshi Maru would be sailing from Nagasaki for Los Angeles about that date, which indicates another shipment of apes is due to arrive here on that voyage of the Hideyoshi Maru. The guy I didn't know said, "I want to congratulate you, Miss Jordan, on an exceedingly clever piece of work. I saw one of the figures open and found it contained approximately 3 ounces of heroin. If all the rest of the figures contain the same amount, it will be one of the largest seizures made by the Government Narcotic Bureau on this coast in a long time. Your agency has a nice amount of money coming by way of reward." He showed a mutilated figure of the 3 apes and a little bottle full of snowy powder. A chunk had been sawed out of the ape that had its hands over its ears, and there were traces of powder inside. Captain Fisher said, "Swell. But where do I come in? I still got a murder on my hands." "We even thought of that, Captain," Sue said. "We rounded up some lovely suspects for you. Introduce them, Carrie. Huh? I said, looking up from the three apes. Oh, yeah, Skipper. Meet Skip Morris and Harry Lake, ex-cons and pals of Doc Savaja. They set him up in this racket here, so I guess they can tell you plenty you want to know. Well, well, said the skipper, putting a hard and happy eye on the two of them. They're the sort of lads I like to meet. Harry Lake snarled through his busted nose, but Morris was smooth, nonchalant. He said quietly, "We don't know a thing about this, Captain. We've got nothing to worry about." "There's one thing you won't have to worry about, boys," the skipper told them, heavily humorous. "And that's the dope smuggling charge. After we run you through the gas chamber for murder, the feds won't be interested in you any longer." Skip Morris still looked unworried. He had a very nice front. He said, "You'll need a bit of proof, won't you, before you can convict even two ex-cons of murder?" Fisher looked at Sue, at me. He said, "How about it? You got any proof these guys pulled the killing?" "Well," I said, "all I know is they'd threatened to get him because he'd used their dough to set up the cult racket and then double-crossed them by believing his own stuff and turning holy on them. My guess is he'd turned so holy he was even going to tip off the law on the dope smuggling, and they had to shut his mouth." Yeah, said the skipper, "but that's guesses. Can't you give me a tighter case than that against them?" Sue grinned. She said, "Am I to understand, Captain, that you want International to do all the homicide squad's work?" Fisher reddened, but he managed to grin, too. "I guess we can find out a few things ourselves from these boys." He turned on Morris and Lake as though he meant to reach down their throats and drag the truth up. I listened for a little and looked at the three apes in my hand for a while and thought I had never run into a screwier case. Three apes that could speak or see or hear no evil, and look what they'd accomplished along that line. I looked at them and again saw Levy lying dead on the floor of his study. I felt a slug of lead fanning my face in the darkness outside the Woodring home. I saw a blind girl and her man-crazy mother and her money-mad husband. I saw young Manners on the floor with his face battered to a pulp. The three apes had worked out swell for everybody. Three apes that could speak no evil, could see no evil, could hear no evil. It was all very screwy. But presently I began to wonder if it really had been so screwy. I got up, caught Sue's eyes, and said, "Come here, sweetheart." I walked her down the length of the room, away from the rest of them. "Listen," I said under my breath as we walked slowly toward the hall. "You were pretty smart. You figured this whole thing out all by your little self. Jordan the Magnificent." "Don't be sore," Sue said. "I knew you could handle Kirkwood's case without even drawing a deep breath. When I realized I probably had a big narcotic reward for International by the tail, I had to stay with it. I'd have tipped you off, Carrie, before it was all wound up, honest." "Skip it," I said. "I'm not sore, but I've got to have my fun. I'll give you 10 to 5. I can pull one out of the hat right now that you never even thought of." Sue said, "You've made a bet." We had come to the archway between the lecture room and the hall. I said, "Okay, stand right where you are. Don't turn around." She didn't turn, but I did. Facing her, I could see the group down at the other end of the lecture room. I could see Kirkwood watching us out of the corner of his eye, and Gerda Frake talking to Manners, and Cap Fisher shaking his fist in Skip Morris's face, and the homicide dick helping him, and the narcotic man watching us in a bored fashion. I merely wagged my chin and twisted my lips around at Sue for about 30 seconds, and Sue said, "You make beautiful faces, Carrie, but so what?" "Wait and see," I muttered, and dodged past her and walked down the room fast. I got halfway down the room before the break came. Gerda Frake said something to Fred Manners, and then she screamed on a high, sustained note that rippled my spine. Manners spun like an open-field runner, caromed off the narcotic man, and knocked him down. The narcotic man fell into Gerda Frake, who was running toward the study doorway, and she fell flat on her face. Manners was already in the doorway. I have to give the kid credit. He could still have made his getaway alone because everyone but myself was paralyzed with surprise. But he wasn't going to leave Jane College. He stopped in the doorway, his gun out and swinging, and he shouted, "Gerda!" and waited. I made the mistake of continuing to come at him, and his gun blasted in the room, the bullet shaving hair off my head just above my left ear. I ducked, and the room boomed to another shot, and when I looked up, Manners was just beginning to fall forward. He fell on his face beside Jane College, but by the time I got there, he had squirmed over on his back. Fisher stuck his gun, still smoking, back into his holster and looked down at Manners. He said in an amazed voice, "For cripe's sake." The skipper's slug had slammed through Manners' belly. I could see a little blood oozing out, staining his shirt front. I said, "I'm sorry, Manners." "Yeah," Manners said, making heavy weather of it. "I'm sorry too, Thorne. No, I don't get that international job. And hell, I wanted to be a Seamus with a good agency. But no job now, huh?" 1 hour later, a deputy jailer let me out of the prison ward at the receiving hospital. On the street, I caught a cab and lit a cigarette as the cab started rolling. The cigarette didn't taste good, but that was because I didn't feel so good. I never did like seeing guys die. When I got to the office, I walked to Tim Harper's office, stuck my head in. Tim was there, looking not so sour now, and Sue was there too. She said, "Well?" "As well as you could expect," I said. "Manners died, but they got a yarn out of him before he kicked off." I sat down and put my feet on Harper's desk. He was too interested to bawl me out about it. Manners was the guy who thought up the gag of getting heroin in by ordering the apes, supposedly for the cult, and loading them with dope. Savaja found out about it when he overheard Manners making a phone call from the house a couple of days ago about the shipment that was due. Savaja beat Manners to the shipment at the customs and told him he was going to turn him in to the narcotic folks. So Manners had to shut his mouth. He told us plenty more, too. He was the guy that took a shot at me outside Mrs. Woodring's house. He wanted to get the figure of the apes away from me, and he took everything else off me to cover up that it was just the apes he wanted. He told us how he knew I had the figure and that I was heading for the Woodring place. "I've guessed that all by my little self now," Sue said. "Gerda Frake is deaf. She reads lips, and I remember that she was in the room with us after the murder when we were talking about the letters and the figure of the apes." "Exactly," I said. "She told Manners, and he beat me to the Woodring place. Then having the letters and knowing about Morris and Lake, he thought up a fast one. His smuggling game was washed up, and he really did have a yen to be an op for a good agency, so he figured he'd plant the letters and my gun in their place, tip me off, and cinch a job with us. Also, as he doped it out, if the cops had them to play with, it would divert suspicion from him. So he beat it to their place, watched them leave, got in, and planted the stuff. Lake caught him outside by his car, but made the mistake of thinking Manners had just climbed out of the car instead of being about to get in. But that made the planted letters and gun just as good as though Lake hadn't caught Manners, and he was willing to take a beating to let it stay that way. "You didn't have this under your hat all the time," said Sue. I admitted I hadn't. "I pulled it out of the air just about 30 seconds before I walked you down that room. I wasn't satisfied with the thing as we had it. Morris and Lake were taking it too easy. There were too many loose ends. Why were they wasting time on a shakedown when they should have been worrying about $100,000 worth of heroin? While I was wondering about that, I kept looking at the 3 apes who couldn't speak evil or see evil or hear evil. And suddenly the thing popped out of the blue. We'd had a guy that wouldn't speak evil, a girl who couldn't see evil. So why couldn't we have somebody who couldn't hear evil? A deaf person. Some deaf folks can read lips so well that you'd never suspect they were deaf. If that hunch was on the level, I knew I had something. Kirkwood and the Woodring household certainly wouldn't be in on the dope setup, but they were the only ones outside of you that I'd told about heading for there. Then I began to figure who had seen me talking to you about it, and that pointed the finger right at the freight girl. I started remembering things. She and Manners had worked for a medical laboratory, and that put them on the fringes of the drug racket. And Manners had as an alibi only his claim that he was at the Lots of Time Cafe when the shooting took place, and in a crowded joint like that, who's to say just what minute a guy leaves? Nobody answered me. I went on. Also, I recalled how the freight girl hadn't seemed to hear me when I told her to call the cops, not until I shook her out of her hysterics and made her look at me. Even then she had finagled it so you did the calling because she probably can't hear well on the phone. So I decided to pull my little gag on them, and it worked. Sue said, "You certainly made the nastiest faces." "What were you saying?" I didn't say anything, but I made my lips work as though I was saying, "We've let this thing go far enough. I'm going to put the finger on Manners and the girl and get cuffs on them before they know what it's all about." I knew she was watching me, and I figured if my hunch was right, she couldn't help slipping Manners a warning, and he'd be so startled that he'd do something to give himself away. You know the rest. Sue got a $5 bill out of her purse and handed it to me. She said, "Gee, Carrie, but you're wonderful." "Thanks, sweetheart," I said. "You're wonderful, too." Tim Harper had been listening, not saying anything. He growled at us now, but he did it with a twist to his mouth. He said, "Wonderful, my eye. All the detective work you both did on this could be put on the end of a sharp needle. Scram and make out your reports." Sue and I got to the outside office, and the office boy lugged a big package toward me and slammed it on a desk. Mailed in the Orient by my aunt. Sue said, "Another elephant from Aunt Frida." "If it is," I said, starting to unwrap the thing, "I'll go nuts. I've already got Aunt Frida's elephant strung around my apartment like a circus parade. So help me, I'll go nuts." I got the thing unwrapped and reached in and pulled out 3 big brass monkeys, holding mouth, eyes, ears. She laughed and laughed. She said, "You lucky, lucky boy. It isn't an elephant after all. In case you don't know what it is, it's 3 apes."
Death Stops Payment. D.L. Champion. Darcy Lyndon Champion, 1902 to 1968, was born in Melbourne, Australia, and fought with the British Army in World War II before emigrating to the United States. His first published work was a serialization under the pseudonym G. Wayman Jones, a house name of alias Dr. Death in the February to October 1932 issues of Thrilling Detective. It was published in book form later in the same year. In 1933, he created the character of Richard Curtis von Loan, better known as the Phantom Detective, under another house name Robert Wallace. He wrote most of the early episodes of The Phantom Detective, the second hero pulp to come out after The Shadow. It ran for 170 issues between 1933 and 1953, the third longest-running hero pulp, ranking just behind The Shadow and Doc Savage. Under his own name, and as Jack Darcy, he created several other memorable characters. Mariano Mercado is a hypochondriac detective who appeared in 8 novelettes between 1944 and 1948 in Dime Detective. Inspector Alhoff, a former New York City policeman who lost his legs while leading a botched raid, is retained by the NYPD because of his brilliance and in spite of his arrogance. Alhoff appeared in 29 stories from 1938 to 1945, mainly in Dime Detective. 12 of the tales were collected in Footprints on a Brain, the Inspector Alhoff stories 2001. Perhaps his most popular series featured Rex Sackler, known as the parsimonious prince of penny pinchers. The hilarious series began in Dime Detective, then moved to Black Mask. Death Stops Payment, Champion's first Black Mask story, was published in the July 1940 issue.
Death Stops Payment. Anything to make a couple of grand, or even a plug nickel, that was Rex Sackler's code of life and death, for he was equally quick to euchre-lucre from the living or cash out of a corpse. Chapter 1. After all, what's money? I arrived at the office at 10 minutes past 9 and received a surly good morning from Sackler. He glowered at a story of the national debt in the Tribune, and I sat down, lit a cigarette, and grinned at him. His dyspeptic mood was no stunning surprise to me. This was Wednesday, payday, and Rex Sackler parting with money was as gay and light-hearted as Romeo taking his leave of Juliet. I took the cigarette from my mouth and coughed politely. He lifted his head from the paper and stared at me with his dark, sullen eyes. With nice delicacy, I scratched the palm of my left hand with the index finger of my right. Sackler folded the Tribune with great deliberation and sighed the sigh of a sorely tried man. "Joey," he said, "you're a money grubber, a beaten slave of mammon. Your job to you is a matter of dollars. Service you know nothing of. Loyalty is beyond your limited ken. The noble pleasure of sheer altruism is something your material mind cannot grasp." That, coming from Rex Sackler, was uproarious. He had quit the police department because of his theory that a man of his talents could make a fortune as a private detective. To the regret of several people, he had been right. Not only was he competent, but he could smell a nickel before it had left the mint. He possessed all the business instincts of a Scotsman, an Armenian trader, and a bank vault. He made money hand over fist. He disgorged it with the reluctance of a slot machine. I put out my cigarette and stood up. "I'm strictly a strong-arm guy," I told him. "However, I can grasp the simple fact that you owe me some 65 slugs for last week's wages. Do I collect?" Sackler shook his head, and this time his sigh came from the soles of his feet. He put his hand inside his breast pocket and withdrew his wallet as if it had an anchor attached. He counted out some bills with the meticulous care of a nearsighted croupier and laid them on the desk. I put the money in my pocket. I said, very politely, "Now just what plans have you formulated for taking this away from me?" He looked at me reproachfully. "Joey," he said, "your misconstruction of my motives is incredible. Merely because I sometimes gamble with you for pastime, you appear to believe I really care about winning. Crass, Joey, and gauche. After all, what's money?" I picked that cue up fast. "Money," I said, "is what you've got socked in every postal savings account in the city because you think banks are a wild gamble. Money is what you'd sell your grandmother to the Arab slave dealers for. Money is what you reluctantly pay me every week, then devise schemes for winning back. Money—" He wasn't listening to me. He had taken a pair of dice from his pocket and was caressing them in his hand. There was a little click as he spun them over the desk blotter. I watched them come to rest, revealing a pair of deuces. Then I suddenly caught myself and walked to the window. "Oh, no," I said. "You can put those right back in your pocket. You're not getting a nickel out of me this week, even if you offer a dime for it." I stood at the window showing him my back and contemplating the thrumming Madison Avenue traffic. I still heard the gentle click of the dice behind me, and the gambling corpuscles in my veins throbbed nervously. Resolutely I stared through the glass. I turned only when I heard the door of the outer office slam. Sackler lifted his head like a hyena scenting prey. He adjusted his cuffs and cleared his throat, preparatory to the onslaught on the client's pocketbook. Inspector Wally of the headquarters squad strode into the room. Sackler's phony smile of welcome faded. He reached for the dice again and said ungraciously, "Oh, it's you." "It sure is," said Wally with loud affability. "And how's business, Rex? How's every little thing with the sharpest Seamus in town?" That speech coming from Wally was far, far phonier than Sackler's smile had been. As a general rule, Wally and Sackler got along like Martin Dees and a liberal thought. Sackler believed Wally a pompous incompetent, which he was, while Wally's heart dripped envy every time he compared Sackler's income with his own. "Rex," said Wally, "I'd like to ask you a question. To settle a little discussion we were having downtown. Exactly why did you quit the department to go in business on your own hook?" Sackler took a package of 10-cent cigarettes from his pocket and lighted one. Carefully, he replaced the burnt match in its book. When he answered, he did not speak the truth. "Public service," he said virtually. "With my talents, it stands to reason I can accomplish more civic good than under the orders of a block-headed police commissioner." "Exactly," boomed Wally. "That's just what I said. Now how about lending us a hand on the Capek case?" Sackler blinked at him. I leaned forward in my chair and said maliciously, "Free, Inspector?" "Well," said Wally, as if he were the Chamber of Commerce and I was looking over the factory site, "we're all working for the public good together. After all, what's money?" This magnificent indifference to money on the part of all hands was beginning to overwhelm me. But in spite of all this idealistic chatter, I knew damned well Sackler wouldn't stir out of his chair to solve a tabloid crossword puzzle until someone slapped a large bill on the desktop. He was staring unpleasantly at Wally. He resented the trap into which the inspector had led him. He took a deep breath and proceeded to squirm out of it. "Wally," he said with a fine air of regret, "I'd like to help you, but it wouldn't be fair to my other clients. You see, if they pay high rates for my services, it isn't right for me to work for nothing. It would offend them." Wally grunted skeptically. "Well," he said slowly, "I sort of thought of that myself, so I got together with some of the boys and raised a little purse for you." Sackler's eyes gleamed. "A purse? How much?" "A couple of $100. Sackler looked insulted. The gleam went from his eyes faster than it had come in. I knew quite well he wasn't going to let that 200 get away from him, but he was going to indulge in some very fancy haggling first. "That's not much money, Wally," he said. "Make it 5. "My God," said Wally. 10 coppers put together don't make as much money as you do in a year, Rex. Besides, we're gambling with you. We'll give you the 200 free and clear. We ask no guarantees. Even if someone else breaks the Capek case, you can keep the dough." That didn't sound so bad. This Capek case was no cinch. Capek was a very odd character. With all the dough he'd piled up, I suppose he had a right to be. He'd come to this country, a ragged immigrant boy, about 50 years ago. He'd rolled up his sleeves and gone to work, hard and successfully. Today he controlled a dozen corporations and a half-dozen banks. He was a strong, square-jawed character who possessed a great deal of pride and no friends. Hardly any acquaintances, save for a young guy named Rawson, who had once been his secretary and was now his partner. Capek had been missing for about 2 weeks. His household on Long Island and the police suspected kidnapping, although no ransom demand had yet been received. Anyway, it made a good newspaper story, and the whole police department was going nuts looking for Capek. As Wally's unprecedented visit attested, they hadn't had much success. Sackler was looking at Wally, and there was a shrewd glitter in his eye. I knew quite well what he was thinking. As Sackler's fees went, $200 was no fortune, but this was an opportunity to get it for nothing. I knew, moreover, that he was going to accept the deal ultimately, but first he was going to break his neck to have Wally raise the ante. $300, he said, and it's a deal. Wally drummed angrily on the desk with his fingers. He got very little more than $300 a month. Sackler yawned elaborately and picked up the dice again. The telephone jangled suddenly. I picked it up. It was for Wally. I handed him the phone, and he talked rapidly into the receiver, listened for a moment, and hung up. He turned to Sackler, a wide grin on his face, and all the false affability had vanished from his voice as he spoke. "Wise guy," he jeered. "Just a shrewd business genius. Well, you just haggled yourself out of $200, my friend. They've found Capek." Sackler dropped the dice and jerked his head up angrily. "Where?" "In the caretaker's lodge on his own estate. And dead. Apparently a suicide." But Wally wasn't interested in Capek anymore. He reverted to the subject nearest his heart. "But you could have had $200 just for sitting at your desk until that phone call came in. You wouldn't have had to move a muscle of a brain cell." He walked to the doorway, grinning triumphantly, and added, "And it's breaking your chiseling marble heart." The door slammed behind him, and he was gone. Whether or not there were any cracks in Sackler's cardiac region, I didn't know, but I was very happy about it all. It wasn't every day I was granted the privilege of seeing Sackler lose money. He looked up suddenly, saw my grin, and rolled the dice again. 6 came up. "What do you say, Joey? Just one roll. For $1." I hesitated. Sackler had been rolling craps with a fair degree of regularity this morning. Besides, if the law of averages hadn't been suspended, I was due. I took $1 from my pocket and laid it on the desk. "Just once," I said. "One fast roll, that's all. Win, lose, or draw." "Sure, Joey. Just one." 20 minutes later, when the outer door slammed for the second time that day, I was out precisely $33. Sackler snatched up the dice as our caller entered the room. He was tall, well-built, about 35, and exceedingly well-dressed. He gave out a strong aroma of ready cash, and Sackler came to point like a bird dog. I sat down sulkily at my desk and wondered why the hell I'd ever got in that crap game. In 4 years, I'd never won a dime from Rex Sackler at anything. The stranger nodded his head and said briskly, "Mr. Sackler?" Sackler admitted his identity. "I'm Rawson. Harold Rawson." Sackler's face lit up. Wally's 200 was water under the dam now. "Rawson," he said quickly. "Carl Capek's partner?" "Not anymore," said Rawson briefly. "Ah," said Sackler like a doctor at the deathbed. "That's suicide. Very unfortunate. Very—" "It wasn't suicide," snapped Rawson. Sackler's eyes opened wide. It was neither surprise nor shock, I knew. It was wholehearted satisfaction that here, indeed, was a fee. "You're sure of that?" "Positive," said Rawson. "I have information which precludes all suicidal possibilities." "Ah," said Sackler again. "And you want me to find out—" "I want you to find out who killed him." Sackler rubbed his hands together and gazed dreamily at his client. "The fee," he murmured, "will be $2,500. In advance. Make the check out to cash, please." Rawson sat down. He took a fountain pen and a checkbook from his pocket. He said, "Quite satisfactory," and proceeded to write. Sackler watched him happily. Then Rawson spoke again. "I'm a little short of cash, Sackler. Been out of town on business. Just got back to find this awful tragedy. Can you let me have 50 in cash if I make the check out for that much additional?" "Of course," said Sackler, always willing to exchange 50 for 2,500. "Glad to oblige." He counted out 5 tens and picked up the check. "Now," he said, "first, what is this information you have that makes you so sure Capek was murdered?" Rawson stood up. There was a hard coldness in his eyes. "I shall tell you that tonight," he said. "Can you be at the Capek mansion tonight at 9 o'clock?" "Yes." "All right," said Rawson. He turned and walked to the door. He paused on the threshold and for a moment his brusque, businesslike air dropped from him. "Carl Capek was a great man," he said, and there was a peculiar huskiness to his voice. "He was my best, my only friend. And by God, I will avenge him." He swung around on his heel and marched into the corridor. Sackler held the check in his hand as if it were a diamond he'd just picked up in the gutter, which it more or less was. I stood over by the window, bathed in envy. Here Sackler had just had $2,500 dropped into his avaricious lap, while I was out $33 of last week's salary. If there was any justice in the world, it never seemed to get around to this office. "Joey, my lad," said Sackler, "run over to the bank with this check. Get it cashed right away." That was Sackler all over. Whenever he got a check, he rushed it over to the bank, cashed it, and sank it in one of his postal savings accounts. Nothing short of the Revolution was going to get a nickel out of him. I sighed, put on my hat and coat, and went out into the street. I returned half an hour later. I was grinning happily from ear to ear. There was a soothing, gloating sensation in my heart that almost made me forget about my $33. Sackler looked up as I approached his desk. "Ah," he said, "get to the bank all right?" "And had a very pleasant trip," I told him. "Here." I groped in my pocket and laid Rawson's check down on the desk before him. He looked at it, then looked at me. "Well," he said testily, "where's the cash?" I smiled at him sweetly. "There isn't any cash." "What the devil are you talking about, Joey? What do you mean there?" "There isn't enough cash anyway. Insufficient funds." He looked for all the world as if someone had slugged him over the head with a mallet. "My God, Joey, you don't mean—" "I mean that Harold Rawson, who's probably worth several 100,000 times as much dough as you are, has given you a bum check. Moreover, you've been taken for $50 in cash. I might add, I think it very, very funny." "My God," said Sackler in an anguished tone, $2,550. I've been taken for $2,550. I'm a ruined man. "Do we still keep that appointment at Capek's joint?" I asked him. "You're damn right we do," he said explosively. "I'm going to see that Rawson. He can't do this to me. Good heavens, $2,550 is one hell of a lot of dough, Joey." "You're actually out only 50, I pointed out. "That's all you gave him in cash." He paid no attention to me. He buried his face in his hands and muttered over and over again, $2,550, my God! In my book, he was still out only 50, but in his present distrait condition, all the arithmetic in the world wasn't going to convince him. Chapter 2. You can't get cash from a corpse. It was a raw, blustery night as we drove through Long Island on the Grand Central Parkway. Sackler had recovered somewhat from his fiscal grief. He had arrived at the conclusion that it was a ghastly and horrible mistake, but nevertheless a mistake. Considering Rawson's position, his wealth, the fact that he was Carl Capek's partner, I was reluctantly inclined to agree with him. But I wasn't so optimistic about my $33 as Sackler was about his $2,550. All afternoon I'd been racking my brains for some cinch bet which would enable me to win it back, without success. Now as I heard Sackler humming gaily at my side in the car, I tried another tack. "Hey," I said, "I'll make a deal with you." Sackler kept on humming. "If Rawson makes good for you on that check, how about giving me back that dough I lost at dice?" The melody died on his lips. "Why, Joey," he said reproachfully, "they're two entirely different things. Yours was a gambling debt. I couldn't insult you by offering to return it." I sighed and said, "No, I hardly thought you could." We made the rest of the trip in silence. Some 20 miles out, I turned through an elaborate pair of wrought iron gates and drove through the heavily wooded estate of Karl Čapek. The wind blew cold from the sound, and the sky was starless. It was a cold, cheerless night that fitted in well with my own mood. I brought the car to a halt underneath a high colonial portico. A moment later, Sackler pressed the doorbell. After another moment, the door was opened by a liveried butler. The first thing I heard was Wally's familiar voice. We found him in the living room, a glass of brandy in his hand, a cigar in his mouth, holding forth on his police adventures to a politely bored audience. We were introduced all around and informed that Rawson hadn't arrived yet, although he was expected soon. Without delay, we went into our usual routine. Sackler demanded he be assigned a room in which to mastermind. I whipped out my notebook and proceeded to do the rounds, picking up bits of information I thought might be useful. Since Sackler was actually starting to work before he had negotiated about the check, I became more certain that he wasn't really worried much about it. I snooped around the house for a good hour. I questioned Wally, the servants, and everybody else. I went out into the windy night and personally examined the caretaker's lodge where they'd found Čapek's body. I came back cold as hell, commandeered a pint of brandy from the butler's pantry, and went up to the second-floor study, which had been assigned to Sackler. I took out my notebook and sat down. Sackler was having one hell of a time with a humidor of cigars he had found. His pocket was stuffed, and he was rolling one around lusciously in his mouth. Since they were free, the taste, I presume, was much improved. "All right," he said. "What have we got?" "Not Rawson," I told him. "He phoned a little while ago. He'll be another half hour. Business held him up." "What else?" "First, those guys downstairs. That watery-eyed young blonde guy is a relative of Čapek's, name of Crosier. Only living relative as far as anyone knows. He's been here for a month. He's broke and was trying to get some dough from the old guy. Came from Shy. Never seen his cousin before. In fact, he only just found out he was Čapek's cousin. He's in direct line for the estate." I thought maybe I had something there, but as I glanced quickly at Sackler, he seemed more interested in his cigar. Next, the Union League Club's stuffed shirt in the wing collar is Granville S. Colby, of whom you may have heard. "Often," said Sackler. "Lawyer, old family, blue blood stock, stiff-necked. Don't like him." "Then there's that guy Benjamin. He's the skinny one with the thin face. Another lawyer, Colby's assistant. They've both been here for a little over a month. Colby is supposed to be resting, doctor's orders, but he was handling some legal stuff for Čapek and Rawson. Was doing it out here." Sackler looked up. "Notice anything funny about that Benjamin?" "Yeah. Face seems familiar, can't quite place it. Maybe I've seen him somewhere around in court. Why?" "Keep talking," said Sackler. "What about Čapek?" "There's a caretaker's lodge out there in the forest," I told him. "They don't use it anymore. It was all boarded up. That's where they found Čapek. A revolver was in his hand, and his brains were on the floor. There was a portable typewriter there with a suicide note in it. Čapek's fingerprints were on the keys. The doc said he's been dead 3 days. "He was missing 2 weeks," said Sackler. "What was he doing the rest of the time? Contemplating suicide?" "You think you're kidding," I told him. "But you're dead on. That's exactly what he said in the suicide note." For the first time, Sackler appeared interested. "What's exactly what he said in the note?" "I got it from Wally. He didn't have a copy of it with him. Gave it to me from memory. Something about being tired of life, retiring to the lodge alone to think things over, deciding finally to die. Wally seems to think it's on the level. Thinks Rawson's crazy for asking him to come out here tonight." "Don't bother me with Wally's opinions. Anything else?" "Well, there was the faucets." "The faucets? What about the faucets?" "The ones in the lodge. They were smashed. There was a stove lid on the floor. I guess that's what had been used. There was one faucet over the kitchen sink, another in a washroom just off the kitchen." Sackler frowned. "And they were smashed?" "They'd been battered about a hell of a lot. but that might have happened a long while ago. Thoughtfully, he crushed his cigar out in a silver ashtray. I took a cigarette from behind my ear and lit it. A moment later, Sackler sniffed and said, "That's a fancy brand for you, isn't it? What is it, Egyptian?" "Right," I told him, "and from the exalted case of Granville S. Colby." Sackler grunted. "Must cost a lot of dough." "The way he smokes 'em, it does. He's a chain smoker. Lights one from the butt of the last." Sackler stood up. "Well," he said, "since there's nothing more to do until Rawson gets here, I guess I'll go downstairs and bum one from him. Come along, Joey." I followed him down the winding staircase. In the living room, Wally was still holding forth to Crosher and Benjamin. They didn't appear very interested. Colby's eardrums must have revolted already. Sackler and I found him alone in the library on the other side of the foyer with a half-smoked Egyptian cigarette in his hand. Sackler, who wouldn't hesitate to ask the president for a match, put the bite on Colby for a smoke. Colby patted his pockets, looked up, and said coldly, "My cigarette case is in my overcoat pocket. It's hanging in the hall closet." I took that to mean, why in hell didn't Sackler buy his own butts? But that spendthrift said casually, "Don't get up, I'll find it," and walked out into the hall. I followed along aimlessly. Then I turned into the living room just in time to catch Wally's recital of the time he raided the murderer's nest single-handed. Just then, there came the sound of a wounded banshee, and the cook ran into the living room, her mouth wide open and her larynx vibrating like an off-key harp. Sackler and Colby came racing into the room. We got the cook into a chair and poured a slug of brandy into her. At that, she became coherent enough to shriek, "The garage! Mr. Rawson! For heaven's sake!" There was more to it than that, but we didn't wait to hear. I was in the lead with Sackler and Wally on my heels. We rushed out into the bitter night, across the sweeping back lawn to the garage. The door was open, and the light was turned on. There was a car inside, its headlights aglow. At the wheel slumped Rawson. There was a gun in his hand and an ugly hole in his head. He was as dead as Hope in Poland. Wally, Sackler, and I did some routine looking around and found nothing. Behind us, young Crosher said, "My God, this is awful. There's a murderer in this house." "Maybe," said Colby's deep bass, "it wasn't murder." Wally seized on that. "My idea, too," he said, his voice thickened by the brandy he'd been drinking. "Rawson worshipped Capek, brooded about his death, killed himself." "The only virtue in that theory," said Sackler, "is its convenience. Everybody commits suicide so the coppers can go home. Otherwise, it stinks." Wally turned on him angrily. "Maybe you got a theory, wise guy." "Maybe," said Sackler. "Has anyone been outside the house tonight?" "I have," I reminded him. "I don't suspect you, Joey," he said magnanimously. "Anyone else?" Individually, everyone denied having left the house since dinner time. We trooped back to the Capek mansion. Wally went to the telephone to call headquarters. Colby used his best courtroom persuasion on the cook, assuring her it would be quite safe for her to sleep in her quarters above the garage. Sackler, registering heavy thought, retired again to the second-floor study. I trailed along behind him. Sackler sat down at the desk and rested his head in his hands. There was utter despair on his face. It was hardly customary for Sackler to take violent death so seriously, and I commented upon it. He looked up at me. "Joey," he said, and his voice was drenched in gloom. "Don't you see what this does to my check? It may never be good now." I hadn't thought of that, but now that I did, I brightened considerably. It would be an edifying spectacle to see Rex Sackler solve a case free. He looked up again, and now there was an odd light in his eyes. He slapped his fist on the desk. "Joey," he said, "I think I've got something. Go and see that Benjamin guy. Ask him what a writ of replevin is." That didn't sound very sensible to me, but I went downstairs and did it. I came back and reported, "He says he's a little rusty on it, but he believes it's something like a habeas corpus." "Good," said Sackler. I thought so. I needled him by deliberately misunderstanding. "You mean you think it's like habeas corpus too?" "No, you idiot. I mean that guy's not a law clerk at all. He's Benny Bagel. I've been trying to place him all night, but now I'm certain." "Bagel?" I said. "Benny Bagel? Sounds vaguely familiar, but it still doesn't click." "Forger," said Sackler, and there was a little tremor of excitement in his tone. "Indicted twice, never convicted. I've seen his picture in the tabloids. Considered the best guy in the field." "What's he doing here as Colby's law clerk?" "It'll take me all night to figure that," said Sackler. "But at last I'm beginning to see the light. Hey, get me the phone number of that bank Rawson's check was drawn on. I want to call them early in the morning. Tell Wally he better stay overnight, too. Then get the hell out of my sight and let me think." I let him think for the rest of the night. In the morning, Wally, sticking stubbornly to his double suicide theory, was anxious to get back to town. Sackler insisted he stay. I saw little of either Sackler or Colby before lunch. When neither of them appeared, then I went up to the study to find Sackler still sitting at the desk. "Well," I said, "what have you got?" He drew a deep breath. "Plenty," he said. "Do you realize, Joey, that Capek never made a will? Never owned a driving license? That Rawson held his complete power of attorney in every deal?" "So?" I said. "What? Maybe Rawson killed him, then got the horrors about it and killed himself?" Sackler snorted. "That sounds like a Wally theory," he said. "You get to the phone, Joey. Call Postal Union. Tell them to send me their most trusted messenger, and tell him to hurry. Then tell Wally I'll be right down to solve his case for him." "Free?" I asked maliciously. But to my surprise, even the mention of his lost dough didn't get a rise out of him. He smiled benignly. "By the way," I said as I went to the door, "where's Colby? I thought he was with you." "Somewhere around," said Sackler vaguely. "Hurry with that messenger, will you?" Chapter 3. Madman's Millions. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, and Wally was getting impatient. He paced the broad living-room floor, scowling at Sackler, who sat at his ease before the fire and smoked a cigar he'd cadged from Crosier. Crosier stood by the window, twining his fingers about each other like nervous snakes. Benny Bagel, the forger law clerk, avidly conned a stack of old-fashioned stereopticon views. At last, Wally stopped his pacing. He came to a guardsman's halt in front of Sackler and spoke his vehement piece. "Damn it, Sackler. Last night you said you'd have something this morning. This morning's gone. So's half the afternoon. Capek was a suicide. Quite obviously he was something of a whack, and he killed himself. Can you improve on that theory?" "Infinitely," said Sackler. "Well, go ahead." "I'm waiting for my messenger boy," said Sackler. "I can't do a thing until he arrives." "My God," said Wally. "What the hell can a messenger boy have to do with the death of Carl Capek?" "Nothing," said Sackler, "but he may have a great deal to do with the solution." The doorbell jangled then. Benny turned to answer it, but Sackler stayed him with a gesture. He strode out into the foyer and admitted a Postal Union boy. He spoke to him earnestly for a moment, and in a tone so low I couldn't hear him. I admit I tried. There was an expression of relief on his face when he returned to the living room. He drew a Windsor chair up to a table and sat facing us all. "Now," he said with a businesslike air, "how do you figure this Capek case, Wally?" Wally glared at him. If he'd told him how he figured the Capek case once, he'd told him a dozen times. Now he lifted his voice and told it again, loud. "Capek was an eccentric, a nut, as I figure it. His typewritten note gave that away. He went out to that unused lodge to think things over. After a few days of brooding, he killed himself. It's obvious, isn't it?" "No," said Sackler. "And what about Rawson?" "Rawson was devoted to the old guy. Capek gave him everything he had. He was so broken up at Capek's death that he killed himself too." "That," remarked Sackler to me, "is typical modern police work. When you can't solve a killing, you call it suicide in a loud, authoritative voice, then go back to a nice warm station house and finish reading the comic papers." There was confidence in his manner. As a matter of fact, he seemed so assured, I began to think he'd cooked up some way to save his $2,500. "All right," said Wally, annoyed. "I've told you. Now you tell me. What did happen to Capek?" "What was the first official police theory?" asked Sackler. "2 weeks ago when Capek was first reported missing?" "Kidnapping, but we exploded that." "Ah," said Sackler gently. "Did you? This may be incredible to you, Inspector, but you were right the first time." "Hooey," said Wally. "Who the hell would kidnap a guy and hold him prisoner on his own estate?" "A very bright guy indeed," said Sackler. "The coppers never looked for him there, did they?" "There were no ransom notes, were there? What the hell sort of kidnapping would it be without any ransom notes?" "An extremely unusual one," said Sackler. I watched Sackler closely. This talking in circles wasn't like him at all. When he had a case broken, he usually threw it in everyone's face abruptly and without waste of words. But now his eyes kept straying to the big clock on the mantelpiece, and his manner was that of a man who was just trying to use up time. I looked around the room. Our old pal Benny now stood a graven image by the fireplace. Crosier had turned his back to the window and stared at Sackler. I reflected that, had I killed Capek and Rawson, I would have made a point of appearing less apprehensive than Crosier. Wally's face was ruddier than usual. Sackler invariably irritated him, and today's circumlocution was angering him even more than was customary. "Sackler," he said, "will you stop horsing around? If you've any evidence, present it." "All right," said Sackler. "Let's begin with the kidnapping premise. There's a certain guy, who knows Capek. He's in a jam, a financial jam. He needs dough badly. So he takes Capek down to that boarded-up lodge and demands a juicy check. Capek won't give it to him. So he kills him." That was too much even for me. Wally was just 2 points this side of apoplexy. "That's the screwiest thing I ever heard," he yelled. "What good is Capek to him dead if he needs dough?" "None whatever," said Sackler. "But the killer didn't know that at the time." He paused for a long moment, then he glanced over at the fireplace and added, "Did he, Benny?" Benny Bagel almost fell over the fire tools. His face was suddenly pale. His eyes opened wide, and his jaw dropped so quickly I expected it to bounce off his chest. Wally noted his expression, and some of his doubt left him. "What's he got to do with it?" Sackler turned to Crosier, who viewed the proceedings blankly. "You see," he said, "there's your police department for you. Benny's a forger. He served 2 raps and is considered by his pals the top man in the business. Right, Benny?" Benny had recovered somewhat by now. "I'm afraid you're making a mistake," he said politely. "I've been in law or law school all my life. You're confusing me with some criminal." "Of course," said Wally hopefully. "Of course." "Sure," said Sackler. "Did you see him register when I threw it in his face? He's Benny Bagel. You got his fingerprints downtown, Wally. You got his Bertillons and everything else. In a very short while you're going to have him in person." Wally looked from Benny, who appeared very uncomfortable, to Sackler, who didn't. "What's it all about?" he asked. "Are you saying this guy killed him?" "Accessory," said Sackler. "After and during the fact of murder." "Well, for the love of God," roared Wally, "who did the actual killing?" Sackler looked at the clock again before answering. It was 2 minutes to 3. "First," said Sackler. "Let me tell you why and how." "For heaven's sake," snapped Wally, "tell me something." "This certain guy I mentioned a little while ago, let's call him Smith. Well, he was in trouble, so he took Capac out to that caretaker's lodge and proceeded to put the bite on him. He demanded that Capac write a letter asking for a hell of a lot of ransom, a note which would be delivered to Rawson, who, being quite fond of the old guy, would undoubtedly pay. Colby was named as the intermediary." "Colby," said Wally suddenly. "Where the devil is he?" "Don't bother about him," said Sackler. "We don't need him until later." Benny Bagel screwed up his brow and shot a puzzled glance at Sackler. Wally banged the table impatiently with his fist and said, "All right, get on with it." "Well," went on Sackler, "Capac wouldn't sign. This guy Smith got pretty sore about it. He knew Capac was a pretty stubborn guy. Torture, ordinary physical torture, was rather out of this Smith's line, so he hit on what he thought was a brilliant idea. He thought of a torture which was bloodless, horrible, and very effective." By this time Sackler had me as bewildered as anyone in the room. Usually I could follow his reasoning at least halfway, but for a guy who apparently had nothing to work on, he was delivering one hell of a lot of detail. "So," said Wally, "what was this unusual torture?" "Water," said Sackler, "or rather, lack of it." Benny Bagel uttered a little sigh and sat down. I said, "Now how can you figure a thing like that?" "It's not too hard, Joey. First, those smashed faucets. If they'd been smashed in rage or blind fury, it's quite probable that something else, the furniture, the light bulbs, would also have been wrecked. But it was only the water faucets, smashed by a man who was dying of thirst, who turns on the tap to get nothing but emptiness for perhaps the 100th time. Then he did go nuts. He took the stove lid and crashed it down on the taps." I thought that over and conceded to myself there might be something in it. Wally scratched his graying head in silence. Crosier opened his mouth for the first time. "It's impossible," he said. "What about the medical examiner? He would have noticed dehydration. If Cousin Carl had been on the verge of death from thirst, the medical examiner couldn't have failed to notice it." "Right," said Wally emphatically. "Absolutely right. You're screwy, Rex." "You all forget," said Sackler, "that Capac was in that lodge for 14 days. He had been dead 3 when he was found. Suppose he'd been deprived of water for a week. That's enough to drive a man mad. But after he was mad, there was no point in dealing with him. This Smith decided to kill him then. But he waited some 4 days before he did so. During those 4 days, he gave Capac water and food. He did that so that the medical examiner wouldn't know just what had happened." "If this Smith guy was so smart," I said, "couldn't he figure Capac might go nuts from lack of water?" Sackler shook his head. "Nah. He thought Capac would give in to his demands before then. Besides, when Capac proved adamant, Smith got himself another idea. He figured out how to get the money even after Capac was dead." Wally shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. "Rex," he said, "it won't do. First, Capac had one hell of a lot of money. It seems reasonable to me that he'd be quite willing to surrender any amount of it to save his life, particularly if he was going mad for water." "Besides," said Crosier, "how could he obtain a signed ransom note if Cousin Carl was dead?" "I'll answer the second question first," said Sackler. "That's where Benny Bagel came in. Faced with Capac's point-blank refusal, our friend Smith cooked up a second idea. He decided, since Capac was going nuts, he'd have to kill him anyway. So we brought in Benny here." "Why?" said Wally. "My God," said Sackler wearily. "Are you that stupid? I told you Benny is a forger, the best in the business. Benny was going to sign Capac's name to the note." "All right then," snapped Wally. "So why didn't he?" "Because," said Sackler slowly, "they couldn't find anything to copy." "Couldn't find what to copy?" shouted Wally impatiently. "Rex, what the devil are you talking about?" To forge a signature, you must have an original to copy from. It's a prime rule of the profession, isn't it, Benny? Listen, said Benny Bagel in a low, hoarse voice. I want to see a lawyer. Where's Colby? Well, why couldn't they find a signature of Capex to copy from? There must be plenty of them around the house somewhere, Wally stated. That, said Sackler, is where you're wrong. There's not a single signature of Carl Capek in existence. Wally and Crosier gaped at him, but at this point, something lit up in my brain. You mean he couldn't write? I'm glad someone got it at last, said Sackler. Capek couldn't write. He was a proud man, a strong character, and a man whose success had made him ashamed of his lack of education. Capek couldn't write, and there was only one person in all the world who shared his secret. That was Rawson. Wally was half convinced. His brow was corrugated, his eyes shaded with deep thought. How can you arrive at that conclusion, Rex? Consider the circumstances. Capek never held a driver's license. He never made a will. All his business, even his income tax returns, was handled through Rawson's power of attorney. In Capek's desk, I found 100 documents, all in the same handwriting. That handwriting was Rawson's. Consider again, Capek had no friends, no acquaintances, save Rawson. We know he came here from Middle Europe as a lad of 7. We know he never went to school. We know further that he was generous with his money. He'd made munificent endowments and donations, yet he wouldn't spend any of it to save his life. You mean, I said, that he died rather than admit he couldn't write? That's my theory, said Sackler. Of all the statements I'm making this afternoon, that one will always have to remain a theory. But nothing else fits. It's quite logical. It was Capek's secret. No one knew it. He intended no one ever should. He wouldn't admit it to Smith until thirst had driven him mad, probably too mad to know what the hell was going on. So Smith called in his forger and killed him. Then, I said, he killed his own scheme because he couldn't find any signature of Capek's to copy. True, said Sackler, but he did salvage a little from the wreck. Didn't he, Benny? Benny stared at Sackler in horror, but he didn't answer. Seeing all was lost, continued Sackler, our pal Smith embarked on a new plan. After Capek's body and phony suicide note, which Smith had typed with the dead man's fingers, Smith was told by Rawson that Capek couldn't write. Told today, in fact. That fact, once known, was dangerous. So Smith planned to murder Rawson, too. The afternoon before he killed him, he had Benny here forge his name to a check for $100,000. That cleaned out Rawson's bank account. I might have known that Sackler would find out why he hadn't gotten his $2,550. Undoubtedly, he'd checked on that before anything else. Wait a minute, croaked Benny Bagel. You can't prove that. Sackler smiled at him benignly. The hell I can't, he said. I called the bank. The last check that was presented was for something in excess of $100,000. That check is down at Wally's fingerprint bureau right now. So what? Said Benny. There'll be a dozen sets of prints on it by now. True, said Sackler. One of those sets will be yours, and what is equally important, none of them will be Rawson's. Even you can't forge a check with gloves on, Benny. And it'll be conclusive proof of forgery if Rawson, the supposed maker of the check, hasn't left his own fingerprint on it. Well, said Wally grudgingly, at last we've got some evidence instead of theory. Crosier coughed nervously. Who is this Smith? He said suddenly. Why have you deliberately concealed the name of the killer? Who is it? Wally spun around on his heel. He had been so engaged in trying to figure out how Sackler could be wrong, he'd completely overlooked the minor fact of the killer's identity. Of course, he snapped. Who did it? Who's the mastermind? Who was working with Benny here? Sackler suddenly looked acutely uncomfortable. He stared at the clock. I followed his gaze and noted it was exactly 12 minutes past 3. "Well," said Wally again, "who is it? Is this whole thing a fairy story, or do you know who it was?" Sackler appeared more upset than he had a moment ago. In inverse ratio, Benny seemed to perk up a bit. "Well," said Sackler with obvious reluctance, "maybe it was Crochet here. It's quite possible that—" Crochet's mouth twisted suddenly. His eyes shone like pale blue ice. He took a step forward toward Sackler, and his voice trembled as he spoke. "Damn you!" he screamed. "Are you accusing me of killing my own flesh and blood? Are you saying that—" "Pay no attention to him," said Benny, and there was relief in his tone. "He knows nothing. It's all wild guesswork. He can't check anything he says. The doorbell sounded imperiously. Sackler took a deep breath. He lifted his head to heaven and said fervently, "Thank God! Joey, open the door." Chapter 4. Blood from a Turnip. I went out, opened the door, and returned with the Postal Union boy Sackler had sent out 3/4 of an hour before. I led him into the living room. He stood before Sackler, thrust his hand into his hip pocket, and pulled out a thick roll of bills. The boy began to count aloud. I was seized with a sudden cold suspicion that Sackler had somehow contrived to get his $2,500 after all. I remembered, abruptly and without satisfaction, that I still hadn't retrieved my 33. Wally gaped at the mounting money on the desk. Envy, frank and hostile, was in his gaze. "Great God," he said. "Is this a murder case or a private business deal?" Sackler didn't answer him. He was gazing at the stack of bills with an ethereal light in his eyes. The Postal Union lad laid a final 50 on top of the pile, announced, "$2,550, that's right, isn't it?" That, as I knew too well, was absolutely right, to the penny. Sackler took a worn leather change purse from his pocket and handed the boy a dime. He was impervious to the look of scorn he received in exchange. The messenger left the room, and Sackler stood up, stowing the bills away in his pocket like a hophead who has just come upon a mountain of cocaine. He walked into the foyer and called back over his shoulder, "Hey, Joey!" I went along, not having the slightest idea what he wanted. I could almost feel Wally's outraged glare on my back. "Joey," said Sackler in a whisper, "within the next 3 minutes, sneak out of the room on some pretext. Go upstairs to the attic. The 3rd door on the right at the head of the stairway. There's a transom there, half open. Throw this over it into the room." He handed me a sealed envelope. There was something small, hard, and heavy inside it. I put it in my pocket without asking questions. By the time I returned to the living room, I began to have vague visions of getting back my $33. "Do you mind telling me," said Wally, restraining his wrath with a noticeable effort, "what the hell is going on here? Damn it, Rex, in the name of the law, I demand to know who your murderer is. You're obstructing justice." Sackler nodded frantically to me. I murmured something about going to the bathroom and slid out of the room. I raced upstairs to the attic. I stood for a moment before the door Sackler had designated, listening. Then I tossed the envelope over the transom. I heard the metallic click as it hit the floor within. Then I heard a sigh and a shuffling footstep. I scooted back down the stairs. When I got back to the living room, Wally was pounding the table savagely. His voice roared against the tapestried walls and reverberated back again. He threatened Sackler with decades of imprisonment for obstructing justice. He accused him of being an accessory after the fact of murder for withholding evidence. Sackler sat there in uncomfortable silence till he saw me. Then he brightened. "All right, Joey?" he shouted above the noise of Wally's voice. I nodded my head. "Shut up, Inspector," said Sackler. "I'll give you your killer." Wally shut up for a moment, breathless. He inhaled quickly and said, "Who is it?" "Colby," said Sackler. "Granville S. Colby, embezzler of his client's trust funds, murderer, kidnapper, and a consorter with a forger. There's your man." "Colby!" yelled Wally. "Where is he? He was here this morning. Search the house. My God, perhaps he got away. Perhaps he—" The shot sounded through the house like a fragment of thunder. Benny sat up in his chair. Wally froze where he stood, and Crosier looked more afraid than ever. Sackler stood up. He pointed at the clock. "The time," he yelled. "Note the time. I want witnesses. It's exactly 3:28. Look." We all looked at the clock. "Come on," yelled Wally. "Let's investigate that shot. It was upstairs." I caught Sackler's eye. "It seemed to me to come from the attic," I said. Wally grabbed Benny before he raced up the stairs. He was taking no chances on losing one of his prisoners. The rest of us followed him to the attic. There was a smell of cordite coming over the transom through which I had thrown Sackler's envelope. Wally tried the door. It had a mortised lock, which had been secured. He handed Benny over to me and smashed his broad shoulder against the door. At the second thrust, the lock gave. The 5 of us catapulted into the room. "My God," said Wally. "I bet you were right, Rex. Look at that." I didn't have to look. I knew quite well what was there on the floor. It was Colby. Colby with a revolver in his hand, a bullet in his brain. A trickle of blood stained the dusty boards at our feet. Crumpled and lying across the room was the envelope I had brought upstairs a moment before. Wally looked at the body closely, then turned around and examined the door. "Say," he said, "there's no key here. If he locked himself in here, where's the key? Say, don't tell me this isn't a suicide either." Rex Sackler heaved a profound sigh. "This one's a suicide," he said. "I personally guarantee it." Wally went pounding down the stairs again to the telephone. Crosier, Sackler, and I followed leisurely. I was holding onto Benny's arm, and I could feel him trembling. We arrived on the ground floor as Wally completed his call to headquarters. "Rex," he said, "there's still some things I don't understand. First about Rawson. Are you sure Colby killed him too?" "That's the first thing I was sure of," said Sackler. "That's what started my whole train of thought. Once I decided Colby had killed Rawson, it was easy to figure the rest." "But how, Rex? How?" Wally was almost respectful now. "Colby was a chain smoker. Do you remember? He'd light one butt from the end of the other. Last night when I asked him for a cigarette, he patted his coat pockets and told me his case was in his overcoat. It was. I got it out myself." "So? Yet Colby swore he wasn't out of the house last night. A chain smoker like that doesn't keep butts in his overcoat, so he's got to go out to the hall closet every time he wants a smoke. But if he went outside, he would put them in his overcoat. That's just what Colby did. He undoubtedly lit a cigarette after he killed Rawson, and he hadn't finished smoking it when I borrowed one from him." "Borrowed," I said. "Very funny." But Sackler was so pleased with himself, he didn't even glare at me. However, I didn't much care. Sackler's play was over. I still had a little something up my sleeve. "Well," asked Wally, "why the hell didn't he get Benny out of here when the job was done?" "He didn't know Rawson had called me in. He didn't expect the police to question the suicide theory, but the servants may have mentioned Benny, and it'd look funny if he wasn't on the spot, since he'd been staying here for 3 weeks as Colby's clerk. You see how simple they made it? Living here in Capek's house, holding him a prisoner on his own estate. Who'd ever suspect them?" "And the dough?" said Wally. "What about the dough that boy brought you?" "Oh, that," said Sackler, as if he'd never given it a second thought. "Just a little personal matter." I drove the coupe for a good 5 miles before I opened up. Then I said, very casually, "It'd be a good idea if you got rid of that key before we got back to town. Wally might start thinking and figure out the whole deal." Sackler raised his eyebrows. "Deal?" he said. "Key?" "Key," I said. "Deal. Maybe I'm not quite as dumb as you think I am." He looked at me for a long time. Then he put his hand in his pocket and took out a key. He said, "I imagine it's safe to throw this out the window here." I said I guessed it was. He flung it into the ditch. I drove another 5 miles. Then I said, "There's a couple of minor items I'd like to discuss with you." He nodded a trifle grimly. "I was afraid of that, Joey." "First," I said, "I'd like a bonus." "A bonus, Joey? How much?" $33, I told him. Cash money. For once he was very quiet at the mention of money. Finally he said, in the tone of a man suffering great physical pain, "I think that can be arranged, Joey." "Good," I said. "Then there's the matter of a $10 a week raise." Now he looked like a man with the black cholera. "Joey," he exclaimed, "that's over $500 a year. That's a lot of money, my boy." "It's only 1/5 of 2,500, I told him. There was another long silence. Then, "Suppose, Joey, I didn't see my way clear to letting you have it." I made a clucking sound with my tongue and shook my head sadly. "It's my conscience," I told him. "My damnable conscience. It's driving me to perform my civic duty, to tell headquarters how you told Colby what you'd figured before you told Wally, how you explained to Colby how you'd figured he must be in a bad financial jam in order to have murdered Capek, how you pointed out that his peculations were bound to come out when you had him pinched for murder." "Yes, Joey," said Sackler weakly. "Anything else?" "Why, yes," I said. "It occurs to me that you offered him an easy out. Instead of being pilloried in the press, instead of bearing the sneers of his upper-crust friends, you offered to let him commit suicide. For a consideration." "A consideration, Joey?" $2,550, I said. "Of course you couldn't let him kill himself before the check was cashed. It wouldn't have been legal. That's why you called our attention to the time when we heard the shot that killed Colby. Your check was in the bank by then." I looked at him and observed with vast satisfaction that for the first time in our joint careers, I had him on the run. "To ensure his not dying before you cashed the check, you locked him in the attic and gave him a gun with no ammunition. Moreover, you referred to him as Smith, so that Wally wouldn't arrest Colby at once, thus wrecking your deal. Then when you had the dough in your pocket, you sent me up with a bullet, all as per private and strictly extra-legal agreement with Colby." "Joey," he said, "you figured all that out by yourself?" "I did indeed," I said, "and my reward will be $520 spread over the coming year, plus $33 in cash. Now." He sighed heavily. He thrust his hand into his pocket and took out some bills. He handed them over to me, then delivered a speech which, coming from Rex Sackler, has always seemed a classic to me. "Joey," he said reproachfully, "sometimes I think there's nothing you wouldn't do for money."